leaders and some of the region's most influential healthcare organizations. My name is Amy Thomas, and it's my pleasure to be your host over the next 2 days. I'd like to extend a huge thank you to our sponsors and partners. This wouldn't be possible without you. And now, to officially open the conference, it's my absolute pleasure, and I hope you're joining me, by welcoming Dr. Dylan Attard, co-founder and CEO of MedTech World, for our opening address. Thank you, everyone.
Opening address by Dr. Dylan Attard, co-founder and CEO at MedTech World.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, ambassadors, Honorable Minister for Health, distinguished guests, friends, partners, and supporters. Welcome to MedTech World Middle East. It's been truly a pleasure to see so many familiar faces and so many new ones joining us from across the Middle East, Europe, North America, Asia, as well as home, Malta. When we started MedTech World a few years ago, we didn't set out to build just another conference. We set out to build a platform, a place where healthcare leaders don't simply exchange business cards or just build partnerships, but friendships to eventually go on to change healthcare. When startups don't pitch, but raise capital. Where governments, hospitals, and innovators sit at the same table and actually move things forward. Because healthcare doesn't just move forward simply through conversations, but through collaboration. And that's exactly why we're here today, and even more so, why we're in the Middle East. Dubai, UAE, and the rest of the Middle East isn't just a region where conversations are done. It's a whole culture that thinks globally, moves decisively, and turns ambition into execution that moves faster than almost anywhere else in the world. It's a bridge between the East and the West, a bridge between capital and innovation, between ideas and implementation. And there couldn't be any better home for this than Dubai. Over the next 2 days, the room will bring together an extraordinary mix of people, from founders to CEOs, those who are building life-saving technologies, clinicians improving patients' outcomes, investors deploying capital into the next generation of healthcare, and even more so, policymakers that help shape the future of our healthcare. It's different perspectives, different experiences, and different expectations, but one shared purpose: to build a better future for our patients. At MedTech World, we often say we measure success differently than maybe at any other conference ecosystem out there. It's not by the amount of people that attend, but by the quality and by the generosity and by how genuine we're all here in this room to create a difference. The partnerships that get signed, the pilots that get launched, and the investments that get made. This is what truly counts. The companies that scale from simply a conversation on any of these tables or outside in the hallway to eventually forming a partnership, a synergy, a medical device reaching the patient's bedside. If even a handful of these moments happen over the next 2 days, then we've done our job. On a personal note, as a surgeon, as well as an entrepreneur, a budding entrepreneur, I've seen firsthand how innovation transforms lives. And innovation only matters when it's the right people that come together in the same room. And that is what we're looking to achieve over the next 2 days. This is what our MedTech World community is all about. So I encourage you all to be curious, to reach out to anyone in this room, to extend a handshake, to extend a business card, and even more so, to try and help each other going over any challenges anyone in this room is looking to win over and eventually get their products to market. Meet someone new, challenge each other, and essentially, again, improve our patients' lives. We're honored to be hosting you here in Dubai, and even more so throughout the rest of the year, where we're going to North America, choosing West Palm Beach and Florida as our home base, Hong Kong for Asia, and then everything culminates in our home, in Malta, in Europe. And with that, let's get started. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to MedTech World Middle East.
Thank you very much, Dylan. And I hope you'll please join me in welcoming our first keynote speaker of today, the Honourable Dr. Joe Etienne Abella, the Minister for Health and Active Aging at the Government of Malta, a highly respected surgeon turned public servant. Minister Abella brings decades of clinical, academic, and leadership experience to national healthcare. Prior to entering politics, he served as a senior consultant in upper gastrointestinal and biliopancreatic surgery, senior lecturer at the University of Malta, and deputy head of the Department of Surgery. Please join me in welcoming Honourable Dr. Joe Etienne Abella.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. Good morning to you all. I'm very glad to be here in Dubai at MedTech World, and I bring to you greetings from the government of Malta. Malta is a tiny country. Our population just exceeds 500K, but in the field of medicine and surgery, we are proud to punch above our weight. Actually, our very first School of Anatomy and Surgery was founded in 1676, and this year we'll be celebrating the 350th year anniversary from the foundation of that school. We have just actually inaugurated our new model for the School of Surgery. Healthcare is a very fast-moving topic, as you all know, and that is why you're here. There is a sort of fear of being left behind, and conferences like this, as Dylan was explaining earlier, are not just important for the networking, but these are platforms where new ideas buds, where new ideas form, and where a patient-centered approach can be discussed in the hallways and corridors. Over the past 4 years in our home country, in Malta, we have come along in several innovative aspects. I can talk of robotic surgery, which is a service that started small with prostate surgery and urology, but then it's been embraced by general surgeons, gynecological surgeons, and our ENT and orthopedic surgeons are teaming to join the fray. And this is the trend in medicine, this is the trend in surgery, where ideas usually start small. Excuse me, ideas usually start small, but because of important and impactful partnerships, services grow. Where is the future? I think the future, in order to move ahead, we need to, each of us, focus on those areas that are close to our heart and that are relevant in the place where we are operating. Surely, artificial intelligence and its integration into clinical practice are of, unparalleled import. And we're looking forward to harness this technology for breast cancer screening this year. We look forward to improve our radiology reporting using AI. Here I'm talking about MRI scanning, CT scanning, and PET scanning. We look forward this year as well to introduce artificial intelligence in emergency patient triage. We have already used artificial intelligence for our endoscopy work, and new generation models are now on the market. What about multidisciplinary discussions? I think this is the next use for artificial intelligence. You might say that a group of X number of specialists discussing a patient might not need any form of artificial intelligence, but it has already been proven that artificial intelligence enhances multidisciplinary discussions and may improve patient outcomes. But artificial intelligence is going to be crucial in the monitoring of patients, helping regulation, governance. So really and truly, I think we have passed the threshold, and artificial intelligence is here to stay, and it will keep revolutionizing our practice. We are open to new trends. We support MedTech World. We support innovative solutions that are important to the patient. But we need to make sure that we don't leave the employee behind. And this is why my appeal to you is use artificial intelligence, but ensure that our employees are at the center of our discussions. When I'm saying that, I mean both the physical well-being and the mental well-being of our employees. Without our employees, artificial intelligence will be useless. And I shall leave you with that. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and I wish you a good day and every success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Abella, for those inspiring words. Please welcome our next keynote address, Her Excellency Maria Camilleri Calleja, Ambassador of Malta to the United Arab Emirates. In 2005, she became the first Maltese female diplomat to serve as Consul General in Tripoli, Libya. She also contributed to Malta's successful accession to the Schengen Acquis and oversaw the opening of Malta's visa office in Benghazi during her tenure in Libya. Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Maria Camilleri Calleja.
Opening keynote by Her Excellency Maria Camilleri Calleja, Ambassador of Malta to the United Arab Emirates and Permanent Representative of Malta to the IRENA, Embassy of Malta to the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Excellencies, distinguished guests. It's a privilege to address you today at a time when healthcare systems worldwide are being tested, not only by medical pressures, but also by geopolitical shifts, technological acceleration, supply chain vulnerabilities, as we've seen in COVID as well. From a diplomatic perspective, the most urgent priority today is building resilience and interoperability in healthcare systems, systems capable of withstanding shocks that remain open to innovation. Artificial intelligence, genomics, digital diagnostics, and data-driven medicine are advancing rapidly, but regulation, ethics, and cross-border trust must advance just as quickly. Innovation without governance creates fragmentation. Governance without innovation creates stagnation, and our shared responsibility is to align both. Equally pressing is the issue of equity. Innovation must not deepen global divides. Smaller states like Malta and emerging markets must have access to advanced technologies, not only the large economies. In this regard, Malta and the UAE and their partnership offer a compelling model. The UAE offers large-scale business interaction. Malta offers controlled innovation environments. Together, this creates a natural synergy where government provides the framework and vision and business delivers the execution and scale. Basically, the government lays it out for the business to play it out. Malta can act as a regulatory gateway to Europe while the Gulf can serve as a capital and scale partner, transforming innovation into sustainable cross-regional impact. But sustainability is not only technological, it is also about leadership. This cooperation in healthcare reflects 52 years of Malta-UAE relations. In the last 5 years, Malta and the UAE signed 18 agreements and memoranda of understanding. 13 of them only in the last few decades, Malta has signed 18 agreements, 13 of them only in the last 5 years. In the same 5-year period, 88 official and technical delegations traveled between our two countries, an average of 3 delegations every 2 months. The first Malta-UAE Joint Commission convened last April 2025, identifying 14 new areas of collaboration, including healthcare services and innovation technology. Trade and investment figures equally reflect this momentum. The UAE has been Malta's top Gulf export market for 2 consecutive years, 2023 and 2024. We are still awaiting statistics, drum roll, for 2025. Imports for the UAE into Malta increased by 122% compared to 2019 levels, while Maltese exports to the UAE rose by 115% in the same time period, 2019 to 2024. The highest percentage of trade in services between Malta and the Gulf region was recorded between Malta and the UAE, with a total of over 500 million euros in trade activity between the two countries in the last 6 years alone. These are not merely statistics, these are indicators of trust. Looking ahead, my message to the ecosystem is clear. Think long term, forge partnerships and network, and build trust. MedTech World is an excellent platform for the intersection of healthcare, innovation, and capital. I would like to say, well done, Dr. Dillon. You are really a star, our Maltese star. We worked with you and MedTech World for 5 years, I did for sure, and this is not the end of the road. And that is the kind of impact that really truly endures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. That was very insightful and great to hear both of you speaking about the future of MedTech. Delighted that we'll be having our first panel of the day. The first panel will be on funding the future, health tech investment trends across the Middle East. The Middle East is rapidly emerging as a global hotspot for health tech investment. This panel will explore the latest deal flow trends, the technologies attracting capital, and they'll get into some very interesting topics. I'm pleased to welcome our moderator for the panel is Anna Badurska, CEO and founder of 42 Global Ventures. Joining Anna on the stage will be Hamza Abdul Hadi, investor of Angelini Ventures, Dr. Sasha Berger, managing partner of Berger Invest, Michael Shelper, operating partner of Deerfield Management, and David Kariakes, managing partner of Wyndham Capital Partners. So please join me in welcoming our very first panel of the day. Thanks, everyone.
Funding the future. Health tech investment trends across the Middle East.
Come on, guys. Don't be shy. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Minister, Ambassador, Excellencies. Good morning, and welcome to the panel on funding the future, health tech investment across the Middle East. So we are thrilled to be the first panel of today's conference and kick off the day of interesting conversations. You can hear me? For decades, the global health tech innovation followed predictable path. Science in the US or Europe, investment capital from conventional, traditional VC hubs, and scaling happening somewhere else. What is changing now is that the Middle East is no longer just participating in this model, it is actively reshaping it. The region deploys trillions of dollars in long-term capital, and much of that with multi-years, multi-decade horizon. Healthcare has become one of its most strategic priorities. Combined with aligned national health tech agendas and with capacity of thinking in decades rather than in fund cycles, this region is actively emerging as architect of a global healthcare system. So this panel is to explore and how this shift is happening and what does it really mean to founders, to innovators, to investors, and to healthcare systems worldwide. So I'm joined by 4 remarkable investors, each bringing a unique perspective in building, scaling, exiting companies worldwide. So please join me in welcoming, I start with Michael. Michael Schelper, he dedicated his career to health tech and life science sector on the operating and investing side. With decades of executive experience scaling businesses, he drives innovation at the intersection of AI, data, and patient outcomes. Prior to joining Deerfield, Michael served as senior leadership director at Oracle Health. He also had leadership roles in scale-ups in oncology and surgery. And as most recently, he was overseeing the health tech life science cluster in Abu Dhabi investment office. And I would like to start with asking directly, in one sentence, Michael, what lenses do you bring to healthcare investment today?
I'm really sorry, it's a little bit difficult to understand you. What lenses?
What lens, yes, do you bring? What perspective do you bring to healthcare investment today?
Look, I have been in the region for the last 13 years, and the digital transformation that you've seen in the healthcare ecosystem has been profound. You could draw some analogies to what has happened in Singapore, in the Nordics, in Europe, as well as in the United States. And the Middle East has really leapfrogged in that respect. You have different countries that have a very clear national vision, healthcare, life sciences always being an integral part of that, and a relentless execution upon that vision, which now brought us to a point where we have, across facilities and sometimes across entire countries, a fully digitized ecosystem, structured and curated data. You have a lot of genomic approaches in the region as well with additional data, and coupling that up means there are a lot of unique opportunities now that would maybe be more difficult to scale in Europe or in the US or in the Far East.
That was a bit more than one sentence, but it's perfect because it already brings us into the discussion. I have to pause it right now, introducing other panelists, David Karakis from Managing Partner.
I have to go after Michael's introduction?
Yes.
All right, fair enough.
Fair enough.
Please, yes, it's a tough act to follow. But
One sentence, huh?
One sentence.
On what I bring?
But before one sentence, maybe I will introduce you to the audience. Michael is a director managing partner at Wyndham Capital Partners, and he has been investing in healthcare for nearly 15 years. So most recently, he led innovation and investment for Providence, helping to shape the future of one of America's largest comprehensive health care organizations. He is, of course, investor and member of boards and supported talented entrepreneurs realizing over $1 billion, not euro, in value. He has co-lead and lead over 350 million of private placements across medical devices and digital health. And we would be very interested to know which lenses you bring to the panel today.
Sure. Well, thank you. Thank you to MedTech World. I'm always blown away by the quality and the amazing events that the group throws and the integration of the culture. And it is truly a can't-miss event. Also honored and humbled to be included amongst a great group of leaders in our space and to be included somehow, some way. As for a lens that I bring, so uniquely I grew up in a family of roughly 20 physicians, nurses, scientists on both sides, and so spent a lifetime growing up in healthcare. Unfortunately, it's a space that I think all of us are familiar with. At one point in time, I was the sickest patient in a hospital in a region in the US. And I think all of us share that frustration of being in our most vulnerable state, but the appreciation of being able to rely on the system. Have spent roughly 15 years investing in healthcare, a lot of battle wounds. Spent 6 years helping to lead one of the largest healthcare systems in the US, their investment and innovation arm, and so truly appreciate, at least from the US perspective, how bottlenecks and resistance occurs in the healthcare system. So how to navigate that.
Thank you, amazing, and welcome. The next up would be Hamza Abdul Hadi, digital health investor with more than a decade of experience. Currently, he serves as senior principal with Angelini Ventures, and previously he was an investment director at Debiopharm Innovation Fund and Hikma Ventures. He has been involved in closing more than 20 global deals and served on multiple boards. He's a finance graduate from George Washington University and very relevant to this panel. He has great experience in co-founding his own ventures in Spain and in Jordan. So what are your lenses?
Great. Is this on? So yeah, I'll try to be shorter than the other guys, but so I think I bring a global lens, like being based in Jordan and now in Dubai and investing globally. So I think that I bring that global lens of investing in US, Europe, and MENA and seeing the similarities and differences, as well as working with 3 different corporate pharma VCs. One was generic, one was a drug developer, and now Angelini is kind of in the middle. So I think that I bring that diverse lens of geography and different pharma corporate VC experience.
And the founder experience, of course.
And well. A bit of founder experience. Short-lived, but yeah.
But valuable. Thank you. Okay, and just to complete this great lineup, Sasha Berger, managing partner at Berger Invest. Sasha is seasoned biotech and MedTech investors with nearly 20 years of international experience. He's currently based in Saudi Arabia and deeply involved in shaping national healthcare innovation ecosystem there. Previously, he was investment director at TVM, Capital Life Science, and angel investor. So what is your lens, Sasha?
Well, thanks for having me. There seems to be a competition here on who can go from long to short. So as I'm the last, I'll try to be super short returns. Okay, so as an investor, of course, you're looking at returns, also in healthcare. And given that I have different hats on and different perspectives, of course, returns can be defined in different ways, right? If you're looking at an angel perspective, it's maybe social returns. If we're looking from a more sovereign perspective, as I've been doing in Saudi. This is GDP, ecosystem development is the return. And if we're looking more from a private investor standpoint, clearly it's financial return. Also in healthcare. And the good thing is that if you're doing that in the healthcare space, in the MedTech space, then by even looking at returns, you're typically meaning that you have a solution which the market wants, and that means that you're helping patients. So that comes with it. But as an investor, naturally, returns is first and foremost what I'm looking for.
Thank you very much. That was one sentence intro for each of the gentlemen, but it was already very fascinating. So thank you it's great to have you. It's a great panel, great lineup. Let us dive in straight into the topic with the global picture. So my first question, I would like to hear your perspective on the fact US versus Europe versus the Middle East. Where is it the easiest to scale up health tech in practice, not in theory? I think that David wants to give his perspective. Yeah.
I'll be very clear and upfront. It is not easy anywhere in the world, right? And it's intentionally made a little harder in healthcare specifically, because if you move quickly and you don't have the data, patient lives are at risk, provider lives are at risk. So it is always challenging. But I think we are all united here in this challenge because what we do matters, and it has an impact on the neighbors, the communities that we live in, the global environment, and how we advance care, and we're all united in that manner. Obviously, the US market is big, it's mature, it's one of the largest in most categories. It has the established sales cycles and call points, and a lot of people focus on commercialization there and building clinical evidence and the data that you can then bring elsewhere in the world. I think one of the reasons why we're all here is this is no longer an emerging market. It is a real powerhouse and growing into that position. The openness to bring innovation to the Gulf is palpable. It's incredibly inspiring. And so I'm very excited to be here, to be investing in the space and the platform that this geography and the openness, I think a lot of new technology will begin to be adopted here, if not already. So.
Amazing.
I think this can also be coupled with rather approachable and progressive regulators. Clearly, we can't toy around with patient lives, right? As David already mentioned, we can't do that, and we shouldn't do that. At the same time, having a counterparty from a regulatory standpoint that helps you go as fast as possible without compromising the safety is quite unique. And what I've seen in this part of the world particularly is that the regulator is not only very approachable, but actually on the side of innovation in a safe manner, and that makes it unique to go faster into practice with approaches that might be rather novel and maybe challenge past beliefs, but at the same time, at the point where we are at, where let's say, data is the new goal to some degree, but at the same time, we can finally get the insights out of that to impact behavior and influence how care is being provided. Having a strong partner in the regulator that helps you navigate that is rather imperative.
Pretty much aligned so much. Sasha, what is your thinking on this?
Well, it's hard to say anything controversial here. In that sense, even though it might be a bit boring if I just echo what has been said. So I'm not doing that. I will just add one point, which is, of course, in this region, leadership alignment is important because that gives you the direction, right? And then things can move fast, and then you'll find ways to adapt and to be innovative. That's way more complicated and established systems like in the US or Europe, where these systems have been in place. So bringing in new solutions have a clear path how you do that. So there's a certain predictability on how processes go, but typically they're slow, right? So there's predictability, but slow here. Maybe sometimes there's a bit more maneuverability. And that if you are, as I said, aligned on what the region wants and what leadership really wants, then this can be an excellent path forward. But going back to the very first statement, it's not easy anywhere.
Yeah, I'll just build on that. So it's not easy, definitely anywhere. But if I had to choose and choose a place, I think the US is the easiest, but the most competitive. It's the easiest because of the market size, because of the healthcare spend, because of the inefficiencies, but also because of the maturity of the VC ecosystem, M&A activity, and just the size of the market as one, as one country. MENA has its difficulties, but it has its also opportunities coming forward. I think we're still starting. I think we're going to get to that in a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just to build on these points, excellent points. The market is changing here, though. In the last 5 years, I think we've seen a huge shift, evolution. From your perspective, how is it changing? Like, what has most fundamentally changed here in the Middle East investing landscape over the last 5 years?
Should I start? Okay. So yeah, I think like building on my previous point, I think the market here is just starting to mature in terms of VC investments, new funds, amount of dry powder around, and we saw successful exits in other areas like Kareem, like Souk, in different industries. Still not much in healthcare, but I think it's coming. So the fact that we are seeing successful exits in other areas is encouraging for founders and investors to invest in the region. And these exits are also producing founders, right? New founders who exited these companies and are thinking of innovating in healthcare. But yeah, I think that's mostly it.
Maybe adding the perspective on Saudi specifically and then broadening it to the Gulf in general, the expectation is way more towards inwards execution and localization and activity here. So 5 years ago, given that the opportunities in the market for companies and funds were a bit more limited than today, it was more acceptable to basically take capital and then deploy it somewhere else, while today there's the very clear expectation from all institutional and sovereign partners that you have to work in the ecosystem here, and you should be part of the ecosystem. So just coming here as a company and try to raise capital, or as a fund to raise capital and then leave again, may have been a solution 10 years ago, but certainly not today.
That's very interesting, but we can see that Michael doesn't agree.
No, I just want to break the going back to David chain.
Sure.
You want to go first?
Sure. Yeah, I would say I think more now than ever, we are all realizing that if we don't have our health, nothing else matters, right? And so what's fascinating here is the amount of resources and support and the infrastructure being invested is incredibly powerful. Over the last 5 years and my time in 15 years of investing, I'm starting to see bridges form from the US to the Gulf, identifying unique needs and pulling the data. For instance, the incidence of breast cancer is prevalent, far more prevalent here than others. And so there is now people in the US from here bringing resources, asking us to send them technology for screening, for diagnosis, for therapy, all targeted in that nature. And you don't have, and I hate to make the comparisons because we're all in this to try and advance care, and the US has had a very established system. It's $4.7 trillion in annual spend, the third largest global economy, but it's far from efficient, and it's been built on top of itself so many times just based on how much has been invested over 100 years, not quite hundreds, we're not that old, still young, but here you're able to start not anew, but with this new focus and targeted approach and give the support that's needed to build it the right way, is from my perspective.
So the energy.
Maybe just bringing it a little bit to the transaction activities as well that we have seen in the region over the last 5 years in the healthcare MedTech field, maybe 50, 60 acquisitions. Were these acquisitions anywhere close to the magnitude that we see in the US or in Europe? The answer is no. But you see an increase in transaction activity. At the same time, you also see many more IPOs in the healthcare field from local providers, national champions. These IPOs are massively oversubscribed, which also means there's a retail appetite for exactly that, which should give us an indication of where we're headed. The total addressable markets for a lot of the vertical solutions are rather small in a lot of instances in this part of the world. However, David just touched upon that. If we were to look at some indications, including also rare diseases, where we have an extremely high prevalence in this part of the world, then that total addressable market is flipped upside down. And there are a lot of unique opportunities that potentially we should follow and that we at least see already are emerging.
No, that's wonderful. I think what's striking here is that we see this shift from all of your comments from, let's say, opportunistic participation to somehow like more deliberate system building. So let's now dig into the actual investment behavior. I would like to ask you, like this middle, you already mentioned that as well, that Middle East is often described as long-term capital. And in practice, how does it change your investment decision in health tech compared, to US and to Europe? Sasha, Hamzi.
Like you said, I think it's long-term capital. I would call it patient capital.
Yes.
You need to be very patient here because things take time. As Michael said, there's no, like, some things don't even exist, so it takes time for you and the regulators to work together on creating that kind of infrastructure as opposed to the US. So you need to be more patient and you need to look at the market differently, like services or solutions that work somewhere else might not work here, so you need to localize more. We're a relatively new fund. We started investing in 2022, so we're still not actively investing here. I just moved here now, so I'm starting to kind of open that door and explore opportunities through the portfolio and potentially investing.
Maybe just being a bit controversial on the term patient capital, because I do not necessarily think you have to be patient here. We are all in healthcare because we want to create an impact, right? And we want to have good returns, don't get me wrong, right? But you can get good returns with an impact. If we were to look at the history of the region, which is often more fatherly tribal leadership culture, it is about creating an impact for society. Leaving a legacy is key, and even more so when it comes to something as personal as health. That becomes an absolute important priority. And I would actually see that as a massive strength, that the culture, the vision, the behaviors are aligned with what healthcare needs, and not just having very short-term transactional focus. There is a massive value to be created, great returns to be made, but it has to have lasting impact.
Go ahead, Sasha.
No, thanks, Michael. Actually, that is what I wanted to do as well, because I think there's a misconception here that capital patient means that they don't want to see a return or at something as an interaction in between, right? It's not that you just handed something and then you're expected to be left alone. That's not the patience. Actually, there's an feeling urgency here, right? People want to change things, and they are willing to invest and continue investing. That is, I think, for me, the definition of patient capital. Is not just you get it once and then you're left alone, right? And nobody asks for it to get it back at some point. No, that you have a partner who continues to work with you because he wants to achieve something. And I think that is what you have to look for as a founder in terms of investor, and you can find that here in the region indeed.
Great tip.
Yeah, I mean, this is not consumer fads. We're not investing in e-commerce. We're all human, right? And we all suffer at different points in our lives from different disease states, and if you look at it that way, we invest in a business and make decisions on how do we get bought, not sold. And it's an important dynamic where we're not investing to flip a business. We're investing to build the foundation, to build the clinical evidence, to fit into the workflow, to help drive toward the standard of care and replace the outdated, old, poor outcome standard of care that's in practice today. And when you do that, and you identify technologies and support the entrepreneurs who have the drive, the motivation, and the ability to communicate these complex value propositions and fit it into the workflow of that physician, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. Again, coming back to it, we're all human, and we all suffer from the same conditions and same illnesses. So when you build that foundation, then it's not anywhere in the world. It's not an investment for a 6-month, 1-year type plan. You're planning further out, and so I would challenge and be supportive of what my peers here have been saying, that I don't see it as patient capital. I see it as intelligent, very smart, very deliberate, based on building a foundation for a longer term and advancing care.
No, this is amazing. I really love what I'm hearing, because it brings us probably closer to what is the definition of healthcare, and thanks to this region, maybe the whole world will somehow or be back to the foundation, as you say, David. And we understand that this long-term capital is not just about holding periods. It's just a completely different mindset in terms of risk tolerance and definition of the success, in a way. And like building up on that, maybe let's look at the founder's perspective then, or founders. So, from your experience, if a European or US health tech startup approaches you, what are the top 2 or 3 signals that tell you that this company is ready or is not for the Middle East?
I really need to echo what Sasha said earlier. You still, 10 years later, from that statement, have a lot of ventures that are coming to the region with the belief that it's easy to get capital here without creating impact. And that is the biggest red flag that I still continue to see, and it's really sad to see that. Investors in this part of the world are equally, or maybe sometimes because of the dynamics, more sophisticated than other parts of the world. Plus, if you do not understand what is important for the specific geography that you are trying to enter potentially, or where you're trying to potentially find relevant partners that have a conviction to invest into your approach, it would be almost impossible to raise funds. So that is the negative part, which I sadly still see. At the same time, I see amazing ventures that, fully understand what are the key priorities, what are the disease prevalences for that particular market, for that particular region, how they can tackle that, what is the importance, impact on the families, and why would someone care about that particular approach. And that is refreshing to see as well, and many more of those are actually in the region that have a strong conviction of, I can do things much more effective, faster, and more impactful in this part of the world. That means I can impact patients' lives. That is why I'm here, and this is why you want to actually be part of the ecosystem.
I'll just speak, less about how I determine they're ready to be able to sell here, because from my standpoint, we're commercial stage investors in the US, and that's the market that we know in our network, and we help facilitate those introductions. And By the time we're getting to 20, 30 million in revenue, we've got thousands, if not tens of thousands of procedures. That's when we see the opportunity to then bridge to different areas around the country. Earlier in my career, it, of course, was Europe, was kind of on the same time as the US, Eastern Asia, Australia. Now it's increasingly, again, those bridges are starting to be formed in bringing advanced technology here, and actually enabling it here and bringing it to the US increasingly. I think entrepreneurs, and the ones that I've been fortunate to work with and help succeed and be sharing that, they are incredibly well driven, relentless in their pursuit. They get knocked down, but they immediately get back up. It's very admirable, and they're incredibly intellectually curious, coachable. When you give them feedback or some insight, they're not combative, they're receptive and inquisitive about it, trying to understand and continue to learn. And then they have an incredible ability, as I mentioned earlier, to communicate very complicated value propositions in a very succinct manner. When you look at the teams that form alongside a leader of a company, you've got an engineer, you have a sales rep, you have an attorney maybe, you've got such a diverse group of individuals, and to be able to communicate something as very complex and challenging as healthcare and the systems that are in place. Again, there's intentionally resistance to protect patient lives. And so you have to be able to communicate these complex messages very succinctly. And in our diligence, I become a sales rep. I need to understand how I can pick up a bag, and if I can sell it, then the CEO has accomplished that mission in being able to translate these messages to a point where it becomes exponentially, you allow a team to exponentially help you grow. So those are the qualities that I see some of the best entrepreneurs have that I've been fortunate to partner with, and I think that's anywhere in the world would have that skill set and that foundation.
Yeah, just to echo Michael and Sasha, I don't think a lot of people think this is like a hit and run market. You come, you raise money, and you go out. It's not like this anymore. Again, on the culture, I think they need knowledge of the culture, because here in the MENA it's more personal. Like, you need to build personal relationships. They need to see you. They need to trust you. They need to see that you're coming back. So I think having that cultural knowledge and adapting to it. So adaptability of the founder, like a one size fits all does not work. What works in the US or Europe, the approach here might be different, and the way you approach it should be different because the needs are different.
Absolutely. You would like to add something, Sasha?
No, actually everything is said, right? So.
Well said. Okay, good. So no translation, localization, and taking care of the long-term aspect always. Very interesting. And it brings us closely to capital allocation decisions today. I wanted to ask you from your experience, because I think this is the most interesting part for the audience. Some of you will be deploying the capital in the next 12 months, or actually all of you. What matters more? Clinical validation, commercial traction, system level impact, we already know it's very important. And also, like, to get a little bit more deeper in this discussion, does it also differ in different Gulf countries? Or is there this unified approach? Sasha.
Okay,
Saudi Arabia.
I'll take that one. Which is, that's why everybody probably is thinking here. It's a tough question, because of course there's not a unified approach, or it depends very much on opportunities, on backgrounds, on investment philosophy. So I don't think that there's a catch-all answer here. In general, in the MedTech field, what we're talking about here, in most cases, commercial traction is what people are looking for, and at least from an investor perspective, we all know that. Insofar, to get there, right, you need to have clinical validation because otherwise you will not have commercial traction. So in that sense, everything has to come together, unless and that's what I see now, that because we haven't mentioned the word AI yet here on this panel, so I have to drop it here. With that, things get a bit different now, right? So that everybody wants to be in that space. So I see that there's a lot of appetite from LPs actually asking, right? So what are you doing in AI, right? Is that AI what you're doing? As if then that would make clinical adoption faster or commercial adoption faster, which it hasn't yet really, right? So there's the promise of doing it so. And that's why everybody is very interested. And it's changing a bit the dynamics. And maybe to put a positive spin on it, I'm a big believer, and I think that it does have the potential to change fundamentally how quick things can go, because it can ease processes and it can reduce complexities eventually. But it's not the catch-all, right, and the solution to everything. And so far, in the end, we're still in a very regulated field. We have to work with regulators. We have to present good data, which cannot just be generated in silico, but has to be shown with patients. And that's not endlessly optimizable.
Absolutely. Someone would like to add?
Yeah, like I think clinical validation and outcomes is important, but it does not really mean immediate success. I always believe it's about the people, and the team is very important for the team to be able to take that and be able to scale it or commercialize it. So I'd say clinical validation, outcomes, and team would be important for me.
I mean, Sasha mentioned already, if we look at the MedTech field, obviously that is very exciting if the commercial traction is there, because it means the clinical validation preceded it. At the same time, if we look more at the biotech and life sciences field, until you get to commercial validation, commercial traction, most likely that is at a later stage, or rather advanced valuation stage for some of these entities. And this is where the relevant science potentially has a much more impactful role, with the relevant results backing it up.
Not much more to add other than coming back to an earlier question. It all matters, which is why it's all very challenging here. And I would throw 5 or 6 other buckets of risk too that are pretty substantial, and they vary by region. And I think one of the things here is, again, coming back to the openness, the support from the government, the resources here really help reduce a lot of those risks, enable innovation and investment to come to the region. And it's exciting, despite these headwinds that we've referenced before and how challenging it is.
Thank you. Thank you. An excellent note to finish off. It was very difficult to bring you to this agreement. I think that you have, like, the vision that we are transmitting is very, very coherent, but I think it's also good news. The region, fantastic region, full of potential, very focused on human side of healthcare investment. So thank you very much. It was wonderful to hear your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a great panel. Sorry, I won't get in the way of the photo. Great, well, I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. Some great points in there, and I've got lots of follow-up questions for the panel after. And actually, we quite nicely teased a few points that are coming up in the next panel that we have, regulation and navigating that in the region. So The next panel we have is navigating regulatory pathways and market access strategies for MedTech. The moderator of this panel, I'm very pleased to welcome, is Pilar Fernandez Hermida, founder and EMEA advisor of iExpand. And joining Pilar will be Dr. Amal Havik, founder and CEO of EvoMed Consulting, Shai Polika, managing partner of Edge Medical Ventures, Dennis Losick, CEO and co-founder of eMed Support Systems, and Edwin Lindsay, principal consultant and managing director of CS Life Sciences. So please join me in a very warm welcome for the next panel. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Navigating regulatory pathways and market access strategies for MedTech.
Oh, we nearly got it right. Good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. First of all, how many of you have been are involved in market access in this room? Hands up. How many of you are involved in regulatory aspects of market access? Good. How many of you have been to the party last night? You are my heroes. But anyway, let's try to make it very interactive. My name is Pilar Fernandez Hermida. I'm the founder of iExpand and EMEA advisor of Green's Economic Forum. And it is a pleasure to have this brilliant lineup here today. I like to say that we're a centenarian panel, meaning together we have more than 100 years of experience in market access of regulatory. So we're only going to touch a few aspects. You will hear now about them now. But take advantage of this expertise, grab a coffee, and have a discussion afterwards if there is something that you'd like to clarify. So, as a way of introduction, why are we doing this panel? The reality is that market access, how you take a product to market, is not business as usual in MedTech anymore. We feel it. Traditionally, you follow some linear path, like you work a lot on a product, market product fit, iterate, regulate. The market then is waiting for you because the moat was very big. The problem is no more, not always in any case, because there is hybrid solution approach and the product saturation have broken the cycle. And what is the main issue? The main issue is that regulation is becoming more and more complicated because the technology advanced regulations come on top. And then the market is increasingly saturated for my solutions. There is a tsunami of solutions, doing the same for a market that maybe doesn't adopt that. So how can founders break this cycle? And ultimately, which is the gist of this panel, what comes first? The market or the regulation? So without further delay, I'd really like to welcome this stellar panel, as I said before. We are going to work on that. And as a disclosure, of course, market access is much more than choosing the market or the regulation, but we are going to target that tandem because I think that's where we can give you some interesting insights. So let's start by the first why. Why do you go there? Why do you choose that market? Market sets the tone. And my first question would be for Shai. What are the key questions a founder must ask to choose the right market? Because no matter what you do, you're in the wrong market. It's not going to cut it. And what is the role that today in 2026 regulation plays in that choice?
Hi.
Please tell us who you are as well if you want.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here and again in MedTech world and first time in the UAE. Pleasure to be here also in this panel. Edge is a venture capital firm that invests in companies that are in clinical stage and are on their way to get to market, to do the last clinical trials required for regulatory clearance and commercialization, and eventually launching the product. But we are also a venture studio where we start companies from scratch. And I think to answer your question, I think the most important message is to think about those things as early as possible, even before you have the product. Obviously, the market should dictate what is the product that you build, and in my opinion, regulatory should come second. However, if the regulatory barrier is too high, or the other aspects of market access, like reimbursement and customers' ability to pay, if those barriers are too high, then the product will never be successful. So again, our message to founders, and this is what we try to help them with, is to think about those things as early as possible, understand the pathway, and have the R&D be aligned as much as possible with the easiest path to market access, regulatory and reimbursement.
So market first approach.
Yes, unmet need first.
Yes. So note down market first approach, because it is, I mean, you cannot track back once you spend, all the investment and change the market very easily. Thank you so much. But now we're going to get more into the deep linearity of how you start the journey in a market. And again, I'm going to repeat the obvious that we said before: product, validation, go-to-market. And I'm going to ask Dr. Amal, our winner last night as well. By the way, claps, big applause. No clapping? Come on. I just want to see you are kind of listening, So basically, Dr. Amal, how true is that cadence?
Yeah, just to introduce myself, my name is Amel Havkic. I'm a doctor first and MedTech advisor second. And what I do as a doctor is I diagnose companies on their clinical adoption, why it works and why it doesn't work. And to answer that question, I completely agree. If we should choose regulatory or market validation first, the answer would be yes. So both, ideally, because all of it is pretty much about alignment. We heard in the panel before that there are many things which are opportunity to really be the one to shoot up. And pretty much alignment is what will ultimately bring the adoption of the product, which means that we will have a problem which is solved, the solution is accepted, which on one side brings the commercial side, and regulatory, I would say, is a necessary evil. As a doctor, I am a big fan of it. Obviously, it is protecting patients from all kinds of complications, but it is something which is to be taken into the design of the solution, but not something that should be designed for. Because if we design our solution just to fit regulatory needs, we will miss the market needs, we will miss the practitioner needs. It needs to be taken into account, but it's not the most important. That's why the answer is yes. We should account for all of it, and there's ways to do that. And I think we'll hear a bit more about the regulatory.
Thank you, Dr. Amel. I'll hold it there because I have some comments. But what about you, Edwin? What is your take?
I'm from CS Life Sciences, so we're predominantly a regulatory, quality, and clinical consultancy. I wouldn't even say consultancy. I think we're a service provider because we work with a number of startups. I would reckon we've worked with over 100 startups that we've helped take to market. And I would agree that regulatory, yes, is needed, but when we've worked with a number of startups, they've not actually understood the product. They've not understood where they want to go, whether it's actually clinically valid. They've got very good ideas, but how do we actually get them to think can they actually sell this product? I think a lot of startups get hung up and they hear the word regulatory and they go, right, that's the only way we get to market, and it scares them. they have to take a step back and say, right, where are we going in the world? Where will this product be sold? Because that will dictate what happens in the regulatory world, and that's the easy part. Once we know where we're going, and can it be sold, and is there a clinical need? Is the pathway going to be different from the EU, from the US to the Middle East? Do the people who are developing the product understand the clinical need, the flow, and how they're going to actually sell this? Because once they know that, the strategy is easy for regulatory, because then we work that out, because the regulations are getting very similar across the world. The standards are developing. The clinical need and the way we sell the product is key to it. When I win with startups, we don't even talk regulatory. The first question I go is, where do you want to go, and can you sell it, and can you actually sell the product? And when they give you a list of all their countries, the first thing I say is, do you know it's the same in every country you're going to sell into? Because if you can't, then we start pulling it back, because it comes down to finance. Because if they're a small startup, they've only got a couple of $1 million to play with, they can't do everything, so they have to be choosy of where they want to go. But then it comes back to, how do we get to market from regulatory? Where are the roadblocks coming? Because if you think of Europe, MDR, IVDR, it's a lot slower. The US is probably, a lot of the time, that's the main goal because of the financing. So it's planning with the startup to understand how we get to market. Because regulatory, we can deal with, not a problem.
Yeah.
That's the easy part. Because we can talk to regulators, we can deal from there. But as I say, the key bit is, where are you going to sell, and will it sell?
Thank you, Edwin. So the good news is that we seem to have busted this linearity. The bad news is that obviously market access considerations are a bit more complicated, but maybe we can help you, because if I summarize what Shai, Dr. Amel, and Edwin said, is that the structure for any founder here in the room to get there, because it's not going to be linear, it's going to be all over the place, like where do you go, why, with what, with whom, and how you make money. And then once you decide that, you choose the market. But now, we mentioned the founders. Let's go to those doing the groundwork, the reason why we're here today, the ones, founding products. Obviously, imagine you choose a market. Dr. Dennis, you have come here to the UAE to launch a product. So then from a regulatory perspective, it's still there, of course, because we work in the MedTech world. How do you choose the business suit or the product suit? Because a lot of products these days can be a lot of things from a regulatory perspective. You can be hardware, you can be software as a medical device, you have IVR, what have you. Can you share with us who you are, and what's your journey? How do you prioritize one over the other? And then I'll ask you probably about the data. Thank you.
I'm a cardiologist background and researcher. I participated in many clinical trials from like basic science till multi-center trials. And I'm a founder of eMed Support. It's a like clinical decision support system for clinicians. When we are talking about regulatory, what is the purpose of regulatory? It's a safety of end users. And end users in health tech, it's a patient. And when we are talking about patients, first of all, we need to put the question, is it your product safety for patients? And in this question, the regulatory come. For example, for software as a medical device, the main point is sensitive data. It's a personalized data, and how you secure this data processing process during the development. And in UAE, it's a really good place for such products because they are starting to build the ecosystem with Dubai Future Foundation and Dubai Health Authority as a regulator. They open the sandbox with depersonalized data of the patients, where you can just show the technical possibility to use your solution. And also you can discuss the regulatory perspective. And after it, you can easily go to the market.
But just to drill a bit more, because I'd like to take just in this road, in your journey, or your learnings as well, because data is playing now a very important role. We had to throw the AI, its regulations are coming, but also there is something like the splinter net. There's different territories with different interpretations of data ownership, etc. From your point of view, you have to prioritize the regulatory pathway because very few companies can afford everything at the same time. Does data regulation trump MedTech, medical device regulation, other regulations? Can you talk to us a bit more about this?
From this regulation point, it's like very simple because each country has, for example, like US market, they have like FDA. In UAE, we have Emirates Drug Establishment, and there are no the different kind of services for medical device, software as a medical device, or drugs. It's like one category, but still right now they very open. And when you start in the application for regulatory process, they check individually what is the solution, what they bring for from the safety and efficacy perspective. Yeah, and in this market, I think it will be much easier, even if, for example, Europe market, where MDR, it's like 1 or 2 years to achieve the regulatory pathway.
Thank you. I think Dr. Ahmed is burning to ask one question or comment.
Yes, I definitely have something to add to this. I'm not sure if I agree with the frame. We put it so tackle these multiple fronts from the beginning is training on the funding. But one thing that we need to keep in mind is that if we don't reach the goal fast enough, we will burn through all of our funding and we'll never reach the goal. So I do think that there is a balance to it that we need to find. So I don't think that we should that we have to prioritize necessarily the regulatory pathways or the commercialization pathways. In fact, I'm a firm believer that both of them should work in alignment, work together to propel the adoption of the solution. Because you can have a regulated solution, but that's just the starting point. Someone has to pay for it. The insurances have to pay for it. Someone needs to be involved in the commercialization. So it can break your neck. You get your, it's a commercial trap. You get your regulations, but then cannot go to market. No one pays for it, and then you didn't achieve anything, although you have maybe a brilliant solution. So I would urge everyone to really think about the path of commercialization, their economic viability of their model early on and parallelly to the regulatory.
And this is a very well said. I go back, well.
To follow on from there, when it's early planning, when you're going to numerous countries, it's the clinical trials where you're going to go and the data that you can use in multiple countries. So you can do it once and once right. So you don't have to go back in and do another clinical trial for a different country. So thinking early on when you can, where you're going in the world, what clinical data you're going to need, and is it going to be adopted into that country for reimbursement, for payment, is key, because you're going to do one trial to fit all around is a team approach, and it's needing to plan early on. Again, it'll come down to funding, whether it can be done or not, but early discussions with regulators on the clinical need, but will they accept clinical data from one country, from another country, the demographics, are they all the same, the clinical flow? That's key, because that cuts down the number of the speed to market.
And we're going back, I mean, what I really love about this panel, in case the message didn't come around, the product doesn't go around the world, the product goes around the market. So it's a market first approach. But still, I insist, when it comes to regulation, you have to choose where to start from. Once you have a thesis about a market, and I'll go back to Shai because I wanted to also go beyond data regulation or other regulations. There's something called health technology assessments for some product class, clinical evaluation, etc., and you operate in different markets. So from an investor point of view, but also from a market connoisseur, how do you conduct evaluation arbitrage? And by arbitrage, this is my own definition, meaning there are some markets where conformity is easier to pull in other markets if you choose, like it's important for the scale. So can you shed some light and some angle of how you prioritize technologies evaluations per territory or product class, etc., please? Some example would be nice.
Yeah, maybe first a comment about the previous discussion. I think that there is maybe one, when you think about your system as a medical device, at the end of the day, you want it to get to market, and it doesn't really matter what stops you. So if you get stuck because of a regulatory process, or because you have to wait for 2-3 years to get a code, you are still stuck. It doesn't really matter. So I think the sentence or the saying of every chain is as strong as its weakest link this is exactly where it comes to play. However, the one exception is in what you said, Pilar, is on the data side. I think today, especially in the US, you do have a kind of a pathway where you say, well, I'm not really a medical device, I'm more of a wellness approach, and this is a new form of process. And there are some disadvantages to that, to defining your solution as a wellness rather than a medical device. But this could be, let's say, an easier pathway for market access if that's where you want to go. So maybe that's a decision that you can take early on. In terms of health technology assessment, again, I've been in this space for more than 25 years, and really things have changed dramatically. I think years ago, Europe was the first place you would go because CE mark was easier, and there were some early reimbursement pathways, especially in countries like Germany. This has changed, and FDA was seen as the most difficult, unexpected, with a tough reimbursement scheme. This has changed dramatically. It's not like the FDA become easy, but it's become easier and more predictable.
Forward.
Yeah. And also you got all of those kind of pathway for innovative technology like the NTAP or TSET and other pathways that you can utilize if you are smart and you plan ahead. Where I think Europe, right now, I have to say it's still a big mess, both on the regulatory side and on the reimbursement side. You mentioned health technology assessment. It could be very, very different country from country. The market is different. The distribution channels are different. So it is much more challenging. And I think, well, in Europe, they have to think very carefully about how
and let's not forget,
how they fix it.
I'm based in Abu Dhabi, and then this region, GCC, I mean, every month, the Saudi FDA, the DHA, the DOH, it's a lot of changes that actually are facilitating market access. So the thing is, there is this website, Market Watch. You need to have a Market Watch for anybody of you doing commercialization. I do have my own metrics because things are changing, and then when the wind changes, you change the route as well, because at the end of the day, a founder has to be pragmatic. But this is very, very good tips, from arbitrage. I'm very aware. I cannot read. I'm just not. Okay, 9 minutes we got. But we really like to open the floor then maybe for a couple of questions. But before there, I'd like to ask, and you can choose which who wants to go first. The do's and don'ts. I really love these things. Like Edwin was saying in the call, let's do do's and don'ts of market access and regulatory. You can choose, which one. But Edwin, you could go back on time, like in the song. Tell us, what would you have done differently? I mean, because what you learn in life is to do these shortcuts, these.
I think I've taken it forward now, but go
Market
back in
access.
time, it's building a team that you can trust, that make decisions, and partnerships with the people taking the product to market. The biggest thing I see, and I tell founders that I work with, is we need to build a team that we can trust, but also a team that will make decisions, not give you options. The thing that kills medical device startups is people who don't want to make a decision, and it's like, maybe yes, maybe it's no. We need decisions made to make it move fast. If I was going back in time, it would be, we need a team that we can trust, but that will live together and make decisions, not give them options, because we don't need options. We need to get the market quickly, because options kill companies.
Optionality. Slightly the same question, but the other side, like how can any of you give us a tip as to how to shortcut regulation, how or like optimize, the need for regulation to buy time? Maybe Shai, maybe Dr. Maybe Dennis, actually, you know.
I can start.
Please.
To be honest, it's one tricky point. You can check the predicate software as a medical device or medical device on the FDA already approved, and easily compare your solution with maybe a little difference in the efficacy perspective, but same safety perspective. It's very easy way to start sales process and develop what you want for the next time. Like it's like very easy to use, and also it very helpful to understand the competitors.
Yeah, maybe two kind of unrelated tips. First of all, if you are starting to work on a device, think if it can qualify for what is called a breakthrough designation with the FDA. This is something that can give you a faster process on a regulatory side, and sometimes also advantages on the reimbursement side. So that's, just check if this is possible. The other thing, which is kind of completely unrelated, is to think about an aspect that is sometimes neglected in the early days of development, which is usability. This is something that FDA and other regulatory agencies are looking very, very strongly on. And initially this is a device that is designed by engineers, and they are also the ones that sometimes use it in the first clinical trials. And this could be a little bit neglected in the early days. So think usability and think how to test it, and before when you get closer to a regulatory submission.
But since you mentioned the US market, I mean, of all these new regulations, there's the PMA, for example. Is that really like something that's easier to regulate if you are a platform, or is that a trick that you could give us?
I think the word easy and the PMA doesn't fit in the same sentence. First of all,
give us some actionable tips that you say, okay, I see a backdoor.
But you can make it easier for yourself if you start discussions with FDA early. If you can get the breakthrough designation, there are some kind of shortcuts that you can get, and you can get answers quickly. Try to guess less and get real answers early. And I think today is much more possible than it was, some years ago.
Ramel.
I do have a trick, and I hope no one will start hating me about
this is a safe environment, don't worry.
Definitely looks like that. I mean, we're in Dubai. I feel safe here, different from where I come from. But specifically, when it's about a trick for regulatory, don't avoid regulatory. I advise companies oftentimes to just tweak their use case, their value proposition, their intended purpose, and similar things to avoid being a regulated device in the early days, so that they can already get some traction. Like this, you can already get some real market data. You can see, do you really have a good use case for this? And then it's always easy to tweak, to put that one functionality inside that triggers the regulation, the classification of the device. And then so it ideally already planned, then go into that, because then you already have some traction data, things you can use to really fast track the regulatory process.
And thank you. And just so to, we are on the same room. I'm also pro-regulation. I mean, you know me, you know that. We are not talking about avoiding regulation. We're talking about buying time before you go with a different suit to the market, because that's the time is the essence in this sector. We don't always comply by busy timeframes, as you know, so we have to kind of buy conviction in between. And speaking of conviction, I'm convinced that we might have maybe one question in the public. Maybe you're proving me wrong, but because we have 2 minutes, would anybody like to ask any question to the panel? Oh my gosh, no? Okay. Okay, no questions? No. So, okay, I have more questions anyway, no problem. So, one question that to finalize, we are going to finalize with the topic of the season, AI. But I want to finalize as well with the essence of this topic. I think in this discussion we realize, I mean, it's a market first, commercialization first approach to the risk. So how is AI impacting MedTech commercialization, including the hardware, the typical, the usual aspects, business models, yeah, and R&D investment? So either of you can answer, you know, is all of you, yeah. Would you like to?
Yes, definitely.
With the
because there's one thing that I'm really trying to convince everyone is to reframe AI in healthcare from artificial intelligence into augmented intelligence. The idea is not to shift decisions, because artificial intelligence implies that it is autonomous. But augmented intelligence puts the frame much better into what it actually is supposed to do, and that is really boost our ability to make decisions. And in that note, I know for a fact that there is a possibility to to use AI to get it up to speed, because we were doing it. Our StarMap AI is doing exactly that, where we use AI to be able to brainstorm our possibilities 10x, 20x faster than we used to do before. And AI is a transformative technology, and it will deeply impact everything we do. And we better get used to it and used to live with it, but not be dependent on it when it comes to decisions.
Thank you. And time is the essence. So for my conviction, we just need a few more seconds. We have one question in the room.
One very short question, and it's very targeted to Dr. Amel. What will differentiate winners in market access in the next 5 years? It may seem the future, but the future is actually happening right now.
It's for Dr. Amel as well. Okay, because I wanted you to.
The winners will get one thing right, and that is the metric of success in healthcare. And the real metric of success in healthcare is clinical adoption, because that is what is necessary to get commercialization. That's the only reason we need regulatory at all. So those who understand that and understand that it's a constellation that needs to get aligned will be the ones who will win.
Yeah. Thank you. And I got discretionary 1 minute, maybe. Can you just go in it? How do you pick winners at the moment? And how does AI mess up with your plans? I mean, would you like to end with some sentences as to how you distill this?
Well, I have to say one sentence about AI, maybe not about the process and how things are, are enabled and run faster, which is, I think, is very well known. I think AI in healthcare is super important in addressing one of the major issues, I think, in developing market, but also in developed countries, is the shortage of trained personnel. I think that's a major issue in healthcare. There are more patients, there is an aging population, and you just can't train nurses, physicians, clinicians fast enough, and AI can play a very important role here. So that's one thing about AI. In terms of winners, the number one thing that we are looking at is how much the market really needs your solution. If the market needs it, we'll find a way to go through, regulatory, market access, and everything else.
Yeah, I think it should be explainable AI. What does it mean? It means that large language models like OpenAI, Claude, it is an interface to communicate with software as a medical device, as a backend, with multi-agentic systems, transparent. For example, in our solution, we know all version of prompts, and we can check all these problems. That's why the regulation part, it's very important, because you can show what is like on the back end. And if you use a large language model on the only like interface, it's very explainable. And to be honest, it's much easier to communicate with patients, because sometimes we use a lot of jargon as a clinicians, but large language model can explain as a 3-year-old baby.
Thank you.
Winners with AI and regulatory is somebody who's planning, talking to the FDA early, making sure that they get it right, because the regulators are still worried about AI and how AI can go wrong. And you can tell with the directives and the way things are working that AI, and you still need that intervention of the human. I think what you have to ask yourself is, will AI improve what I'm trying to develop? Because too many people want AI to, because it's a new buzzword. Yes, it will help, but we have to look at it from a regulatory point of view. You need to start planning early, and the amount of data you're going to have is huge. So you need to start planning and making sure you get it right, and that you understand what your AI does, and is it doing it properly?
Thank you so much. I mean, we reached the end of this journey. Just as a conclusion, this was the newspaper tomorrow, MedTech World. Like, I will just put it down, to 2 thoughts. Are you needed in that market segment business model? And if yes, how do you make money? And regulation will be a compass, a driver, it depends. But think of iteration, but think of not linear iteration with the market as your boss and the adoption as your ultimate goal. But thank you very much. It's been splendid. And big clap of crowds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pilar. Thank you to the panel for that great discussion. Just a quick note, a small surprise for our speakers and panelists. There is a gift from our sponsors, HOCL Labs, with your name on it. So after your talk, please walk to the table and we will give you your gift. And now on to the next panel, the GCC MedTech Boom Today. The moderator for this discussion will be Matthew Foran, Healthcare Principal at Lead VC. Joining him is Dr. Khalid Kader, Advisor to His Excellency Vice Minister, Ministry of Health, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Ali Reza Danshvar, Founder and CEO of Pioneer Biosciences. Dr. Yazid Al-Safayani, CEO and General Partner of IB Ventures. Dr. Ruchi Dana, Partner of MFV Partners, and Dr. Dima Al-Sakabi, a healthcare consultant at Welcome Health Ventures. Please, a big warm welcome to our next panel.
The GCC MedTech Boom Today. State of the market, funding, and scaling healthcare innovation.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our panel on the MedTech boom in the GCC. I'm excited for this. For me, it's a big learning opportunity, looking at the GCC for our portfolio companies and for our investments as well. So very excited to be joined by a great and esteemed panel here. We'll hear about the landscape, the medtech landscape, a little bit on the biotech side. We'll start quite broad, looking at the market. We'll funnel down through investment and deployment infrastructure, and ultimately implementation, and hear from the founder aspect. So yeah, I mean, we can start to kick it off, and I think it's not a question of if there's an opportunity, but really about how we can capture the opportunity here in the GCC. So with that, Dr. Khalid, I'll pass the first question to you. Just again, a quick introduction, but also a little bit on the landscape and the opportunity specifically here, and also from your perspective within the ministry would be great, I think, to set the scene.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to say that the GCC market for the MedTech is nowadays undergoing a fundamental transformation based on the national vision and the healthcare sector transformation. The region, as we can say that nowadays is not a consumer of healthcare. It's becoming attractive hub for investment and innovation. I think this growth is driven by the ambitious national vision, also by the significant public investment. The other things is the rapid adoption of the digital and IE solution. The differentiate, I think, in the GCC nowadays and the market is not only, as I said, a consumer of the healthcare. Nowadays, the region becoming a global center for the investment and innovation, not only a promising market. So we are now moving from importing the healthcare to shaping the future of healthcare.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Al-Sakabi, maybe moving quickly to you, a brief overview of Welcome Ventures, but also looking at how startups and organizations can start to enter the GCC and what infrastructure is there for them as well, such as your organization.
Of course. Thank you for having me. So at Welcome Health Ventures, what we do basically is like an innovation bridge. We do help a lot of the companies and startups and ventures that come across from internationally, UK or across, to access the GCC market, but not only by introduction and doing these kind of knowledge transfer just to link them to the designated client. It's more about knowledge about the system, the ecosystem, who does what and who pays for the solution and how to make it fit to the actual market. So a lot of the companies that we work for, they do have a smart, innovative solution, and by supporting them to know exactly what kind of problem and how does it fit to the pain that exists in the market, that's something we do help with the existing market research and our footprint here in the UAE and Saudi as well. A lot of the startup companies do have the desire and the given how the transformation is happening, and the digital health is aspiring in all the GCC, and a lot of efforts and initiatives are being built. There's no clear pathway to know who exactly would benefit from such solutions.
Thank you. And yeah, I think one of the words you touched on there is obviously entering and trying to get funded as well. And on that note, I'd like to move quickly to Dr. Al-Sufyani and IB Ventures. And I think what would be really good from my perspective, hopefully from the audience perspectives, but along with the brief background about IB Ventures, what is it that is exciting you at the moment, maybe about current startups that are scaling here from the ground up, but also some of the international startups that are starting to look to the GCC?
So thank you so much for the kind invitation and for the rehearsal. A little bit about, first of all, I'm not a physician, so I'm not a doctor. I'm a proud pharmacist. A little bit about IB Ventures. We are the first dedicated venture capital when it comes to biotech and life science with incubator and accelerator in Saudi. We started around a year ago, and our aim is to raise $50 million. And thankfully, we have made our first deployment as a co-investment with Waad Ventures, which is the Aramco investment arm. Our mandate is very simple. We do identify regional and global biotech and life science entrepreneurs and technology. We anchor them to Saudi, and we also see the opportunities of this Saudi entrepreneurship and founders when it comes to biotechnology in both red and green fields, and to take it globally. Finally, we scale them with a very disciplined capital and partnership. To your second part of the questions of what we focus on as an IB Ventures and where do we set the market trends it's moving. Actually, we focus more into red and green biotech. At red, we focus on cellular therapy, CAR-T solution, genomic and AI platform when it comes to drug discovery, when it comes to clinical trials. I believe the momentum now in Saudi when it comes to clinical trial is moving in the right direction. We are noticing with the Vision 2030 and His Royal Highness last visit to Washington that flagship pioneering is doing great milestones when it comes to K-Mark and bringing the phase 1 and even pre-clinical trial to Saudi. For the other part, which is the green biotech, our main focus is biofueling and agriculture.
Thank you. And staying in that vein of investment and different areas to invest in as well, Dr. Dana as well, shifting a little bit from the more biotech and life science side, can you, firstly, again, an introduction and a background for everyone, but also what you're seeing in terms of opportunities for the robotic side, the hardware side, and everything that sits under that bucket in regards to MedTech.
Sure. I'm Dr. Ruchi Dana. I'm a medical doctor, and I did my full-time MBA from Stanford. I also took the Stanford Biodesign course. So what happens there is you have engineers, doctors, lawyers, PhD students, MBA students. Everybody comes together to solve for unmet clinical needs. So that's where I initially founded a company. It was a low-cost robotic surgery company. I worked on it and then eventually exited. Then I joined MFE Partners, which is a deep tech fund in Palo Alto. So it's sector agnostic, but I look at the healthcare vertical. And MFE Partners also manages University of Chicago's own fund. So this is the first fund that University of Chicago has put together, and MFE Partners is the GP in that, in terms of like looking at the deal flow and making investments. So at MFE Partners, we look at seed to Series A, early stage companies, deep tech, and companies who want to eventually go to the US, because that's where our majority of LP base is from. So we've invested into companies here in the region, but they eventually have to have an angle for the US as well. So that's one of the constraints. And in terms of University of Chicago's fund, Harpercourt Ventures that MFE manages, it's very early stage companies, pre-seed to seed, and I think that's mainly to encourage more university startups in the Midwest to come up with ideas. And again, it's mainly deep tech startups. So there we've invested into a number of healthcare companies, but very, very early stage companies.
Thank you. So yeah, I guess so far we've heard on the higher levels from the policy side, the investment side, the deployment side. There's one company here as well on the panel. So Dr. Dineshwar, again, a brief introduction, a little bit about what you're building at Pioneer as well. And I think from my perspective is I'd love to hear a little bit about your experience here as well in the GCC and some thoughts and insights.
Absolutely, Matt. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me today. I'm founder and CEO of Pioneer Biosciences, where we are having a unique approach to precision oncology. A couple of fellow panelists mentioned CAR-T cells. We are doing next generation of them. What problem we can see in today's immunotherapies is that our immune system is very powerful, but it seems it doesn't have the right GPS location of the tumors. So we're changing that. Even CAR-Ts in their conventional forms face a lot of challenges. And we tried our best to develop a platform to solve those challenges. We have a couple of modalities out of it, preparing ourselves to start clinical trials within the region. UAE and Saudi are top of the list. And we're also having a base in Europe for backing our manufacturing. And regarding these question about the ecosystem and what we love and what's the status here in the region, we have started the company about 18 months ago. One of the frontliners, especially in cell and gene therapies area, which is a pretty complex sector within biopharma industry. And in very first days, we haven't had a lot of ventures or VCs or investors dedicated to biotech, like what Dr. Yazid and his team is doing. And we have seen a lot of maturity from regulatory point of view in the countries I've mentioned in past years as well, including SFDA, including Department of Health Abu Dhabi. They are developing best-in-class regulatory frameworks, flexible, which is needed for companies to accelerate their innovation and make their solutions accessible for patients. Because when you're in precision medicine, it's not only about innovating a lot in developing technologies, in bringing novel solutions for the patients, but the final measure of success would be how successful you've been in translating them to the clinic and bring them solutions available for patients. So we've tried our best to convince the physicians as much as we could in past year. There are high barriers for sure, because we're in earliest stages of development stage in biotech and life science ecosystem here in the UAE and generally in the whole region. But I think the golden time is right now, because regulatory is supporting, government puts very clear goals and policies for supporting biotech, and many companies are also joining this league. So it would be a great platform to build and expand to the world here.
Yeah. Dr. Keder, on some of the kind of the benefits of the ecosystem that we just heard, and you had also discussed a little bit about the public adoption of digital health and digital infrastructure. What are some of the other aspects of that infrastructure that are being put in place to support the scaling of those startups, so that we can have the early stage pre-seed to the growth stage entering and creating more and more unicorns within this region?
Yeah, thank you. I think that from the GC viewpoints, that the strong government commitment toward transformation of healthcare, and also shifting toward the value-based healthcare, which is focusing on the outcome. I think this is the most important things. The other things is adoption of the digital and the AI solution, attracting a global player for innovation and investment. That make the environment for the investment is very clear for the investor to come and invest in the GCC. I think also the increasing demand of healthcare from different aspects of patient, that is also help to improve the quality of healthcare and adopt the MedTech in the GCC. From my point of view, the technology alone is not enough. I think that deploying it for improving the quality of healthcare, enhancing patient experience is very important, and we have to focus on this when thinking about the technology and introducing it in healthcare system.
Yeah. And Dr. Al-Sufyani, on the life science side, how is that also being perceived, maybe from some of the international companies, investors, organizations that are looking this way with regards to life science and biotech here in the GCC with the infrastructure?
Through the process of our due diligence on how to choose, let's say, the opportunities and proceed forward, the main thing that we are looking for, it is around 3 to 4 main aspects, which is the clinical relevance to the region. I believe clinical relevance and not fit model are sensitive. Also, the reimbursement clarity about how this, let's say, opportunities can move forward. The Saudi ecosystem, and I do believe even the GCC as a wider healthcare ecosystem, have its own nature. It is a bit different than the European and the US market because when it comes to we are a publicly driven and governmentally driven market. So understanding the reimbursement cycle, understand what are the pressure points that the government is facing and the ministries of health are looking to avoid, and also thinking from the other way around of not just only how we're going to serve the first patients, but also how we're going to bring the first dollar back to the company. So I mentioned the clinical relevance, the reimbursement cycle. Last but not least, for me, it is the founder maturity. This is for me and even for my team is very critical because great science attract interest, but a clear translation attract capital. So I believe the hardest step in life science and biotechnology, it is not only the discovery, but how you can translate that into an actual business, how you can fit yourself with the right framework, understanding the persona, who is buying, which is the buyer, when the first dollar will be back to the company, and what are the timelines.
Yeah. Dr. Al-Sakabi, on that note, what are some of the initial challenges that you see with, let's first start with the companies entering the GCC that you're working with, whether it's from the UK or where else, some of the challenges in terms of transposing their way of business, their way of work, their way of thinking, and then understanding the market from the reimbursement side, from the deployment side, and how Welcome Ventures is supporting with that?
I think a lot of the part that companies come along and ask, like if they want access to Saudi markets in specific, the knowledge about who pays for the services. If it's for the public sector, about like 70% in Saudi Arabia are already covered for the public. 25 to 30 are insured, and self-pay is only 5%. So to scale and generate revenue, you need to understand where does your solution fit and which target population. If it's an elective treatment or something added as a complementary, or it's just for wellness and well-being, this would make it much more harder to scale. And even though it's faster to get it into the private, but scaling and making it grow higher, it's lesser uptake there because based on percentages and the targeted segmentation of who pays for the services. However, if it's a service or technology that is directed towards the public health, but it's not actually integratable, does not go along with the workflow and the clinical workflow. Since we do have the model of care, the primary, tertiary, secondary, and tertiary, where does it fit to the clinical pathway that is already implemented in the system? So we do advise a lot of the companies whenever they want to access a market, whether in the UAE or Saudi, to do a thorough research about the understanding the whole system, who's the regulator, who's the payer, and who's the operator in terms of the private or the public. So to know better where does your solution fit best. One of the examples we've worked on a solution that introduced that measures hydration, like it's a wearable that measures hydration. So the solution itself, you can think of it as a tool that could be used in sports medicine to measure performance and wellness and well-being. However, the same tools, if it was introduced to hospitals and to the clinical pathways, it can help a lot with the problems that is seen in readmissions for dehydration for elderly and such as. So the technology itself, it can be directed and fit to pitch whether if it's for the private, who is the target audience, and if it's for the public, how can you make it fit within the challenges and the pains that already facing. I would definitely support a prior research to know like what kind of pains that they're solving in which segment.
Yeah, and Dr. Ketter, how does that resonate, kind of hearing it from the ground up with the work that you've done, kind of more at the top level?
I think it's very helpful for the either investor or the company that can introduce themselves in the GCC market. I think the most important thing that hold all these things is the strong governance. It's very important. I think available of data system in the different health sectors, aligned the regulatory reforms and the framework that help to improve the healthcare provided for the patients and providing the safety and trust for the patient. These all things is very important for all the companies and for all the investor to improve and to introduce themselves in the GCC market.
Thank you. Dr. Dana, and again, just to kind of wrap that thread a little bit, looking at your focus areas on the hardware and the robotics side, what are some of the challenges as we're leaving the regulatory barriers maybe associated with the bioscience and a little bit further than some of the hydration, but looking at the robotics maybe in the surgical aspect of these things? What are some of the challenges and how are you supporting your portfolio companies overcoming them?
Yeah, there were many challenges. So not just regulatory, even like in terms of the market adoption, because sometimes if you reach a market very early, there's not enough awareness, there are not enough like skilled people to use those tools. So I remember one of my professors used to say that a monkey with a tool is it's still a monkey, right? Like what happens is like if you have the world's best class robotic surgery apparatus there, but you don't have the skilled doctors to operate on that and use that, then it's just like an elephant sitting in the room and nobody would even touch it because they're so scared of using it because it's a very expensive apparatus, right? So I think that was from the hospital side. But apart from that, in terms of regulatory, I think the government here in the GCC are very supportive for new adoptions, and that's something that I'm really happy about, because whenever there's something new coming up, I think UAE is at the forefront in terms of adopting those things, and it's coming to the other GCC countries as well. So if you go to, like this week, there's an exhibition going on, WHX, you'll see so many robotic surgery devices, so many robots out there to welcome you. I think it's the entire perception of how the GCC have developed is really, really very, very strong, because it has almost like leapfrogged ahead. So instead of like going through all the small technological advancements, it has just straight away gone to the most advanced technologies. And I think that's something that's really commendable for the countries here in the GCC.
Yeah. No, that's actually a very insightful summary. It's something that on my side, on the US and on the German side, where our two offices are, how we're looking at this market for our portfolio companies within the healthcare space. There's also an opportunity for us, especially with our Series A, B, and C companies, to come over here and to deploy because of the infrastructure, because of the policy, because of the experience. So it's really great that that's come across with the panel. As we look to close this out over the next 5 minutes, and as I've gotten some really good insights, if you were having a coffee or a tea later on or in the morning with an investor, an operator, or a startup here, what's your, and we can go across the panel here, what's your one tip, I guess, for them if you were sitting down, just companies that are either staying here and want to grow and be successful, or if it's an external company? And maybe we can start with you, Dr. Dinesh Farr, as well, and you can pick who gets to answer next. I think my job is almost done.
Thank you so much. When you're in the region, actually, you always have a great opportunity to connect. But you should be always aware of the optimization of the noise to signal ratio. It's so important, especially in life sciences. to be able to connect with right people and build a trustful network. Because when you have a right vision for saving lives of patients, it's not only about what you're building, it's about what are your beliefs. So, as you've told, if we have a chance to sit with many together today or maybe next day at MedTech World, I will choose best representatives from all key stakeholders. Now we have many great ones over the panel, but if we want to be successful in having the right outcome, I will definitely choose from policymakers, from decision makers at the governance level, investors, and fellow startups to hear the experiences, because we are still building this ecosystem. We are all important part of it. And if we cannot collaborate together in a very deep manner, I think we cannot have the right outcome. So this would be my insight on that.
Perfect. Dr. Asfani?
So if I'm sitting with an entrepreneur or a founder, I'm just gonna say that I left my last panel last month at JP Morgan by this. Please don't try to sell your company to us. Come and let's build it together. The Saudi healthcare ecosystem is now evolving, and I believe we are the fastest, in Saudi, we are the fastest growing biotechnology market globally, 14.4% as a CAGR. So understanding the pressure points that the government is facing, and understand the business that you are providing, and please, just try to think like a CEO for a minute before you start pitching. Because if you move from the scientific narrative up into the investment and the CEO mindset narrative, things will make sense for investors. So we are not questioning the science at all. This is the usual, let's say, sentence I started with each and every pitch. We are not questioning the science. We are just questioning the process itself, how it's going to move from the bench to the bed.
Dr. Ketter?
I think I can say that if we combine and align the policy and capital with technology, this combination can say that, or positioning the region as a global center for innovation and investment. So it's very important for them to understand this combination. And the other things, the shifting toward, as I said at the beginning, value-based healthcare model, this make the region flourishing and what we call a good area for invest for these companies.
Cool. Dr. Diana?
Yeah, I think I was born and raised in the region. I was born in Libya in North Africa and then moved to UAE in the early 90s. So I've seen the culture here, and that's what I try to say to all the companies who are looking to move here, that you really need to build that trust and goodwill with the people here, because it's not just about the numbers, it's much, much more than that. It's about the impact, about the goodwill, about the relationships that you build over time. I'm still learning, and I think that's something that amazes me from this entire region, is that the culture is so rich, and everybody knows everybody. So it's not about just you can say something somewhere and say the other thing anywhere else. It's a very small, close-knit community. So it's important to have everything in the line, have the morals and ethics on the ground, and then work towards it.
And the closing word.
I would definitely advise them to do local research and having references from the public data of the country that they're interested to gain. A lot of the companies are coming from having international benchmarks, but reflecting it on local markets and local hospitals. And there's a lot of scientific evidence are built from the local universities. Having this scientific background to support them that they actually did the research, it's huge. It goes along the way to actually building the trust and showing that they did the research in prior. And I would definitely invite them for the Saudi Trade Mission in September that we're hosting with Welcome Health Ventures.
Wonderful. Okay, well, let's hear it for our panel. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the morning so far. What a great array of panelists and topics that we've seen. I've thoroughly enjoyed it myself, and I hope you have as well. We're shortly going to be moving on to the next section of the program, which is the company showcase. So we're going to have an array of companies telling you a bit more about what they're doing in MedTech, and we'll be finding out a little bit more from them. So the first company showcase we have coming up is Leucadia Therapeutics. So please give a very warm welcome to Douglas Ethel, the founder and CEO of Leucadia Therapeutics. Welcome.
Can you hear me? Thank you, thank you. Okay, what do we do? Sorry, guys. Okay, we work on a fundamental mechanism of brain health called the glymphatic system. In the last 5 years, it's become clear that problems with the glymphatic system are linked with almost every neurological and psychiatric disorder, including Alzheimer's disease. So our company's developed Arethusta, thanks guys, Arethusta, which is a tiny glymphatic modulator that goes in the nose in a 10-minute outpatient procedure. It just sort of sits under the brain and does its job. Okay, we have a clinical trial. Our first clinical trial in California is going to start in June, and let me tell you a little bit about it. But first, Alzheimer's disease. Some people quite don't get that the plaques and tangles, the pathology of Alzheimer's disease, doesn't suddenly appear all over the brain. It starts in one specific area, shown here in, that doesn't show up, there it is. Shown here in orange, it's called the medial temporal lobe. It's sort of in the middle, right between the temples. What happens is it takes about 5-10 years for the pathology to get going and turn into a self-perpetuating pathology that spreads to the limbic system and eventually consumes the entire cerebrum. It's like a campfire that turns into a California wildfire. Okay, and the question's always been, why does the pathology start there? Because it only happens in humans, and it always starts there. So that's been the trillion-dollar question for a long time. And it has to do with the glymphatic system. So glymph starts as cerebrospinal fluid. The brain makes about half a liter of that a day. And what that does is wash in between the cells and clears away debris and dead cells and fragments and whatnot. So it starts in the middle here, and then it percolates outward, picking up these things, carries it to the outside surface of the brain, and then it gets removed, depending on where it is, what neighborhood. We're interested in the bottom here. So the red on the bottom right is where Alzheimer's disease begins. So the glymph that's coming out of that area, loaded with metabolites, potentially toxic metabolites, it follows the olfactory system, the yellow arrows there, to right here, right between your eyes, and then it leaves the brain. Okay? So that area, if we look at the skull, from the top of the skull, there are two little pockets here shown in blue, and they look like this. And those holes accommodate odor receptors carrying what you smell up to the brain. And around those odor receptors are little channels where the glymph leaves the brain. Okay? The thing is, that changes with age because these are part of the bones of the face. And we did a study with 600 volunteers, and here we're comparing people under 55 and over 65. This is hundreds of people. And you can see the probability of getting apertures significantly declines with age. And this correlates with a loss of sense of smell, which is very important in early Alzheimer's disease as well. So what's really happening is these apertures are closing up and disappearing, and the fluid can't get out. So it's almost like a plumbing problem. Okay, we think that's what causes Alzheimer's, and what we did was a study to show that with ferrets. So what we did was we took some ferrets, we occluded the cribriform plate, and we found out that over a 6-month period, the occluded ferrets, they're the top line here, they couldn't learn the maze. But the blue line, the control ferrets, they were able to solve the maze faster and faster over a 6-month period. And also, when we pulled the brains out after 6 months, we saw a 40% reduction of that orange area where Alzheimer's begins in ferrets. Now, I should mention that ferrets never get Alzheimer's disease. So our solution is Arethusta here on the right. So there's a little inlet here that goes through the cribriform plate, so it just sits under the brain. And then there's a pressure regulator that goes down here. And the fluid just comes out. It's a very slow little drip, drip. and it's all inside the body. It's not dripping out your nose. It's inside the tissue. And so that's our device label, and we have a very strong patent for any neurological and psychiatric disorder. So here's our the milestones we've accomplished, and now we're up here to the right. We've had a few conversations with the FDA. We're ready to go into clinical trials. We have our ducks in a row, and the first thing we're going to go for is Alzheimer's disease. But the advantage of this is, since it's a basic brain health mechanism, we have multiple shots on goal. Because of the anatomy, we think increasing the drainage of this fluid will be beneficial for other neurological disorders as well, including frontotemporal dementia, that's what Bruce Willis has, perhaps long COVID, because that involves a loss of sense of smell and enormous inflammation in that exact place inside the nasal cavity at the beginning. And so long COVID people, they might become Alzheimer's patients in the next few years. Down syndrome and stroke recovery, and there are perhaps some other things as well. So we have multiple shots on goal, but Alzheimer's is our first thing we're going for. This is we don't really have time to go through our regulatory path, but here at the conference is myself. I'm a neuroscientist. I've been working on Alzheimer's disease for 25 years. Joining me at the conference is Dr. Javed Siddiqui. He's here. He's a neurosurgeon with more than 30 years of experience in the field and a skull base specialist. And Ed Shattuck is our chief financial officer. He's a former hedge fund guy, and he's retired in Nantucket. And that's that. So what we're doing right now is we're raising a $5 million Series A just to do the 15-patient pilot study in California. So what we'll do after that is basically to prove that it's safe and effective to put in. So the efficacy is really for the Series B. So probably around the end of the year, we'll start to raise the Series B round, where we're going to have multiple sites to study the efficacy, and we'll have to do probably 150 people altogether. And it'll also allow us to become basically the big dog in the lymphatics field, because we'll have the first marketable product out there. But I think I'm out of time, and happy to take some questions. All clear?
Thank you, Douglas. And for our next company showcase, I'm going to hand over to ADEC Healthcare. This is Mary McGovern, CEO of ADEC Healthcare Limited. Take it away.
Healthcare. We're a UK medical device company. So waiting. Oh, there we are. So what we do is we make a technology called cold plasma. Cold plasma is it's not blood plasma, it's an energy device. So our journey, we started back 20 years ago as a spin-out from a semiconductor company. So every phone, every semiconductor chip is made using plasma. So we developed what we call cold plasma. So cold plasma is about 40 degrees. And what we did were the first clinical trials in the world to use cold plasma to treat wounds. And what we do is it's an antibacterial. So we did a number of trials, and then based in the UK, we decided to become a medical company. We got our CE mark, and we're now currently launching in the Middle East. And as a spin-out of the semiconductor company, we were raising money, and it successfully closed last year. And I would say to all the startup and founders out there, it took me 2 years. I must have contacted hundreds of investors. Just keep going. You will have bad days, but one day you will get your investor. So what is plasma? Plasma is an energized gas called the fourth state of matter. So if you apply energy to a gas, you'll get an excited state, like the aurora. That's also plasma. So this plasma has UV, reactive oxygen species, reactive nitrogen species, and they combine together to create a hole in the bacteria. So the hole in the bacteria means all types of bacteria, gram-positive, gram-negative bacteria, can be destroyed. Now, what is the problem? The problem is, for example, you have an infected diabetic foot ulcer. This infection, if it's not managed, it goes to amputation. Now, as we all know, when there's no solution to an infection, it can become catastrophic. And for example, bacteria are very clever and they make a biofilm around them. And we also have superbugs. We have bacteria that are resistant to antibiotics. So it's very important to use alternative technologies to antibiotics and reserve antibiotics for when they're really needed. So how does it work? This is a bit of a dramatic effect. It's actually a micropore, but the point is it's a physical mode of action, so the bacteria will not develop resistance. So basically all the components together combine to kill the bacteria. So it clears infection at the source. So the plasma, the energy device, is placed on top of the wound, and with that, in our clinical trials, we showed that we could kill more bacteria than antibiotics. It's a Class 2 medical device. We have European approval. We are currently rolling out our CE mark to the Middle East and to our partners in Southeast Asia. And with the funding that we received last year, we're starting the FDA process. As some of you may know, the FDA, if there's a predicate, it's a lot easier, but there is no cold plasma device, so therefore there's no insurance code, and we have to start the de novo application. So these, sorry for the woundy photos. Some of these, these are the type of applications. So we go also for surgical site infections. And one area we see a lot of efficacy is in treating drive lines. For example, the HeartMate, that drive line goes into the body here, and if it gets infected, it's very hard to treat because the antibiotics don't reach it. We also see many types of leg ulcer, many types of surgical site infection, and some dermatology conditions such as actinic keratosis and acne. So these are some of the examples of diabetic foot ulcers. So again, we place the plasma right on top of the wound, and we have clinics in the UK using our technology every day, and they're preventing amputations by treating the challenging wound that often is not responding to normal therapy. This is, I mentioned, the infected drive lines. So the plasma has the advantage, it's a gas, so it will travel down the drive line and treat the biofilm that's gathered around the drive line, and therefore the patient will go on to have the infection managed and can go on to successful heart transplant. We've done 8 clinical trials in Europe, and we've every time showing better efficacy than the standard of care. Again, so these are some of our KOLs in Europe. So what we did first, as what most startups do, we loaned our device to some of the leading doctors in Europe, and they used our device and they presented at many conferences with credible evidence. So as I've spoken, we closed our round last year, and the main thing we're doing is obviously to develop revenue in the EU, the Middle East, and Asia using our CE mark, and we're starting the FDA process, and we're doing new product designs, and also launching in the veterinary market. The main reason to launch in the veterinary market as well is because we can get faster revenue than the medical. So this is, for example, of the new product designs we're working on, and we're using our smaller device also to treat small wounds and for the veterinary market. So this is our design. As you all know, it takes a long time. The MDR took us about 2 years. We expect FDA, because it's a new device, to take 2 years as well. But we can successfully use our proven certificates already to launch in the Middle East and countries that adopt the CE mark. I'm conscious we're running out of time here. So this is our projection for revenue. Obviously, at the moment, we're building up our reputation in the market, creating awareness, and then the plan is in a few years' time, we will hopefully hit the 20 million revenue with FDA approval as well. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And on to the final company showcase, which is Dinero Biosciences. So next, we'll be welcoming Dr. Jim Bashiri, the Chief Medical Officer of Dinero. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. We'll be talking a little bit about our company, Dinero Biosciences, and what we're up to these days. As soon as I can find the right clicker here. I think this is it. Dinero stands for 2 things. One is diabetic neuropathy, which is our first indication, and the other one is discovery of neuroregenerative therapies. And both are absolutely needed and a huge clinical unmet need in the world today. So we do have a vision and a mission to be the first regenerative therapy in the space. As you may all know today, or some of you may know, diabetes is a pretty widespread issue globally, and today we treat the pain only. We give gabapentins, pregabalins, and if that doesn't treat the pain and the patient is still complaining of pain, then we give them treatment to stop the pain in the central nervous system in the brain. And that's usually via SSRIs and tricyclic AMPs. And these are not great drugs. They are for psychiatric conditions and have quite a few poor outcomes, unfortunately. The impact on quality of life in diabetic neuropathy is if you do advance to diabetic neuropathy, you have almost a 5x chance of developing ulcers, and then a 3 times chance of actual amputations as a result of the ulcers. And of course, the quality of life measures as listed. We do have great GLP drugs in managing weight and decreasing hemoglobin A1C these days, but they do not cure diabetes. So we expect this to be in the rise for quite a few years, unfortunately, until a cure is in place. Today, we're looking at about 500 million people with diabetes, and about 50% of them do experience diabetic neuropathy, and that's just going to continue to be a clinical unmet need. The way we're addressing this at De Niro Biosciences is a 3-compound approach. So there are 3 different drugs. In reversing the pathology that has happened over many decades or many years of diabetes, the high concentrations of glucose in the circulation and that oxidative stress impact the microvasculature, thus impacting the peripheral nerves. And we utilize our De Niro 1 compound actually restores mitochondrial function, so at the cellular level. De Niro 2 is about activation of repair pathways and reduction of neuroinflammation. And then De Niro 3 is all about angiogenesis and repairing that microvasculature. So we do not regenerate nerve directly. We provide for the optimal environment for nerve to regenerate. And you know that nerve does regenerate, but very, very slowly, if you remember the old Christopher Reeves or the original Superman story. Now, since we have 3 different compounds, 3 different drugs, they're all delivered subcutaneously for treatment, we've also invented our own delivery system that can house and contain different compounds and align them appropriately for the patient to take themselves and be very adherent as well as safe. They're pre-dosed, pre-filled cartridges, disposable, and they would have about a month's worth in the delivery system, and this is our own IP. We are not at the discovery stage of the compounds. The compounds have existed in the research world and the scientific community for quite a few years. We are the inventors of the protocol, and our claim is the indication, which has never been done in this combination and with our treatment protocol. To date, we have, I think we're on patient number 17, if this is slightly outdated, but we have about 6 months of data on outcomes in treating patients with diabetic neuropathy. If you are familiar with diabetic neuropathy, you'll know that the first-line diagnostic is a monofilament test when a patient complains of pain or loss of sensation in their hands and feet. So you take a monofilament to various points on the hands and feet, and you ask them, how do you feel? Do you feel full sensation, moderate, pins and needles, and so on? And here's an actual subject in the study, in our pilot study, where at baseline we evaluate about 270 plus points on the hands and the feet. This is just the palm side of the right hand. They have quite a few points where they feel nothing, some points where they have mild sensation, and other points where they claim to have full sensation. But remember, that's a bit subjective. On follow-up, we do a monthly follow-up on these patients after treatment is initiated. They show more uniform distribution of mild sensation, and on week 8, for this patient specifically, they have full recovery. On the right-hand side of the screen is a graph, or 2 graphs, that we test vasomotor and pseudomotor function. It's electrodes that they put their hands and feet on, applies a little bit of electrical stimulation, and waits for the sweat glands to respond. And as you can see, even those are also improved in the course of time. At baseline, they're quite asymmetrical and abnormal in response. and then on the follow-up, they're almost to normal level and less asymmetrical. So the vasomotor side starts to improve slower, but is tracking along with the sensory side. So we're monitoring in a dual pathway to make sure that nerve is actually coming back to normal function. I don't need to talk about the market size. If you know about diabetes and half of the diabetics go into diabetic neuropathy, it's a large market. This is our clinical pathway. Again, De Niro is part of a larger conglomerate and a portfolio of companies under Bugatti Holdings. So all of our clinical trials, regulatory pathway, everything is done under one house, so we actually control that overall. But we expect to be in the US in 2031, outside of the US in 2029, commercially launched. The financial projections are quite large. Again, I won't go into that too much. Would be happy to have a discussion with anyone that has questions after the talk. And today we're raising a seed fund because we believe we're at that stage where we would like to generate more data for the FDA and get to a breakthrough or accelerated designation by the FDA, and that would give us a much better priced round of Series A. Some of the team members, our partner here, Dr. Yahya is also here. The rest, Dr. Omar is actually the inventor. We are co-inventors and co-founders ourselves. And then we've got an excellent extended team beyond that. Happy to answer any questions, any comments, concerns, and we have a little tiny booth outside in the hall for all of you to stop and visit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bashiri. We all know how difficult it is to pack a whole company, explain it into such a short amount of time. So while we just set up for the next and final panel before lunch, I'm going to give you a few details about where lunch is and where to go. So the main lunch will be served outdoors in the promenades, just outside Al Bahar Ballroom here. But for those who have been personally invited to the CS Life Sciences and Blue Coat Cyber, to the lunch titled Scaling and Stalling, Who Actually Wins in Global MedTech, please proceed to the room Al Noor 2. That was where that lunch will be served. And then after lunch, we'll be resuming the program at 1:45. So yes, we'll be getting into our next panel, which will be on the AI in healthcare from hype to hospital-ready solutions. So some of our panels have already alluded and touched on this. We will be touching on what cuts through the hype and to explore proven, scalable opportunities. So moderating this session is Dr. Avi Mehra, Clinical Safety Officer at IBM. And joining Dr. Mehra will be Andrew Shoren, Manager of Digital Health MediClinic, Dr. Anushka Pachava, Chief Clinical and Innovation Officer, Signpost and the UN, and Dr. Omar Najim, Life Sciences Lead at Hub 71. So please join me in welcoming our panel to the stage. Over to you.
AI in healthcare, from hype to hospital-ready solutions.
Okay, good afternoon now. We are past 12. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel on AI in healthcare, from hype to hospital solutions, hospital-ready solutions. So firstly, I just want to say a big thank you to MedTech World for bringing us together for this fantastic event, and really looking forward to the day ahead and tomorrow too. My name's Avi Mehra. I'm a physician by background and clinical safety officer at IBM, and a lot of my focus in my role is around the responsible adoption and application of AI within healthcare. And before I briefly introduce the panelists, I guess just wanted to set a bit of context for the panel today, and I know this is everyone's favorite topic, so I'm delighted we've got this to kick off the afternoon. So I think we all know, and we heard from the keynotes this morning, healthcare systems globally, whether it's here in the UAE or in the UK where I'm based, are operating under significant constraints and pressure, most within a significant crisis. We know there are workforce shortages, rising demand for care, widening access gaps, and financial strain. And I think a lot of us would agree incremental improvement in these areas is just not enough. In a lot of areas, particularly in the NHS where I'm based, wide-ranging structural reform is really necessary, and we really need to think more with a radical transformation mindset. And at the same time, I'm sure we're all aware from all the media, all the noise, that the AI capabilities are accelerating dramatically in recent years. From what we've seen with generative models to now increasingly autonomous agentic AI systems. We know the technology is moving incredibly fast, and with that, expectations are moving even faster. And I think AI, I know in a lot of discussions, is being positioned as a solution and remedy to many of the systemic challenges I outlined. I know we talk a lot about AI sandboxes at times, controlled environments for safe experimentation. But I think we know healthcare doesn't operate in a sandbox environment. Here, part of my role, safety is paramount. And innovation, we know, must integrate into clinical workflows, operate within regulatory boundaries, earn clinical trust, and most importantly, deliver measurable, tangible value to patients, clinicians, and the wider healthcare system. So I think the question we're going to explore today is not whether or when AI will transform healthcare. I think we know it's going to have a tremendous impact. But the more important question is, how can we deploy it responsibly, sustainably, and at scale in a way that delivers that real value I spoke about? And so we're going to try and cut through the noise, cut through the hype, focus on practical reality, and hopefully delve into some of the key topics that are on your mind. So with that, I'm delighted to be joined by an esteemed panel to help us delve into the discussion further. As we heard, we've got Dr. Anushka Pachava, Chief Clinical Innovation Officer at Signpost and a Global Advisor at the UN and World Economic Forum, Andrew Schroen, Manager for Digital Health at Mediclinic, and Dr. Omar Najim, Life Sciences Lead at Hub 71. And so look, I'm going to start with you, Anushka, and maybe for a bit of sort of context, sort of status setting. I talked about the rapid advancement in AI capabilities, the noise in the system, and sort of understanding how we cut through that. So from your perspective, to start us off, where are we really with AI in healthcare today, number one? And from a policy perspective, given your roles and experience, how do you feel systems need to go about balancing innovation at pace with the sort of regulations and risk that we know comes with this topic?
Great question. So good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Really nice to be here. I think if we think about where we are with AI today in healthcare, we're where everyone else is. And what I mean by that is it exists. AI in healthcare exists because things like ChatGPT came into force, and you can ask it anything related to your health or otherwise, and it will give you an answer. And we know that clinicians are good at Googling as much as patients are good at Googling, and Google has now become generative AI models like ChatGPT. So AI exists. We also know that, as Avi alluded to, the demand of healthcare is huge, the burden of disease is huge, and the demand of the patient or the customer in healthcare is huge. These are all evolving forces. And so healthcare has to evolve. And when we think about policy, how do we innovate and allow the innovation to take seed in an environment like clinical settings, whilst also balancing safety? And I always go back to my principles. As a doctor myself, we were held to account of do no harm. So there's a group of policymakers who believe that by doing no harm, it is AI cannot do any harm. And actually that is untrue, because that is what's stifling innovation. So I want to give you a different perspective. Instead of do no harm, policy needs to evolve at the pace of the innovation. What do I mean by that? What is AI? To most of you in the room, you might think it's artificial intelligence. But actually in healthcare, it's not artificial intelligence, because it's augmented or it's assisted. If you think about the demand curve and the fact that demand capacity is a problem in healthcare and the health systems are under strain, we need assisted intelligence, intelligence that helps take the burden off the clinicians, helps look at low risk patients, treat them in a different way, and support the customer. And those assisted intelligence systems cannot be held to a do no harm model. Because let's be honest, humans make mistakes, clinicians make mistakes. So the policy has to be based on an assisted model and have the appropriate guardrails for that assistance. And we think of the other side of the spectrum, the fact that customers want more, and the fact that clinicians cannot get things right all the time. And actually, disease, cancers, non-communicable diseases, even your own genetics is becoming ever more complicated and ever more complex the more we learn. And people want personalization. So if we think about that side, AI isn't artificial, it's augmented. It acts hand in hand with the clinician, and the clinician has oversight. And that's where we are with policy today. We need to evolve our policy models so that they go and think back to where AI is implemented in the pathway and how AI is used, and have the appropriate guardrails in place. Whether it's assisted or augmented, there are clinicians' oversights, there are mechanisms in place to ensure safety, and these aren't disclaimers. You can base your models on self-policing, and you can think more about implementing innovation in a safe sandbox way. And I think that's the challenge we're in at the moment. You know, we see it at the UN and we see it at the World Economic Forum as well. Just having come back from Davos in January, everyone's trying to hold AI in healthcare to the same standard that we hold people to, without acknowledging that people make mistakes and people are human. And we need to just ensure the policy aligns to the fact that you're not taking humans completely out of the system. They can work hand in hand.
Brilliant. No, thank you, Anushka, for those remarks. I'm definitely going to come back to the points you've mentioned around risk, safety, and how you balance things. And we're going to come into that again later in the panel. But just to move next to Andrew, from the hospital side, right, thinking about MediClinic, use cases you must be exploring must span the whole spectrum, from direct clinical care, clinical decision support, to patient experience, to sort of middle and back office functions. But you can't do everything at once. You're a big hospital group, so how do you go about strategically deciding where to focus and where the value really lies in the short, medium, and long term? And can you share some thoughts from the hospital perspective?
Absolutely. So I kind of want to break it into three categories. One is, as an organization, are we in a place that we can even start looking at bringing in AI solutions? So what does that mean from a resourcing and a digital team perspective? MediClinic, whether you're Brazil or another hospital group in the UAE or around the world, ultimately, we all have a different maturity in terms of where we are in our digital journey. So how we approach and bring in AI is going to be different. So one of the basic foundations is making sure you have the right expertise in-house, the right team to be able to support and carry through these initiatives from start to end. Otherwise, you have the wrong people making the decisions, and at the end of the day, you're going to have to repeat the cycle. We saw a lot of this happen with the early introductions of electronic health records. Some were brought in primarily just for the purposes of revenue cycle management, and they're paying the penalty to catch up on the clinical side because clinical was never included. So we have the knowledge space, everyone here. So that's number one with MediClinic, is we've actually focused on building our talent team in terms of a digital department and innovation department, and then building those crossover relationships with our existing departments, from life sciences to clinical to IT to RCM and revenue cycle, and finance as well. So bringing that all together was like step one. Step two is building the governance model that will fit within all of this. Similar to that level of knowledge sharing and skill set across the hospital is, do you have a strong gated model so you're making concise decisions on how to approach AI? As you mentioned, there's so many different solutions coming at you. It's very easy to kind of just jump on one without doing a proper business case and evaluation. So part of that is ensuring that you have a proper procurement process. You're showing the value, whether that's patient, clinical outcomes, operational savings, And that formula has been agreed on with your organization, and then you bring that through different committees. For example, we have a digital Manco committee, which has that representation across IT, digital, clinical, both physician, nursing, and front office. And then you have as well operations, which includes our chief operating officer, our CIO, our CFO. So you have the right people at the table helping assist in making those agreements on the business case and values for these solutions. It's not just a digital team or a couple people driving these products forward. So that gated model and making sure you have that inclusion and communication is number two. And then the third piece, obviously, is building further on that actual business value and what you're looking to achieve. You don't always need to have the biggest and best solution, but you need to think about realistically what you're trying to achieve in a time frame. And with the rapid growth of AI and how things are changing so quickly, you want to think about solutions that aren't necessarily going to take a year to 2 years to bring to fruition, because at that point something is probably going to change and you're going to still be in that stagnant state. So that mindset is really the third bucket for us, and that's kind of how we're now approaching building our strategies going forward for AI.
Brilliant. Thank you, Andrew. Dr. Najim, to bring you in here, maybe let's zoom out and take a broader perspective. I think that a lot of the conversation we have around AI is, particularly around innovation and efficiency, is within very well-resourced health systems. From your experience and background spanning policy, life sciences, government, clinical, how do you see AI bringing about truly equitable access to care in systems and areas we know where there are significant resource challenges in terms of access, devices, infrastructure?
Great question. Can I get you to move here? Just to move there, move there. This way, this way, wallah, this way. Habibi, thank you. So it's just to get the angle right.
I love it.
But anyway, so thank you very much for inviting me. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you today. It's just for the people who doesn't know what Hub 71 is, and I know we are in Dubai. So with the Hub 71 is a partnership between Mubadala and the government of Abu Dhabi to advance and support companies, especially future-orientated one, and to provide the solutions that not only for Abu Dhabi or UAE or the region, but for the wide region. So today we're living in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and UAE is a gate to a region of 1.7 billion people that lives in Middle East and Africa. And whenever somebody comes with a solution, we always say, what's the impact you're going to achieve, not only on the people who live in well-resourced or well-to-do countries like Europe or UAE or US, but also for the majority of the world. The majority of the world is still to have access to quality care that is, sometimes you can say, basic, right? So if you look at the evolutions of life expectancy on this planet, it almost doubled in the last 100 years. So if you go back to 1915, appreciating World War I was happening at the time, the life expectancy for humans were about 40. Today, life expectancy on this planet is about 83, so almost double. We also, more noticeable, is we added about 10 years of life expectancy in the last 20 years. So since 2000 till now, we added 10 years to the life expectancy. This is a huge achievement. Nevertheless, if you drill further into this, life expectancy in Europe is 87. Life expectancy in sub-Saharan Africa is 60. There's about 27 years difference in life expectancy between Europe and sub-Saharan Africa. There are reasons for that. Access to care, access to education, access to knowledge or health literacy is very important. Or access to means to stay healthy as well is not there. So with the AI, I feel it's going to be a massive shift and massive transformational step into what would happen in the areas that are hardly hit by the lack of access to quality healthcare. And that's what AI is going to do. It's going to democratize healthcare to a level where you're providing not only basic healthcare, but quality healthcare.
Mhm.
So, you know, when we talk about interpretations of X-rays or interpretation of CT scans, with a click of a button and uploading of information into ChatGPT, or there are many other brands, what you're doing is bypassing a problem that is faced across the world in access to high quality radiologists or access to high quality personnel that is able to provide that expertise. Same thing when you say to somebody, I've got this symptom, this symptom, this symptom. You can now do it through a telemedicine model that people can use their own phone or own devices to do it. So they might be in the middle of nowhere and accessing that expertise that got provided or developed by guys from Mayo Clinic or Cleveland Clinic or Dubai Hospital or MediClinic, right? Accessing because it got developed with the expertise that came from these places, straight to the consumer hand, straight to whoever is needed. A mother worried about their child, a son worried about their dad. All of that is accessible, and I think AI is going to be transformative in that. And it's that we sometimes do discuss a lot about privacy, about data governance, about who's responsible, but we tend sometimes to oversee the potential of reducing the inequality that exists today in the world. And that the AI will be providing a fantastic solution or a fantastic boost to reducing that inequality. And by the way, inequality doesn't exist in terms of geographic or high-income country and low-middle or low-income countries. It also exists in our own societies. There's inequality exists in terms of gender.
Yep.
The male and the female life expectancy is still different. There's inequality related to education. People can read brochures, others cannot. People can see instructions, others cannot. That's also drive inequality. And people that can access MediClinic, others cannot access MediClinic. So that inequality, hopefully with the AI, is enabling that. My grandmother now, her favorite son is ChatGPT, it's not me. Because they are there. And a lot of people, we laugh, but a lot of people do tell secrets and mental health issues to ChatGPT today, more than they are able to tell other humans or have the access to go to a big psychiatric hospital and seek help, right?
Absolutely. And I should say, I don't think OpenAI is sponsoring today. So there are other LLMs. There's Claude, there's Gemini, there's all the others. So I'll give everyone a fair mention. You make some really great...
K2 from Abu Dhabi. Please.
Absolutely.
Check it out.
Probably the most important. Yes. No, you make some really good points. And I think we'll come back to this because there is a big narrative around AI being the great equalizer. But on the flip side as well, there is concern about actually AI widening those health inequalities too, which is something we need to be aware of. And we're seeing some evidence of that in some cases as well, which I'd love to come back to. But Andrew, to come back to you for a second and build on some of the points you were making around how you decide where to focus and putting the right governance and structure in place. I don't know about you here, but in the UK, we suffer from a major disease right now. I think you know which one it is. It's called pilotitis. And I don't know, we really struggle to move beyond pilots and proof of concept to deployment at scale. And there are many good reasons. Dr. Najib mentioned some around data governance. Anushka talked about safety, bias, and all these different things. But so practically, for the innovators in the room, how do you start to think about moving from pilot, proof of concept, to deployment at scale? And do you have any examples of anything or any advice?
I will start by saying, so being brutally honest with the vendors and yourself when bringing the solutions is number one. So what do I mean when I say being brutally honest? I mean, depending on the AI solution that you're bringing in, if you're looking to leverage it on-prem, do you have the right data structure? Do you have the right discrete data, whether that's how it's organized in your EHR, if you're doing it clinical? You know, otherwise, you'll run through the pilot and you may not get the results that you need. So having those brutal discussions and being honest of where you are is important. The other part around the scalability side of it is, unfortunately, there is a risk of, you know, where you're going to be at that end of that pilot. So what does that mean? Your operational demands change, regulatory requirements change. I know we're patiently waiting for the DOH to release their guidance and policy around the use of AI in the UAE. So, you know, if we bring in a product and pilot it, we may have to do a 360, whether that vendor can support those changes. They may have to go back to basis. So, you know, that level now in terms of breaking into the AI space is obviously operationally in the back of our mind as an organization and an investment. And then, of course, there's the technical side of it. So we have so many AI solutions. Sometimes they're targeting specific problems, and some of them have their own hosting, which hosting data and all that is already a challenge, making sure we have the right setup in the UAE to be able to support that. But also, technically, if we are to scale, are we supported in a way that we could support the technical bandwidth? Do we have the infrastructure in place to bring it to our cloud and scale, whether you're using Azure or AWS? And I don't think those discussions are always necessarily had. And that goes back to my earlier comment about having the right members, including like your IT and your infrastructure. I can tell you right now, one of the things we are looking at is how are we building our platform with clear cookie cutter rules of what we want our AI vendors to work with us to fit. It's easy to modify and tweak based on a couple pilots, but then you're just not reinventing the wheel, but you're reworking consistently to meet the technical infrastructure demands of each vendor that you work with. And that's not scalable, that's not realistic. And then those pilots end up dropping dead. So I think that's, for us, definitely a key thing that we also look at, is what that relationship can be. The last thing I'll just say around that, about the scaling and having consistency in the technical architecture, is I made the comment about the vendors maybe being very specific of addressing one single AI problem. Could it be a vendor that we can grow with and build the product? Are they looking at a bigger picture? Then we don't have to think about that rework. We don't have to work with too many different vendors in the AI space. So those are the conversations we will also have pre-pilot with all of our AI vendor solutions, is to understand kind of what their realistic roadmap is and where they want to go. So there is some time to have those deep conversations, and as my third point I mentioned earlier around the business value and business case, and scaling is one of those, is could we achieve that? So hopefully that hits on some of the points.
Brilliant. No, and just to build on that, Anushka, maybe to bring you back in here, you know, we're both clinicians by background, and so I have a question around, are we focusing on the wrong areas? Are we putting too much effort and on some of the wrong use cases, for example? I think within healthcare, we have this you know, desire sometimes to move first towards the highest risk areas. Let's use AI for clinical decision support to support clinicians with making decisions and treatment recommendations. Very high risk, and obviously high regulatory scrutiny, and if things go wrong, patients get harmed. Whereas you look at other industries, aviation, banking, others, and they're deploying AI potentially in some of the lower risk areas, which then can be scaled more easily. So what's your perspective on where should we be focusing? And are we focusing too much on sort of the clinical use cases versus potentially operational administrative use cases, which can reach that level of scale faster, deliver tangible value in a lower risk environment, while we build the evidence and the trust and comfort to then start tackling, you know, the areas we know we want to, which are around sort of clinical care?
It's a difficult question, because I think, you know, everyone knows that clinicians are under pressure. There's workforce shortages. Dr. Najim alluded it to as well. You know, there's capability challenges. So you want to go to the high stuff that's going to make the most impact, you know, and the last thing any of us want when we're unwell is to not get the best service. It's more important than getting the best service in a shopping experience, is getting the best service when you're unwell, when you need it, when you're emotionally you know, in debt and challenged, whether it's for yourselves or others. So I don't think we're focusing on the wrong cases, and I would never want to say that. But I think where we're going wrong is and Andrew, you alluded to it in your response, is we don't start with why. And I know that's the incredible Simon Sinek who came up with that. But I bring us back to the point that a lot of hospital systems get attracted to the next bit of technology or AI, whatever it's called. And you know, at one point in the world, being really honest with you, I was speaking on a panel 10 years ago talking about how blockchain was going to change medical records. And we know where blockchain is today, right? So what I think we're doing wrong is focusing on the technology rather why are we needing that technology and what problem is it going to solve for? And I want to bring this to life a little bit. I sat in a board meeting of probably about 30% clinicians, 30% operators, 10%, you know, established executives. And this was 7 years ago at a very, very well-known business in the payer space. And they were talking about bringing AI into the business, and it was very important we brought AI. And I asked everyone, okay, you have a post-it note in front of you, write down what AI is, and not one person talked about data.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what we need to bring back into this discussion, is AI is fundamentally based on data. So if your data isn't in the right place, you're not going to get AI implemented, and you're not going to have it in a measurable way, and it's not going to have the right outcome. And so we go back to the why. A lot of hospital systems aren't recognizing what's actually wrong today. And without understanding your baseline metrics, how quickly are blood test results reported? How quickly are radiology reports reported? Where is the crunch point? Is it 24/7? Is it at night time? I mean, as a radiologist, we used to report 5,000 x-rays a night, and 90% of them were normal. Is that the best use of the clinician's time? You have to do that benchmark modeling in any system before you work out where to put AI.
Yep.
And that's where hospitals are probably not as effective, because that benchmark modeling, no one has time for, they haven't approached the problem in the right way, they haven't started with the why, and they're jumping straight in to the high-risk environments and then asking for pilots, and then the pilots aren't proving the outcomes, and you know, the commercials and the pilots are wrong because a lot of people are so desperate to, you know, a lot of the startup companies and businesses are definitely to make impact, and you know, they're doing a lot of stuff for free. In the UK, we have this problem, as Avi alluded to, pilotitis. You're doing it for free, and then when it starts to become a commercial model, because you haven't shown the outcome, you can't show the ROI, so then you don't know how to price it. And it just becomes a vicious circle. And that's where, you know, I think starting with the why, understanding what your baseline metrics are that you're trying to improve, and then critically, and Andrew, you alluded to this as well with your model at Mediclinic, who needs to be involved? And the biggest piece is adoption. And to get adoption with clinicians, particularly, you have to embed it into workflows. But clinician workflows are already at full capacity. Yep. And what we're all missing in this room and otherwise is education. You have to give time for that education piece. So why, whom, and then who needs to be involved goes down to education.
Brilliant. Thank you. No, fully agree. And I think someone who works for a big technology company, we do spend a lot of time actually saying, do not lead with the technology. Exactly what problem are you solving? And do you really need a large language model or an AI system to solve that? And in a lot of cases, it's not the case. And also then, if you are going to do that, do you have the right infrastructure in place, and you've got your data governance and data quality and things looked at? And so some really good points. And now, I guess, Dr. Najim, to build on this and bring you back in, really keen for your view on this as well as a clinician by background. But also, we started to talk on some of the enablers and what needs to be in place. We've got a global panel here with experience from different health systems. We talked about earlier regulation as one of the barriers to adoption. In the UK, where I'm based, we've just launched the National Commission on the Regulation for AI in Healthcare, because there was a recognition that the regulatory framework that exists today is not fit for purpose for this coming wave of adaptive AI systems. So could you share your perspective on, one, firstly, the conversation we're having around where to focus, clinical versus non-clinical, but also how is the UAE approaching sort of regulatory frameworks and other enablers that we know are needed at a government level to support adoption ultimately?
I think from regulation point of view, you can generate any regulation you want today, the use of AI, right? So you put regulation to AI and say, regulate this for me or write me a policy on this, and it can be done fairly quickly. The problem is the implementing it and adopting it by the people that you want them to adopt. So people are still in the equation. I tend to agree with you about starting not with the technology, but starting with the pain point that exists in the system. And there is no shortage of use cases in any healthcare system or healthcare entity that need to be addressed. It could be addressed with buying a wooden door, or it could be addressed with implementing a fully fledged LLM model, AI-enabled, connected to every single crony in the hospital, let's say. Now, from regulation point of view, yes, it's with every major revolutionary technology that came across, that human beings came across. There is going to be resistance. There is going to be identification, because let me step back. Humans tend to think on the bad things that could happen first, before thinking of the full potentials and what the vision need to be. That's why you need people that say we are leaders, because we can see the vision and we can take our peoples with us. But we tend to focus on the bad things that could happen, rightly so. But we shouldn't allow ourselves as a system or society or community or global cohorts of humans to get that drown the potential of that technology. Same thing happened with electricity, same thing happened with sanitation, same thing happened when people in the middle of 19th century said washing it good and washing your hands before doing surgery is a good thing. And everybody, no, you are bringing all the microbes and you're killing people, right? So AI got the potential. Are we focusing on the wrong thing? My view is we should focus on everything that could have a pain point, but with the lens, is AI the right thing to apply it? And we keep talking about AI. AI is different level, different technologies, different application. But get people, so you were talking about education and culture. It's about getting people to have the culture of being open-minded about adopting what the potential of the technology, because everybody is busy. And getting a new technology incorporated into the flow of people, busyness and workflow, that's the most difficult part. It's not the technology. It's not identifying the pain point. It's just getting it adopted within the workflow. I can tell, regulation is one part. I think regulation, one of the things that I've noticed in this country, around regulation, especially around regulating new technologies like AI, is involving people who are potentially will be the most resistant in applying it, and keep getting their views on board and addressing it, but without throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. We shouldn't get to a level where there's so much bad going to happen, we should not adopt it at all. No, let's address it in a way, so protect that innovation, but protect the people who's going to have the impact of that innovation. So that's one thing. Second, I've seen it with the cryptocurrency. Nobody around the world was doing any cryptocurrency regulation, and what they did here is invited all the cryptocurrency big giants and say, here's a pen and paper, go and write it. And let's have a talk around it, and then became forward in that same thing. AI, same application here. I think they appointed the minister, but without the heavy-handedness of applying AI regulation on every single potential application. You say, no, when you are developing your own AI, please think about A, B, and C. And then, because if you apply, or if you write regulation today about AI, it's going to be obsoleted by tomorrow. Things are evolving so much that regulation becomes either irrelevant or outdated, or an obstacle rather than an enabler to what you're trying to achieve, of gaining the potential of what AI is about. And I think that's the right way to approach it.
Brilliant. Thank you. We've just got a few minutes left, so I'm going to throw some rapid-fire questions, and unless, Andrew, you wanted to come in quickly.
I kind of want to say one little secret that I think people will like.
Go on. Tell us your secret.
Well, we talked about the adoption and getting the change management, get the clinical on board. And our physicians have a lot of time. And when you start doing with more complex clinical AIs, they don't have the time to help champion and support that. So just a little idea is we've started to look at the non-clinical adoption that inadvertently promotes the clinical adoption. So what do I say about that? Well, also driving our patient value cores. So easy one, voice AI. So our support services for our patients, voice AI, you can help to assist patients with simply ensuring that they're booking their appointments with the right doctor at the right time with the right specialty. You eliminate the poor patient experience of feeling that they saw the wrong physician, then being bounced around, and you're starting to increase the schedules, the bookings, and physicians start to see the value. So when I say indirectly improving, you need to show the value of the AI solutions that the organization is bringing in. They'll see the value of that to their clinical practice, even if it's through their patient experience and seeing more patients. And then from there, you can then start to rope in the clinical team when needed, when you start to drive over to the clinical side. So that's just been kind of an approach that we've looked at to start, again, bringing in clinical without diving feet first or hands first, or head first, into the clinical AI, but also supporting them non-clinically.
We call it top of the license. So what do clinicians like the most? They like being important. We say this as clinicians ourselves. And so you do things that allow them to function top of their license, which is what they believe they went to medical school and qualified for.
But then it's a great point, because also what you're doing is you're allowing, people to build trust with AI and its usage, as then you start to move up the value chain and go into higher risk areas. And to that point of trust, just a very quick question based on what we've talked about then. Do you think we're holding AI to an impossible standard? We know systems today are unsafe. Clinicians make errors, make mistakes because of the challenges they're in. As soon as AI makes an error, you're going to see the headline and it's going to blow up and it's going to create... how do we approach this question of what is the standard that we hold AI systems to, and are we holding it to an impossible standard?
So I'm going to jump in. I think 2, 3, maybe 4 years ago, we did hold AI to an impossible standard. We held telemedicine to an impossible standard, right? How many people in this room pre-COVID believed that you could see a doctor on a phone and be comfortable? I'd say probably less than 50%. And then all of a sudden, COVID forced us down that alleyway. And now people don't, we see it in the UK, people don't actually want to even go into hospital. I work at an insurance company, and we actually see our telemedicine and our tele services go up and up and up because people don't want to be in clinics. They don't want to be sat next to someone ill and get ill from that, or be in a public environment, etc. So I think 5, 6, 4 years ago, maybe, we held AI to a higher standard, thanks to the Go solution and the chess games and all of that. I think today we've seen a huge evolution. I don't know how many people in this room know that the FDA recently, for the first time ever, demarcated the difference in healthcare between well-being, so the things that keep you well, and clinical. And they allowed people who are developing AI in the well-being space to almost go at it free rein with the belief that they are doing it to help the greater good. And I think we also have to hold that mentality that do no harm has to have do no harm for the greater good.
Yep.
I think fundamentally, just one more point on AI, if we take away the technology piece, if we look at the regulation around weight loss jabs, the Mounjaros, the Ozempics, I can't remember the other names of all of them, we have seen that even though it's a prescribed medication and has some regulation around it, we have seen the benefit it's offered has helped society as a whole and helped reduce the burden of non-communicable diseases. So we've taken a risk by unleashing it into market, allowing people to prescribe it on label, but not necessarily as per guidelines. And society as a whole has benefited. Is there going to be a trade-off potentially? Is there going to be safety risks potentially? Are some people going to have ill side effects? Yes, we've seen that too. But it's how we mitigate and manage those.
Yep.
So I would always say, do no harm for the greater good.
Yep. And maybe Dr. Najim, for the final comment, word on this, we're about to close the panel. There is this risk of inaction here, right? That if you hold, things to an impossible standard, we do nothing and we don't take advantage of this opportunity, despite health systems being in crisis at the same time. So what's your view on this, and any final practical advice for colleagues in the room who are grappling with these challenges as the final?
So I usually say, compare what we have today and what we could have. So today, by the way, we say standard, not being dark about this matter, but what's standard? So today you have a variation in the performance of doctors, and you have a variation in the performance of the doctor themselves between in the morning, in the afternoon, when they are hungry, when they've just eaten, when they are late at night, or when they had a fight with their spouse at home, or when they had 3 hours drive to work, or when they just been well rested, right? So the standards is variable huge amount. We are depending on humans. You cannot hold the humans to a consistent standards. And that is reflected by the performance you see in the outcome of our hospitals on not only quarterly basis or annual basis, but on day-to-day basis. Performance of infection rate, it's not dark, but this is what's happening around the world. And I'm not touching on the inequality. The beauty about technology in general, it's not necessarily AI, is it makes the standard consistent. It makes the science of practicing healthcare consistent. 80% of what we do in healthcare is science-based. 20% is art-based. You will have that debate all the way with doctors all the time. They say we are not standard. I'm an artist. I'm not. And what we say is let's get the right tools to standardize the science to the maximum degree so doctors can practice the art more.
Brilliant.
That's what you need to do.
Brilliant. Well, I couldn't have concluded the panel better, so you did a brilliant job for me, so thank you, Dr. Nashiman. If everyone could just join me with thanking the panelists for a fantastic discussion. Thank you so much, all of you.
Well, a big thank you to our panelists and Avi for that great discussion. And now we have lunch, so please do feel free to go and help yourself to some lunch, and we'll convene back here at 1:45. So thank you everyone for listening, and we'll see you in the second half.
So far, we've made quite a few connections. We've made quite a few connections on the cultural tour on the ride over here. Even before the tour, we met quite a few people. We've seen some old familiar faces that we know as well. And we're looking forward to making more connections. That's what brings us here. Absolutely, I would recommend MedTech World to other founders. I think it is a good ecosystem of investors, innovators, service providers, everybody needed to facilitate getting a medical device product to market.
What does this award mean to you?
It means a lot. First of all, it's a
sessions. I hope you had an enjoyable lunchtime. So the next panel, we've got a great discussion coming up. Bridging Two Powerhouses, Asia, Middle East collaboration in health tech and digital health. Moderating this session is Dr. Miguel Fenech. Some of you may know him as the Business Development Manager at MedTech World. And joining Miguel is Dr. Joseph Makanu, Managing Partner at Verge Health Tech Fund, Dr. Amit Varma, Managing Partner and Co-founder at Quadria Capital, and Ania Gower, Associate Partner at Sagana GmbH. So please, a very warm welcome for the panel, and I hope you enjoy the discussion. Thanks.
Bridging Two Powerhouses, Asia Middle East collaboration in health tech and digital health.
Hello. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you all back after the lunch break. I hope you've all had a nice lunch and a nice break. We have some very interesting discussions coming up for the rest of the day. To introduce myself, my name is Dr. Miguel Fenech. I'm the Business Development Manager at MedTech World, a medical doctor by background, and I have the privilege today to be joined by my esteemed panelists on this panel. So now we'll be speaking on the relationship between two very special and interesting regions, from the Middle East to the wider Asian region, with a focus on ASEAN and Southeast Asia. And we're going to be looking at the cross-border relationships that exist between these two regions, the similarities and differences. We're lucky today to be joined by a few companies from ASEAN and Southeast Asia who might be looking at the region. We're joined by investors and partners from both regions, also looking to connect with startups to see what works and how we can support building these cross-border relationships. Both of these regions are very interesting. We're seeing a lot of government-backed programs, a lot of innovation, in particular in Asia, in robotics and digital innovation. So it'll be very interesting to see how we can link these two regions and continue working on minimizing the differences and enabling partnerships. So I'd like to start by having my panelist colleagues give a brief introduction and perhaps one sentence or a brief introduction to what they hope to discuss today. So starting with Joseph. Yeah.
A brief introduction. So Joseph Makanu, Managing Partner at Verge Health Tech Fund. We invest globally in impactful health tech solutions that can move the needle for millions of people. And what I hope we can discuss today is really how innovations at various levels of maturity can flow back and forth between Southeast Asia and the Middle East. So, sorry, I'm way more than one sentence here, so I'll pass it on.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Amit Varma. I happen to be the managing partner for Quadria Capital. Today, we are probably the largest healthcare-focused sector-specific fund out of Asia, and we've just opened our first office in Dubai yesterday. So we are hoping to build on this theme and take this through.
Hi everyone, I'm Anna Gaur. I lead investments at a Swiss family office called Sagana. We are a global investor on behalf of multiple family offices, mostly Swiss and Australian families. We invest in healthcare and climate, into directs as well as funds on behalf of these families. And today I look forward to discussing how we make this GCC corridor work for this region. Excited to have that discussion here.
Perfect, thank you. So I thought I'd start with you, Anna, if that's okay. So we've heard a lot of great discussions today on the GCC, the MedTech boom that we see. And it would be very interesting to see how that reflects as well with the kind of Asia region as a whole. And I know that you've worked with companies in your portfolio who have managed to scale from Southeast Asia into the region. Would you like to give us some opening thoughts on the partnerships that exist? And
yeah, maybe I can get us started. And we were really hoping to have a more informal discussion in this panel, so you guys wake up after the lunch break, because we have this amazing spot after lunch. But I think where most of us here are coming from is that we have spent time building companies in Southeast Asia, and now we're also looking at this market and understanding what's happening here. I feel that there is credit to be given to both regions because they have different levels of maturity. When we look at Southeast Asia and South Asia as well, what they dealt with is fragmented markets that required heavy consolidation. And that's how most of the businesses are being built there. When we look at GCC, UAE, the countries within, the biggest challenge here has been not so much fragmentation, of course, but it's modernization and doing that at a rapid pace. So I do feel that you have to, when you're present here, you do have to give credit to what the region here has already accomplished when it comes to modernization. And I hope that we pick up some of those trends when we go out of here, that it's not just technology coming into GCC, but there's also a lot that can be learned about how the systems here are being modernized. And that's what I tell our portfolio companies looking at this region of here. It's not just a sandbox. Someone said pilotization or pilotitis. It's unfair to the region. I feel like companies that come here have to be significantly more advanced when they enter the region to do justice to the population here. So that's my sort of not so contrarian opinion, but I still think there's innovation that's coming out of here as well that needs to be acknowledged.
Perfect. So not just looking at pilots, but also looking at advanced and more later stage to kind of reflect on the needs of the region is a very good point. And Dr. Amit, I know that Quadria Capital, congratulations first of all on opening the new office yesterday in Dubai. That's very exciting. And it kind of reflects on the good work done at Quadria Capital. So Anna touched a point on the kind of the fragmentation of the markets. And that's the Middle East continues to modernize. What are some of the strongest opportunities for maybe Asian care models and startups moving into the GCC?
I'm going to react to a few comments that Anna made first. And the way we view problems in healthcare is pretty standard. We basically come down to three issues, regardless of whichever part of the world you look at healthcare for. Number one, lack of enough infrastructure. Number two, lack of enough talent. And third is lack of paying capability, which is less of a problem in this region. But having said that, it's quite clear that the way we look at delivering healthcare is changing rapidly. COVID kind of uncovered the harsh truth of how every single region of the world was affected. But I think more importantly, now it opened out the doors for us in healthcare of why healthcare is front and center. Healthcare is core infrastructure. And as you can see different governments across the region, we began to see the amount of focus, not just in spending, but also in thought processes of what needs to happen in healthcare. And that's the primary reason why we are taking our knowledge and what we have done in Asia and bringing it out to the GCC. So reacting to what was said earlier, we genuinely believe that there is a huge amount of play that can take place between the so-called South Asia GCC corridor and the Southeast Asia GCC corridor, where we can both learn from each other. The way I see tech play out in the two regions is the following. In Asia, we need to innovate because it's an imperative. We just don't have the money. The GCC, on the other hand, is trying to improve itself on parameters of global standards of how healthcare should get delivered. So while Asia can provide the innovation, because that's what we're good at doing and doing it frugally, quite clearly the GCC can help in the implementation and the regularization of that. And this way, we will learn from both sides. So I am in complete agreement that I don't want to just import technology into the GCC. I genuinely believe that healthcare has to be specific to the region. And if we can encourage more and more startups by using what we already know and making it better, the GCC will benefit, and so will we, because then we are going to take the GCC tech, which is already getting used here, and bring it back into Asia.
Excellent. And Joseph, any kind of thoughts on continuing the conversation, the points that Amit and Anna made, or from your experience at Verge Health Tech Fund, working with startups in Asia? Perhaps you can also touch upon some of the differences between mature markets and emerging markets compared to Western Europe and the US. That will be an interesting addition.
I wish I could violently disagree with my co-panelists to make this a more interesting conversation, but I do tend to agree, and I think maybe if there is a nuance to be said is that we should maybe delineate between how systems are architected and the problem statements there versus, you know, discrete solutions that improve certain diseases or are able to monitor the emergence of certain diseases. Some things are quite universal in nature. So we all have blood, we all have lungs. They have a bigger brain than I do, but and those things there should be some unified framework by which the best technologies should find the areas of need, of greatest need. And the nice thing that you see between the Middle East and Southeast Asia are markets that are structurally similar in certain ways. And sorry, I'm being quite generic, but you have access challenges, right? You have not enough healthcare infrastructure, as Amit pointed out, because in some places like Saudi, you have very, very disparately populated regions. There are some people that are still having to physically visit and pick up an EEG printout. The neurologist actually has to physically visit in this day and age. That shouldn't be the case. I mean, it's not universal anymore, but it's still happening. You know, and you have the transition from mostly dying from acute diseases, infections, you know, accidents and trauma, to non-communicable diseases. And this is happening across the entire planet. I mean, now, if you were to look at all 8.5 billion people and what's killing us, we have crossed that Rubicon. It is now more than 50% NCD. There are certain parts in Africa where it's still more infectious disease than not, largely driven by HIV, TB, pneumonia, and all that sort of stuff. But even in very large population bases in South Asia, you are now crossing over into NCD as majority. And so this is common across the planet. So how do we then figure out the best way to get innovation where it's needed? And the best innovations aren't necessarily born where they are most needed. And the beauty of battle hardening in Southeast Asia is that you can develop something, as Amit said, very frugally, that rhymes with the archetype of the health system that you're trying to go into. So again, violent agreement, not disagreement, but it's nuanced as to how do you make this more efficient, and how do you kind of centralize the key problem statements where you're not pushing a technology into a region just because you hear they have money. It's more like, I'm going to push this technology there because I know it's needed. Like, you know, there seems to be more rare disease incidents in the Middle East than other places. There seems to be more age-adjusted prediabetes in some regions than others. Maybe Malaysia and Saudi Arabia have certain parallels that they could collaborate on. So then how do you just make this more efficient?
If I could just add on to that point, I genuinely believe that we have reached an era now of region-specific healthcare interventions. And the genetics, the racial profiles, and more importantly now where you live, the environment is playing an extremely important role. So tech has to be the enabler of region-specific interventions rather than using a global form of intervention, which is no longer relevant as we speak.
Excellent point. And I think that frames the next part of the discussion really well, looking at more of a practical way. So I know we have quite some startups and companies in the audience today who may have originated from ASEAN, Southeast Asia, and may be looking at the GCC. And Anna, coming back to you, I know that one of your portfolio companies have managed to make that move. And of course, they must have faced those challenges. They must have gone through certain periods where they've had to rethink or they've had to adapt. So would you want to give us an overview of how that played out?
I think it kind of builds on what Joseph just said, that this company that I'm talking about didn't try to force fit their solution into this region. But there's a clear problem they were trying to solve. And from day one of their genesis, they knew that they were sort of, let's say, corridor first is the phrase that I'm hearing, but they had that vision in mind of, as we validate ourselves, we are going to look at this market as one of our core markets. What the company does is it's helping children who are on an autism spectrum, helping them on the neurodivergence spectrum to be able to have better results as they grow up. And it doesn't just impact, of course, the children are really impacted, but it's also the whole families, the parents, the communities that get impacted as well in supporting these children. So the founder here, he's a second-time seasoned entrepreneur. His wife is a pediatric neurologist. They really believe that if you provide highly trained therapists to children at the right age, you will see better outcomes if it's managed in a very, very data-driven manner. And that's what the company does. It's called Butterfly Learnings. Within a span of 3 years, they are in India now at about 77 centers, around 1,000 therapists who provide this treatment or therapy and ways of living to children. And within 3 months of working with these trained therapists, the children are able to convey their emotions, are in some cases able to go from non-verbal to verbal, and that's huge in those critical stages of life as you grow up. GCC was an important market because there are, of course, a lot of these cases that are coming up. Unfortunately, just like in India, it's also a taboo topic here, where initially parents don't want to acknowledge that there may be neurodivergence on a spectrum with their children. So how it has to be dealt with is very, very emotional, and this is what the company understood day one of you can't just go in and say, hey, your kid is autistic, I'm going to help you. There's a lot more emotional element required as you build your customer base. So they took baby steps into the market of how they introduced the concept. I think a very interesting learning they had also was the biggest similarity between India, Southeast Asia, and GCC is that a lot of the families are multi-generational. Your approach has to be multi-generational because it's not just the parents involved, it's the grandparents, the previous generations, all living under the same roof. So it's these kinds of nuances, if you really care to enter a market, it's not just the technology. You have to understand how customers will think. So that's more on that element of how do you come into a market respectfully. The second piece is what I said earlier. They had clear clinical outcomes when they entered. So they were already at 77 centers. They had proven everything. If they had come in earlier just with a pitch deck or a pilot, I don't think they would have been accepted because there are local solutions as well, I believe, that are competing. And they were very clear, and these are the scientific journals that we've published our data in and brought that into the market when they came. I think what was difficult for them, and maybe my last point here, was more that the regulatory corridor is not as sophisticated between UAE and India. MOHAP and in India CDSCO, they have a long way to go, but I think that's the kind of conversation the two regions should be having, particularly now with players like Quadria who have that sort of presence in the region, where if that becomes easier, it'll be much more faster for companies to come and scale in this market. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just adding on to that, because that's a great example, but I wanted to give the audience another example of brick and mortar stuff that we could bring to the region. So we are investors in Asia's largest dialysis chain called NephroPlus. Lots of innovation. As you can imagine, the cost of dialysis has been brought down without compromising on quality. So there's a lot of R&D and frugal innovation that's taken place at the back end. We service not just India, but we do Philippines, Indonesia, and Vietnam, and now have decided to move base and bring it into the GCC, into Saudi and UAE to begin with. The reason for that is pretty simple. Cost of healthcare and the inflation associated with it is affecting every single region, and the era of free, easy money, even in this part of the world, is no longer true. So instead of looking at Europe and US where it's harder to bring down cost, I think the Asian innovation model of bringing it here should work, more importantly because we also indigenize it and we start doing a lot more innovation, again to my earlier point of doing it specifically for the region and for the country.
Yeah, if I could just react to that and double down, and just out of transparency, we are actually LPs in Quadria. I think what they bring to a region is they are extremely focused and sharp operators, where when they go in, the kind of rigor that they build into, let's say, a brick and mortar hospital system really turns it around towards profitability. And that kind of learning only happens with experience. And if they're able to bring that operating playbook to GCC, the line of subsidy will then move more towards ability to pay and models that will actually last long term. And I think that's truly what will be game changing for the region, of building models that are efficient, cost effective.
Excellent. That's very, very interesting points, and I think that really rounds off the discussion when it comes to, as we've stated, creating solutions that are tailored to the market. Joseph, I don't know if you want to react to what your colleague said. I know that from your perspective, maybe you can shine some light on some non-negotiables when you worked with health tech startups before, some non-negotiables that they might need to think about before expanding internationally. It doesn't have to be Middle East, it can be other markets. Perhaps you can give some insight for our companies here into whether it's clinical validation, interoperable data, regulatory readiness. How important are these?
I think there's nothing that's non-negotiable except of aspects that are ethical in nature or maybe financially infeasible. But if we were to maybe use a tangible example, and let's continue with dialysis, because you have Nephro Plus, you're proud LPs in the folks that own Nephro Plus, and we have invested in a startup that has developed a full hemodialysis system in the size of a backpack that uses only 2 liters of fluid, which, as you're well aware, in difficult places, clean water is hard. In some places, water by itself is hard. So if you can take it from 120 liters to 2 liters, that makes a difference. Okay, why are they not in the Middle East? They're not ready yet. You know, it's an early technology, and the value proposition of that technology may be convenience in the US, where they're based, they're in New Jersey, but it's life and death in something like in the Philippines or India or even here, especially during more difficult water situations if you're not in a main city or close to a reservoir. So what would it actually take? I think understanding the risk appetite of your potential partners on the ground, and if you're going to come to a partner that maybe is a smaller operation or maybe less professional, you're going to get a wide variety of potential answers, but you're going to be doing a lot of educating and a lot of knocking on doors. But then if you do have kind of a centralized player that's more technologically and procedurally sophisticated, it may be a good partner. So one of the mistakes I kind of see a lot of startups making when they try to go internationally is not understanding the lay of the land and having this idealized vision of what this target market may look like. I'm always amazed, and sorry for those of you that are from the US at the moment, but these Americans that come out and go to these international conferences thinking that they'll be full of investors that'll just open their wallets for this amazing innovation that is cutting edge, not realizing that for the kind of procedure they're proposing, it's 100 times what that local market is willing to pay. And they suddenly realize that, hold on a second, this promise of lands of milk and honey are just not true. And they go back with their tail between their legs after spending $20,000 on a very expensive roadshow. So maybe that's one of the things. Probably kind of know your target. And one of the other things, which is sometimes more difficult and I have to say in some Southeast Asian countries, because we tend to be more risk averse. There are North Asian countries that are very high risk appetite, and also some South Asian countries that have very high risk appetite. We tend to be more conservative. And that makes winning the local market really difficult. It may be more difficult to penetrate your local market than it would be to go into another market. But the problem is the first heuristic a partner has in another part of the world is, why haven't you won your local market? And that's a structural problem that I don't have an answer to right now.
Let me just add on to that point, and as I look at business potential going forward, I was mentioning that to Aina earlier. One of the key reasons why we are opening out this market is because we believe, due to the large influx of expat population, especially blue-collar workers, our frugal innovation models and our pricing models will play a massive role. So if you look around the region, at least 80% of the population is now imported, and they are playing at volume. So we are pretty good at playing the volume game, and we are pretty good at playing it at price points which are non-existent for a lot of the competition. And that's something that we are going to stay focused on. Now, tech is going to enable it. Tech is not going to deliver point of care, but hopefully we can merge the two of bringing cheaper alternatives of what we've learned in the region and marry it to tech to make it far more efficient and passes through the regulatory hurdles that we were talking about.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Moving on to I know we're running a bit out of time, so running on to the last set of questions to frame this discussion. Anna, I know you've been working with family offices, and that's the background of your work. If you can perhaps share with us how family offices are investing in and scaling healthcare across Asia, as well as how are they influencing broader health tech investment?
Thank you. I think some of you may have heard this phrase of if you've met one family office, you've met one family office, because they're all very, very unique in how they think, how they deploy capital. It's not as easy to crack as a set of capital owners. I will, however, say, having worked with these families for the last decade, that the biggest commonality is they all understand the power of their wealth. They may not know how to then channel it to the right outcome, but they understand the power they hold, and if applied the right way, the outcome it may have. And that's where Sagana usually comes in, is to convert that vision into reality of how do you invest in these regions. And that's what we've been doing with some of our families, where maybe I take one example. It's actually not an Asian family, it's a Swiss family that we advise. It has set up a foundation called the Botnar Foundation, 4 billion AUM. Their thematic is the health and well-being of young adults in emerging markets. And by emerging markets, they mean Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and LATAM. What I really like about their approach and how they've been successful in the last few years is that they start with a very clear thematic. And I don't know if there are any family officers in the room or HNIs, but if you don't have that thematic and truly, truly believe in it, it's very, very hard to remain patient as a family officer or an HNI when you invest. You start looking for DPI year 3, year 4, which is fair because you want to recycle your capital. But if you truly believe in that cause, which for this foundation was health and well-being, they're playing that long game of over the next decade, the next 2 decades, what's the outcome we can have. So number one is to be successful as an investor, as a family office, be clear on what your thematic truly is. The second piece really is work with the local market. And one of Botna's principles is there has to be a co-investor in each of the deals that they invest in. So they don't want to really confuse the market and flip it upside down by bringing in cheap money. But their key criteria is there has to be a local co-investor who puts in and matches every dollar that they bring to the table. I think those are key to be able to, as a family officer, bear and sustain in this sector, which sometimes may take long to show exits. But if you're clear on why you're doing what you're doing, it starts to pay off in the long run.
Just to add to that, for those of you raising money, do not de-emphasize the power of local family offices and the sophistication that we've seen over the past few years. Clearly, beyond the sovereigns in this part of the world, which throw a large amount of money, the power that we are beginning to see of local family offices across the region, and more importantly, the professionalization that we have begun to see and creating real structures on interrogating us and figuring out why they should be part of a fundraise has dramatically changed. So as we continue to look at impact capital coming from Europe and US, I clearly do believe that the GCC part of it is certainly going to keep growing.
Excellent. Thank you. And there's a last discussion point I thought it would be good to touch upon, because I know we've mentioned it already before. When it comes to attracting the right talent and building trust between regions, building trust between partnerships across the regions, governments and providers, as there's the role of diaspora talent and regional connectors. I'm going to open this to the floor if anyone would like to give any insight into how founders can build this credibility that will enable them to move forward?
Sorry if I understood, I'm not sure I understood the question. So it's basically how do you find the right talent to power the startups and how do they get the credibility from, yeah. Generally, university systems have provided a very nice, I guess, mental shortcut or social proof. It's not necessarily the right one because the bottom student at Stanford may be far inferior to the top student at Duke, but it is something that's often been used as a bit of a shortcut. And we find that a lot of the startups, like the first startups that managed to get a bit of external capital in some regions, and now I think I've invested in probably over 25 countries, they tend to be returnees that get dissatisfied with what they see, then they go do something about it, but because they've straddled both worlds, and sometimes it helps if they did their first post-university job at JP Morgan in Manhattan or something so they can speak the language of international money. That seems to be one of the key archetypes by which you see some of these the founders play out. And if they happen to partner with a very technical co-founder that has a lot of scientific publications, even better.
I think also to be investable as a startup, it's very important that you distinguish yourself now from just having a great PowerPoint and actually executing. The era now is to not just give out dialogues on what you think you can do, but actually prove it on the ground. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which side of the table you are, profitability is becoming more and more important. So the era of patient capital, I don't think exists anymore. And you may be small, but I think executing and delivering on what you claim you will do and do it as fast as you can is going to be critical to get invested.
Yeah, unless you worked for OpenAI and started your own company.
Yeah, if I may add to that, I think the unfortunate piece in this region well, fortunate and unfortunate is that there is a lot of capital available, which means that the founders are a bit more relaxed when it comes to how much they can raise because there is a lot available. How do you then build something that can compete across the globe is really challenging. And I would urge entrepreneurs to think, local entrepreneurs think from day one, how do you take the solution to the US market, the Australian market, the Indian, Southeast Asian market? Only happens if you have a reasonable valuation. So build in a frugal manner, and only then there is an upside for investors as well.
Excellent, thank you. So rounding off the discussion, a few minutes, one last question. A closing off for the audience listening us, something for them to take away. If I were to ask you in 5 to 10 years what a successful Asia, Middle East health tech collaboration would look like, or what you'd hope would improve or build on in that time frame, what would be the first thing that comes to mind, or the biggest hope you have?
Instant deployment. Instant deployment.
I think there's going to be a lot of cross-border learning. We will have to be open to what we are imbibing from each other. If you ask me, I think the innovation coming out of Asia and the insistence on ethics, quality, and regulatory oversight that you can learn from this part of the world, if we can get those two integrate, it'll be for the benefit of the larger Asian continent, including the GCC.
Yeah, I think mine is a bit different, where I think that this region is primed to actually this whole longevity trend that everyone talks about, preventative health longevity. There is actually scope for GCC to be the leader in that because it's a very controlled ecosystem. It's beyond South Asia, Southeast Asia, or America or Europe to figure it out, but I feel like here there's a right sandbox, the phrase that we hate. But I think it's set up the right way here, where you have your top 10 healthcare providers sitting in 100 miles of each other, where it's possible to do it the right way, to build the right preventative healthcare systems that even the rest of the world can benefit from. And I would love to see that in the next decade, where GCC is the leader in that.
Maybe you can say tight-knit ecosystem.
What about a key takeaway message? If there's a company sitting in the audience today who's perhaps looking into the region or kind of vice versa, maybe one thing for them to take home to sleep on and come the next day and maybe have more clarity, like what would you tell them now?
I guess, make sure you understand when you're talking to the other counterparty, why should they care?
Yeah, I think what we do in healthcare has to have a direct impact, and I think making sure that it is demonstrable impact. Don't push an idea because you think it's a great idea. Push an idea because somebody is asking for it.
Yeah, and I think maybe the last point from my side is, like you said, there is a local population and there is a blue collar and a migrant population, and there are also very different sub-segments in the market. To really understand how that works, how does insurance play for, let's say, rest of the population versus where healthcare is covered, get into those nuances when you're building the solution to be able to scale it across the region.
Excellent. I'd like to thank you all with a lovely discussion. A big round of applause, please, for my panelists. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you, Miguel, for that great discussion. And now we're moving on to our next keynote, featuring, sorry, I've lost my place in here, featuring Professor Christian Sherry, the chair of the Cancer Research and Innovation Hub. Professor Christian Sherry is a consultant geneticist at Mater Dei Hospital and a full professor at the University of Malta with more than 3 decades of experience in molecular genetics. His research focuses on genetic disorders, cancer, and autoimmune conditions. So his title of his talk, Turning a Small Nation into a Living Lab for Precision Oncology and Next Generation Cancer Therapies. Please, a big round of applause for Professor Christian Sherry.
Keynote, Turning a Small Nation into a Living Lab for Precision Oncology and Next Generation Cancer Therapies.
I thought the chairs were staying.
Right, until the technology comes and we're able to move. Thank you very much for inviting me over to hear this short talk about Malta. This morning we had both the Minister of Health as well as the Ambassador of Malta speaking about the country. So some idea about Malta we have. What I'm trying to show at this moment is how Malta, as a small nation, can bring about or bridge being a living lab for precision oncology as well as new generation cancer therapy. So at the moment, we all know we're living in this era where basically we can do loads of things. Cancer, we can sequence tumors, basically in hours. We can re-engineer our immune systems. We're speaking about CAR T cells, mRNA vaccines, oncolytic viruses, etc. We can also design treatment within the molecular level. That's all being done. But a lot of these remain, or these breakthroughs, struggle to reach the ones that people that we require, that require them, the patients, okay? Or they reach them a bit too late. And where's the bottleneck? The bottleneck is actually not science. The bottleneck is basically a lack of real-world environments where data and diagnostics and therapies can not only be developed, but also tested and scaled together. So going out of the lab and being able to do the trials in the real world. That's where our bottleneck is. And that is where I'm going to propose how a country, a small country like Malta, can actually, or is, in this unique position to fill up these gaps. So this is the vision. This is our vision, okay? Basically, to have the integration of research, of healthcare, okay, of innovation, where they can evolve together. But not only that, but being integrated in a single health system, okay, like Malta is. So I have to do a little bit of here brackets. We are not stating that we have reached our goal. We're far from that. Okay, but this is where we intend going. So what are our advantages? So actually, we have a single national health system. Okay? Malta has one hospital. If we can put a click, this is the hospital complex. There is one large hospital, one hospital, the one in red, which is our oncology center, and the other larger one is our main hospital. On the left side, there is the campus of the university. On the right side, there's Life Sciences Park. So within one large campus, you just cross the road, we have all these ingredients together. Yes, please. Let's go back to the other slide. Thank you. So that's one advantage. The second advantage is, like somebody mentioned this morning, the Minister of Health, I believe, we are just 500,000 people, but in 246 kilometers squared. So everybody is nice and compact. We also have direct access between stakeholders. Everybody on his mobile phone most probably has the phone of the minister or the phone of the regulatory person, or I take myself, I work in hospital, I'm the chair of the Cancer Research Hub, I work at university. I'm not unique. Most of us are like that. So there's a direct access between stakeholders. We know each other. And importantly, we work within the EU regulatory environment. So anything that is accepted in Malta is actually accepted or can be accepted within the EU. When we speak about precision oncology, what are we speaking about? Speak about advanced diagnostics and genomics. So basically, we can diagnose, we can look at the tumor. We have a good genomics infrastructure already. We have a good diagnostic service. Just to give you an example, in Malta at the moment, we are quite high on the charts, in some cases top of the charts, in cancer survivorship in Europe. What we also mean is basically immunology. I believe that in 6 years' time, or even less, immunology, targeted immunology, precision immunology against cancer will be the treatment of choice for cancer. And then we also have our next generation platforms when we are mixing both the molecular side, the immunology side, radiography, surgery, all together in one platform. So what do we need? Basically, we need a couple of things to get this thing together. First of all, we have to do our own mapping. And that's something that we're happening at the moment. We look at research and innovation, what's happening on the island. okay? And we are mapping it up to know what's happening from the research side. We need coordination, and that's the role of the Cancer Research Hub. The Cancer Research Hub is actually also Malta's Cancer Mission Hub. Its main role is that of networking, of getting the coordination between the parties. And what is actually missing, and that's what actually we're looking for, is international partnerships. Okay? And that's, again, our aim for basically this year and next year. Early stage funding and activation is obviously required, but that's, in a way, I would say, is the easiest part, almost, to get around. I just already mentioned what is our role. Okay, so basically, we are there. We're there to connect the academia with the industry, with the healthcare. The formation of this hub, which is a separate legal entity from government. We have on the board members coming from the pentahelix, industry, stakeholders, patients groups, public health, education, university, academia, and so they are all together, so getting connections between them. And we're also a catalyst for funding. We were founded just 2 years ago, in April will be 2 years. We've already funded around 3 million euros in projects. There are 10 projects ongoing at the moment on the various aspects of cancer. So what is our roadmap? What are we looking at? So we've picked up 3 phases. So phase 1, okay, is the foundation. This is in progress. Okay, so there's a mapping, coordination, and partnership. Phase 2 is capability building. We already have a genomics center. It's going a bit too small. We're building a larger one, hopefully also having also a GMP facility to it. But then we're looking at how we can integrate data from the various aspects. We're looking at pilot-ready frameworks to be ready for the 3rd phase. And the 3rd phase is actually the clinical trials area, the living lab in practice. Why does it matter for us? Basically, or why does it matter for investment and innovation? Why Malta? Faster pilots. I say, we are small. We can go very easily and get whatever regulatory means we need. It's actually a national scale validation. We can call whatever we're doing a national scale because we're one nation. We don't have regions. It's one large nation. Which means, again, it's a real world evidence. People, okay, coming from various aspects of the community. Nowadays, we have also a quite large community coming from outside Malta. And last not least, we have a EU-compliant environment. So basically, we're not saying we're cutting corners. We are going to be regulated. Overall this, we have the support. There are various schemes in Malta, both grants, enhanced R&D schemes, tax schemes, EU co-funding pathways that gets into the funds. And then this model can be transported to others, either other small nations or small regions. So basically, we are being a sort of a lab, a large lab in one island. And the last sentence that is the opportunity Malta is offering. And that is the vision behind the hub that I chair, and hopefully we can end up having the forward-looking and the way forward into increasing survivorship, into increasing the cure for cancer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that great talk. And now on to company showcases. So the next company showcase we have coming up is Credo Diagnostics Pte Limited. So please welcome Tai Lim Tan, the head of the Chairman's Office and Vice President at Credo Diagnostics Pte Limited. Over to you. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm not sounding too loud to frighten you from your drowsiness. I am privileged to be serving as the head of the chairman's office and vice president at Credo Diagnostics. I left the private banking industry with decent book and joined Credo at the age of 53. It's now my 7th year with the company, and I am proud to say that my mission to educate the world on the benefits of point of care is happening and moving progressively day by day. I would like to start my presentation with a little survey. With a show of hands, may I know how many in this room undergo annual health screening? I'll repeat, how many in this room undergo annual health screening? Okay, I don't see a lot, but for those who do, thank you. You may put your hands down. Congratulations on your effort to look after your own health. Unfortunately, screening is not 100% comprehensive. My founder, click the green button. Unfortunately, my founder learned this lesson the hard way. In 2006, despite regular health screening, his mother was diagnosed with stage 4 stomach cancer. Sadly, 6 months later, she passed away. That personal tragedy became the catalyst for the birth of Credo Diagnostics in 2011 and inspired him to start a mission to prevent late diagnosis from claiming more lives. Let me ask a question. When your time-critical test is sent to a central lab and your doctor says the results will be ready in a few days, have you ever asked your doctor, why does it take so long? And who absorbs the risk of any delay? In the meantime, your doctor moves to the next patient, and unfortunately, diseases, they don't wait because they don't care. At Credo, we know diagnostics must move at the speed of clinical decisions, not days later, not across cities, and definitely not after the window has closed. Our commitment is to provide the right information at the right time to the right people. That is why we focus on point-of-care molecular testing. For those who know point-of-care tests, accuracy is non-negotiable. We are proud that our platforms deliver the same high-quality standards as central labs. Our device we design our device based on 3 simple principles. Every finished product must be easy to use, easy to deploy, and easy to scale. Because impact does not come from complexity, it comes from adopting and advocating simplicity. During the COVID period, our approach worked. 8,000 instruments from our first platform, the Vita PCR, were deployed across 50 countries. We were successful because the instruments were reliable, usable, and fast. Importantly, that installed base is now a foundation for our future when we launch new platforms and new tests. For the investors in the room, these are conservative numbers. I will now end with some thought-provoking questions. If we already have the science and if we already have the technology, why are we still comfortable with late answers? Importantly, if your loved ones are the ones waiting on the hospital bed, what will you do next to change where diagnosis happens and when it happens? Will you be the one who waits for the system to change and to upgrade, or the one who joins me in our mission to move it forward by funding it, by scaling it, and by bringing it closer to patients? That choice is in this room. If the above resonates with you, let's have a little chat and make the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand Tam, for leaving us with those thought-provoking questions. So do speak to Thailand Tam after if you want to chat further. The next company showcase is Nolius Technologies. So please give a very warm welcome to Shwana Balasubramaniam, founder and CEO of Nolius Technologies. Welcome, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Is that good? And this is for advancing, right? Great. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to tell you about a problem that maybe most of you have never considered. My name is Dr. Swarna Balasubramaniam, and I'm a surgeon and trained at the Mayo Clinic, and I was in clinical practice for 20 years. And I'm going to tell you about a problem that I encountered in my patients practically every day, and a problem that does not have a solution. This is the problem of recovery after abdominal surgery. If you've had abdominal surgery, you know that recovery is a miserable and painful process. About 10% of the population has had abdominal surgery, and so a lot of people are familiar with this. What happens is that we get patients out of the hospital very quickly after many major procedures. But this one, where you have abdominal surgery, has become a sticking point where it takes many days to recover, and you're lying in bed watching the Food Network instead of eating and waiting for your intestines to start working. The medical term for this problem is called postoperative ileus. And the problem when you don't eat is you're not healing, because it takes eating and digesting protein to start the healing process. And that is why the complication rate after abdominal surgery is so high. So our solution to this problem is a single-use device called the Nolius Leaf. And this device works after surgery, is used as an adjunct to surgery to remove the excess fluid and jumpstart bowel function after surgery. And it's easy to use, easy to place, easy to remove. And now we are a clinical stage company, and we have shown that this device is safe to use in humans, and we have preliminary proof of efficacy. This device uses a platform of negative pressure therapy, which has been used safely for wound care and is currently a $2.5 billion market, and this represents an opportunity to translate this to an internal platform. Here's some more information about how the device works. The device is used, as I said, as an adjunct to surgery, so there's absolutely no change to how surgery is done, so it's very easy for the surgeon to use, place, and then it's removed just hours later at the bedside. The device folds up like a fan, is extracted like a drain. We have shown that it removes fluid, and patients tolerate the use and removal of the device, and the process would be that the patients recover their bowel function faster and leave the hospital sooner. We have a great team working with me with 100+ years of collective experience to bring this device to commercial market, and we are on our way. There is a very large market of 3 million patients alone in the US that every year suffer from this problem, and 80 million patients worldwide. And as this device is very easy to use and requires only a vacuum, it can be used in even remote situations, and the US military is interested in using it in their field hospitals. So we've talked about how patients can benefit. Well, this device also has benefits for hospitals and health systems, because time is money, and if we get patients out sooner, the cost of healthcare decreases. And surgeons are also very eager for a solution to have better outcomes for their patients and less time taking care of patients. So the market values saving a hospital day. There are several other things that work on different aspects of post-surgical care to save one hospital day. And you can see that they've had good exits, and we anticipate that Nolius will have a good exit based on the size of the market and also the life-saving aspect of it, and the fact that the low cost of goods makes for a very profitable business here. So we are 2.5 years from commercialization. We are now a clinical stage company. We've been working on this a while. And, our plans, now that we've shown that we have preliminary efficacy and safety, is to go ahead and do another trial to demonstrate efficacy without a doubt. And to that end, we are opening a funding round to raise $1.4 million to basically demonstrate efficacy in a series of patients and reach our next goals. And if you're interested in joining this revolution to improve outcomes after abdominal surgery, please talk to me. I'd love to tell you more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the company showcases, and now moving swiftly on to our next keynote address. This will be with Dr. Hisham Al-Harabi, Director of the Innovation Research at the Jeddah Second Health Cluster. Director of the Innovation and Research Second Health Cluster, Dr. Hisham is a global healthcare strategist and keynote speaker, shaping the future of health systems. With a PhD in tropical medicine from LSTM and an MBA in health, UCL, Al-Harabi advances clinical pathway innovation, integrative system design, and stakeholder alignment, transforming research into scalable, patient-centered impact worldwide. Please give a very warm welcome to Dr. Hisham Al-Harabi. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So, with every device, with every algorithms, and with every breaking new MedTechs, there's a patient waiting for a better care. Today, here in Dubai, we are in the intersections between technologies and humanities, where innovations not only drive in medicines, but also restore hope. Today, we're trying to answer the questions of the new era of the Middle East and the transformations of the care delivery. I'm going to focus on the GCC, as the biggest transformations is happening in the GCC. Now, the urgency behind it is the epidemiological reality in the GCC is very clear. We have high chronic diseases. Diabetes range between 13 to 23% in different countries in the GCC. Obesity about 20%, and genetic disorders about 10%. All in all, with aging populations increasing and needing of special cares. In Saudi at the moment, it is 4% for the populations over the age of 60. However, 60% are under the age of 30. 2050, this is going to be a risk. The acceleration and booming of digital health adaptations, different systems want different digital platforms. The data is fragmented between systems, and every entity work in silos. So it is difficult to create data-driven decisions. All in all, with the pressures of hospital and shortages in workforces. These are the urgency why the GCC created their visions. 2030 for Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Bahrain, whereas we are UAE in 2030, 2035 of Kuwait, and then 2040 of Oman. In the UAE, it is the highest growth countries with a 5% projection of 2026, $34 billion expenditure reached by 2027. 60% of those are participated from the private sectors. 25 billion by 2026 is expenditure by for health and social development sectors. The UAE hold of the GCC market is about 25% in the medical devices. 95% of those are important. If you look at Saudi Arabia, it's the third fastest growing economy in the G20, along with China coming to 4.5% as projections for 2026 after India and Indonesia. The expenditure of 2026 2026 alone is 66 billion investment goals, and that is the biggest transformations around the world. 40 to 60% of those are participated from private sectors. 69 and up to 2025 was spent in health and social development. 55% is the market size of the GCC held by Saudi Arabia. 90% are important. And 50 billion invested already in information and communication technology. This is an opportunity where startup could localize in one country and access all other 5. Now, if we look at the smart health infrastructures, ecosystems, consists of digital systems, connected care pathways, intelligent decision-making tools, and data-driven populations. However, the core blocks of it is interoperable health data platforms, AI-enabled clinical workflow, and smart hospital and Internet of Things enabled facilities, remote monitoring and home-based cares to cover rural area, as well as cybersecurity and government frameworks. These are already being established here in the UAE and Saudi Arabia. United Arab Emirates is establishing itself as the artificial intelligence hub in the area, whereas they have Cleveland Clinical Abu Dhabi as the state-of-the-art in artificial intelligence. King's College Hospital optimized the workflow by using artificial intelligence. And MediClinic is using artificial intelligence for gene sequencing and precision medicines. The Minister of Health of UAE using a phone line for mental health, and the virtual doctor platform to support the primary healthcare in the UAE. The digital twin is a virtual project replica, so it will analyze the data, project better outcomes for projects around the UAE. Back to Saudi Arabia, we have the Siha Virtual Hospital, a 2-floor hospital based in Riyadh with no patients. These are connected to 170 hospitals across Saudi Arabia with over 140 specialty, going from ICU monitoring to assisting in surgery remotely by using proximity, as well as logistic and supply chains. The Siha app, you can connect to a virtual doctors or book an appointment, a vaccine, and with a push of a buttons, you can call an ambulance to your door. This will create a digital twins where the vital signs, every lab done is created as a digital twins connected to the ACAT Center, which is a virtual drive-through center where you could have your vital signs, your blood samples, your genetic sequencing, as well as imaging done. Both are run by artificial intelligence. The Saudi Genome Project having a goal to 2030 to sequence over 1 million sequence. By 2025, already 70,000 sequence has been done, and 6,000 pathogenic variants has been detected. Neom Health is a futuristic city where startups can do their evaluations and piloting. Neom will move it into a bigger city like Riyadh or Jeddah in order to trial it and then export it to the world. Saudi trying to move from a government hospital healthcare into a more semi-private sectors where they have decentralized and it will be run by the health holding company. It is 20 clusters, 5 medical cities, and then 363 hospitals with over 2,000 primary healthcare. I work for Jeddah Second Health Cluster, and the beauty of it is each cluster has a different need, different priority, and it's all based in research. These are opportunity for the startup to do their pilotings based on the research, analyze and evaluate. These will help update policy or regulations and change it all around being the patient in the center of it. And each cluster will have a different need and different priority. So the next era of medical is not another medical device, it's a whole ecosystem. And Saudi Arabia and the UAE are holding the gate for the East to meet the West, bringing the best of it and export it into the world. Thank you for having me. This is for LinkedIn for those who want to further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Al-Harbi. It's very fascinating to hear about Saudi. I myself live there, so great to hear. While we set up for the next panel, we've got a few chairs to get on. We've got a video, a recap of last night, so please do enjoy the video while we set up for the next panel, and then I'll introduce our panelists. Thank you.
So far, we've made quite a few connections. We've made quite a few connections on the cultural tour on the ride over here. Even before the tour, we met quite a few people. We've seen some old familiar faces that we know as well. And we're looking forward to making more connections. That's what brings us here. Absolutely, I would recommend MedTech World to other founders. I think it is a good ecosystem of investors, innovators, service providers, everybody needed to facilitate getting a medical device product to market.
What does this award mean to you?
It means a lot. First of all, it's appreciation for me and the team for this effort, very great effort that we did in building such a project in our sector and especially in primary healthcare center.
Okay, so our next panel, landing in the Middle East, how can global medtech companies enter, scale, and succeed? Moderating this session is Renita Das, founder of Renita Das Inc., former partner at Frost & Sullivan. Joining her on the stage is Mazin Gadir, Director of Healthcare Life Sciences, Alvarez & Marsal. Suresh Babu Subramani, Chief Business Officer at Atlas Medical LLC. Dr. Tamara Sunbul, Group CIO, Fakih Care Group. Marwan Mohammed, Business Development Manager at the Life Science Cluster, Madsa City. So please, a very warm welcome to our panel, and I hope you enjoy the discussion.
Landing in the Middle East, how global medtech companies can enter, scale, and succeed.
You need to sit next to me. I know you're running away. Good afternoon, everyone. How is everyone doing today? It's been a very, very long week, but amazing energy, sizzling spirit. And it's just wonderful to be here in Dubai with all of this innovation and inspirational leadership, so purposeful, that is happening around us. Today, I'm honored to be here with some amazing visionaries who have many, many years and decades of experience in this to debate and discuss what we need to be thinking about for global companies to come in here and what are some of the surprises, the pitfalls, and the best practices. So I'm going to jump right in to the discussion. If I think about myself and the role of MedTech, I think of myself as an analyst in 1995, maybe when the time that some of you may have been born, where I started my first job as an analyst for medical devices. And I remember learning and counting. We had to do forecasting for medical devices, and we were really taught about the box. Medical technology today has come so far along from what we used to sell as the box. We had all these companies like Medtronic and J&J and Becton Dickinson, and this is all in the US, large US conglomerates who were selling boxes. And they used to look at the install base, they used to look at the cost of the product and the replacement rate, and that's how they built their businesses. But today, if I look at medical technology, it's a very, very different space. The landscape is an interconnected network of technology, platforms, services. The stakeholders have increased tenfold now. We not only have the hospitals and the providers, we have retail, we have pharmacy, we have consumers, we have logistics because of delivery of care to homes and other centers. We even have financial involved in that. And really, the way the industry has moved is we've moved from selling the box to selling the software, which is helping to build the data and give you the outcomes and the results. And from that now, we've moved to AI, which is helping you with precision medicine, which is helping you with predictions. And eventually, we'll move to quantum and a lot of the work as we call intelligent health. So why would anyone want to come to this part of the world? And when I say this part of the world, I'm really talking about GCC. And that's the question we're going to be thinking about. What is it just going to be a lateral growth that people come here for? Do they come here because it's a great market in terms of the number of countries represented, so it becomes a living lab for the world? Or do they come to, for some other reason? And we'll debate some of the best practices to be able to do that. I believe if I look at this part of the world, I think one of the main reasons that, in my view, this is a market which has tremendous velocity. Every single country, whether it's Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, we all have visions that we're working around. And part of these visions are that we're working towards a value-based care model, we're working towards prevention, we're working towards precision. So this is the hotbed, really. It's the powerhouse for technology and innovation. I think the other aspect of this area is that it's a central location to everything else. It's like a bridge for the world to be here. And I think it's a very exciting place, and that's why it makes events like MedTech World so exciting. So my first question really to the panelists are that, when companies are looking at coming here, what are some of the criteria, and why would they choose one region versus the other when we are looking at this market? And we'll just go down the list.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Assalamu alaikum. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sticking around. And I guess the question is, what is the most attractive, or what could be the attractive things that would attract MedTech industry into this region? I definitely would suggest, number one, the cultural mix. I mean, they have a very highly cultural, diverse region with multiple nationalities, ethnicities that could actually help in the extension of the research that normally is either focused on a single ethnicity or a single background. And I think that's an area of huge attraction. Also, from a regulation point of view, having worked in the UAE now for the last 17 years and having lived here for 47 years, I believe some of the attractiveness that comes out from the UAE, Saudi, the regulators are always leading the way, and we live in a region where the government is taking always the lead on the initiation of innovation, attracting the private sector, and giving guidelines and giving strategies that are very attractive. I think that's another attractive element. The third attractive element is the proximity, as you mentioned. We are within a 5-hour travel radius, can cover up to 3 billion or 4 billion population. So we have a huge coverage, geographical coverage within the vicinity of the GCC countries. And that allows us also to look at the diversity of samples, the different diseases, the different, capabilities that the MedTech companies and MedTech industries can bring into this region. I'll stop here to allow my colleagues to give some more.
Yeah, I think, Mazir, I think you've mentioned a very important point here. You talked about the way innovation comes from top down, and I think that's a very critical point. Coming out of the US, it's a very different system. It's a system which is completely bottom up. It's a free market economy. Everyone does what they want and they compete, and it's basically a capitalistic system. But when we come to this part of the world, it's really a top-down system. The government lays the foundation for what needs to happen. It creates the infrastructure and the platforms and the operability of that system to orchestrate care across many settings, and then everyone has to follow that. So it's a system which is much more regulated and hence easy to work. Suresh Babu, is there anything else you would like to add to this?
Great. Good evening, everyone. See, if you look at the market, this is a gateway to global south, am I right? So market is a very matured, and adoption on the innovative technologies is extremely high compared to the other developed and developing market. So that gives a lot of opportunities to come to this market, to test the market. However, the challenges, if you look at it, as Dr. Mazen said, cultural, people, those matters. And the most important thing, if the product is matured with CE or FDA approved, then access to the GCC market is much, much easier. However, this was the the last decade scenario. The recent developments in the Middle East, in the GCC, now they allow the companies who are in a startup to come and do the pilots and clinical trials in the market, and they also get certified and give the market access without CE and FDA as well. So that's a route which gives a lot of opportunities for the startup companies. And top of that, if you look at the investments happening in the fintech and MedTech segment from the support from the governments of Abu Dhabi and the UAE and the Saudi, there is a plenty of opportunities for the new startup companies to access the healthcare funds.
Great, thank you so much. Tamara, you've worked in this business, amazing. Your career has been through so many different hospital groups as a CIO. Maybe you can give us some advice of what you think of the whole aspect of distributor versus partnerships, because this market in a way lends itself so much more to partnership than distribution, and yet we've seen so many, not mistakes, but lessons learned from choosing the wrong distributor and not having the partner. So if you can share some of your experience.
Sure. I think this is a great breeding ground, and I see it more for partnerships. So like for us, at least in our organization, we do actually, for example, Faki has 100 million riyals invested in a center of excellence for healthcare AI, just healthcare AI. And most of that is not done. We don't hire companies to do it. It's through partnerships. So we look at multiple startups out there, we invest in them, we bring them so we provide that that breeding ground for them, that incubator for them to grow. So it's working with them all the way from prepping them, getting them started, funding them, to working through their clinical trials, which we conduct in our hospitals. And you were talking a while ago about why come to the Middle East. I think having that clinical trial space. I have a friend of mine, and she has an application, nothing really clinically that's going to cause a lot of complications or difficult, but she wanted to get it validated in the US, so she wanted to get the FDA approval for that. She went to Harvard and a couple of things, and they were charging her in the prices of $2 million USD, which is kind of really, for a startup, how could they afford that? So in the KSA, it's the actual opposite. You'll find healthcare organizations that will partner with you, and actually not only will they do that clinical trial for you, but they actually work with you to configure it, to build it into the workflow, so that in the end you get a usable product that actually worked. And as a byproduct, you'll get the publication, the paper, and everything. And they also help you like my organization, we help those who are working with us to even submit through the SFDA. We help them work through all the requirements, and we help them with that submission, and that usually helps get them very fast track through that process.
Thank you so much. Marwan, is there any other thoughts you had on why people should come to this region, or anything on partnerships versus distribution? Any of your thoughts through your experience?
Yes, of course. First of all, thank you to the organizers. Thank you, Dylan and MedTech, for having us here, and for everyone in the audience. I'd like to say it's an honor to share the stage with Mazen. I've seen him on the stage all these years, so Mazen, you know you've made it when you're on stage with Mazen. So let's talk about the ecosystem. One thing that we have here in the UAE that is very special and very unique is the regulators, the investors, the ecosystem builders such as Masdar City. They help the MedTech companies from day zero. They sit down with them, they show them the different pathways, the whatever care pathways they're going to, distributors versus ecosystem. Everyone's aligned from day one, and the custodianship of each activity is laid out, so it's extremely clear for the different entities where to go, who does what, and how you can be helped across the value chain. And that's something you won't see anywhere else, to be honest. And we debrief, we have task forces, we have working groups, we care about diagnostics in a different way, and we care about ulcer devices different ways. So we really know where to segment the different tech companies and how to help them.
Wonderful. So my next question is really, there are a lot of startups in the environment here, and I'm sure they're here in the audience. What advice would you give them in terms of regulatory, what they should do, how they should look at it? There's different regulatory for different countries. How do you work through that? Masir, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate my honor to be on the same stage as you, Renita, and Dr. Tamara, because you guys are my role models. So thank you for having me on the stage. But so what is my advice for the startups when it comes to the regulatory landscape? Do your homework. We have 5 different regulatory jurisdictions. If I look at Saudi, Qatar, UAE, I'm talking about 5 different regulatory jurisdictions, and these regulatory jurisdictions are different in the way they, similar in some ways, but different in some other ways. But okay, if you look at the 3 countries, UAE, Saudi, Qatar, if you look at the Ministry of Public Health in Qatar, the Ministry of Health and the Saudi FDA, and if you look at the Ministry of Health and Prevention in UAE, along with the new establishment, the Emirates Drug Establishment, there is a lot of, you need to understand what are the different aspects from these different regulators. The good news is the medical devices are regulated on a national level, on a federal level, and my colleagues here, Suresh and Marwan and Dr. Tamara will dive into more detail, but I think in the UAE specifically we have the Ministry of Health and the EDE, which is going to be the emulator of Saudi FDA, and for a regulation and how to get into the countries, always remember having an FDA approval and a CE marking and an MDR regulatory approval back in Europe would always facilitate an accelerated avenue for you to get into the market. Also, looking at partnerships, one of the areas that could actually help you is to find the partner that goes beyond a distributor. We were in a workshop 2 weeks ago in Cairo. A lot of the distributors in the region, they are looking at actually breaking beyond the transactional model of a distributor. How do they actually come into becoming a true partner and help you in if it requires further clinical trials or studies, how can they help you go through the processes? And I think qualifying your local partner just to start you into the market is always an important step. Number 3 is the areas that you need to look at, working with the regulators and seeking knowledge and being present physically. This region loves human-to-human interaction. We love AI, but there's nothing better than emotional intelligence, having coffees, teas, and dinners with your clients, your potential regulators, and actually do meet them. Come and meet them. Open door policy is implemented with force. If you go to Saudi, SFDA is approachable. If you go to Dubai, you talk to the Dubai Health Authority. In Abu Dhabi, you can meet the Department of Health and the EDE establishment. You have partners like Masdar, where Marwan is, can facilitate those meetings. You have a great sovereign wealth fund that works closely with Atlas Medical, where Suresh is there. They will help you to also find. So again, I'm not promoting anybody for no percentages or commission, but I'm just telling you the doors are open, but you need to invest in your physical presence. Those are the three major points that I wanted to highlight.
Critical points, very, very critical. Suresh, anything from your side in terms of your experience of last 25 years working in this region?
Just to add on to my friend Dr. Mazen, see, UAE is pretty easy on the regulatory side, which if you look at on the classification of the device, if the device is not invasive, it's easy to get, and the timeline also is much faster to get it. However, for startups, we need to go for a clinical trial, and if it's an invasive device, and then it has to go for a full registration, including the factory audit. Sometimes the Ministry of Health can ask for the factory audit to see the quality process and ISO process. So that's the process which takes 6 months probably. On top of that, if the MedTech devices have an IT embedded or AI embedded, then it's also very critical to meet the data regulations on GDPR, and the IPA compliance is very, very critical to get the clinical approval in the UAE market. So primarily we focus Atlas Medical, which is part of the Cyrus Holding Group and our parent group IHC. So Cyrus is one of the largest investment group in the healthcare in the UAE market and across the region. So we have partners with us. We are a 50-year-old company, and we are partners like Philips is our 40-year-old partnership, and we do have startups in our portfolio to bring to the market, because that's where the market is moving on, the innovations. So that's where we help companies to come to the market. But as Dr. Mazen said, they have to do the homework, the market fit, and other things they have to consider.
Yeah, I think a point as well needs to mention is many global companies think that they have the perfect product, and then they come in here and the product market fit may not be there as well. Tamara, can you talk a little bit of what you've seen in your experience around that area?
So I just also want to remark a bit about the regulations in Saudi Arabia. I think it's a little bit more easier because it's like a one sort of governance. The Saudi FDA makes it very clear and it's very transparent. So you can actually go on the website. It's very clear how you can apply and how to get through those spaces. I was lucky to work with the first AI as a medical device. He was here yesterday, Mashari al-Washmi. I was very lucky to work with him on his clinical trial and get that through. So it is very doable, and it's even if you don't have that CE or you don't have that US FDA, very easy to get through, and hats off to him because he was the first one to go through all of that and made it easier for some of us for the rest of the people to follow. Sorry, the other question?
No, the question I was going to ask is, the product market fit, when you bring in a global product, say you're bringing in a product from the US and the environment that you're selling in is very different. We've had a lot of failed stories where the product has not been successful because of the product cultural fit not there, and language and all of that. So any thoughts on that?
Oh yes. So localization of the product, I can't say how important that is. Two things here. First of all, you have a product, you need to first thing you do when you hit the market, you need to get it. You have to register your IP. That would be the first thing I would do before I go out to SFDA or anything like that. So after you get that done, and you bring that market. That's why when we just were talking a little bit while ago about partnerships, this is where partnerships come. And because you're going to have to localize that product, whether it's the language, whether it's the usability, and remember, nobody buys a product for a product, right? They buy it so that they can use it, right? So we have to figure out I'm sure it's perfect and everything, but how does it fit into the workflow, right? How can we make sure this product works as intended? And then it's the intended use, which you're going to need to know for your FDA approval. But how does it work in the workflow is what you need to work out with caregivers. And how it works in the US might be totally different in this region because there are different regulations, different laws. So for example, shipping of, somebody wants to do, for example, a medical device that extracts blood and sends basically they send it to patients to do at home. So there are certain regulations you need to abide for, from whether it's management of information or from a device perspective. So localization and, more importantly, how it fits into the workflow needs to be kind of figured out. And this is always best done with a partner. So you might think it's okay, let me go get a consulting firm to help you. I don't think it's that, because people can talk about it, but it's not actually until you do that clinical trial, till you use it, and then you're like, oh, what about this? Oh, what about that? Oh, they don't carry this type of battery here, so that's where you go wrong.
Yeah, I think you bring up a very important point, the whole aspect of digital maturity, because you've been working in that space so long. We're finding that that's one of the biggest impediments to adoption, right? Because the friction points are so much that the product doesn't get used by the actual people on the ground. So I think your advice to actually see it happen, pilot it, is very, very critical. Marwan, if there's any thoughts you had on product market fit or regulatory?
Yeah, I would say do your homework, understand where is day zero for you. So if you want to raise money, which grants are you applying to? Are you going to family offices? Are you talking to VCs? So you put these 3 buckets to a side. And then you go to the ecosystem players. So the Masdar Cities, the Kizads, the DIFC, Dubai Science Park. You talk to these guys, right? Because they're meant to help you understand and navigate. And I look at it in a way where you get stars, you get little badges. If you have a partnership deal with the operator, you have a free zone license, you've raised some sort of money, even if it's a grant, like the Ma'an grant from the Department of Health. As you do these 3 things, you're filling up your toolbox, and then you can finally be presented by us, the ecosystem, to whoever you want to meet, whether it's a hospital, an investor, a regulator. The EDE now is making things very easy for medical devices. So I'm type 1 diabetic, I have an insulin pump, I have a continuous glucose monitor, and I was one of the first people to use a sensor in Abu Dhabi in 2007. So this is an area that loves innovation. So for all the startups, the scale-ups, localize. I fully agree with Dr. Tamara. Localize your efforts. I would say in-country value now is a competitive edge. It's not a cost. So come here, do your homework, and we will help you.
Perfect. So now that we have all the pieces of the puzzle for entry strategy that we've discussed, now we're going to discuss how do you actually grow your business. And I think part of the growth strategy is building your team. And what kind of a strategy should we take towards building a team? Is it going to be a lot of expats? Is it going to be a lot of localization? We know all countries are expecting, especially in Saudi Arabia, there's a huge localization plan for the employees. So how do we go about doing that? And what advice would you have for a company that's thinking about building their talent strategy?
So I think that's a very good question. So talent, it's a big, it's a golden question. It's a big ask and a big treasure hunt. Talent acquisition and talent retention and talent recruitment. So if you look at the landscape in the GCC countries, there are really good academia or academic institutions. There are really good number of professionals and great talent. Some locally bred, mostly brought from abroad as well. I would look at Saudi with your talent strategy different than looking at the UAE from a talent strategy perspective. So in terms of Saudi, the amount of talent that exists within the universities, there are amazing academias and academic institutions, specifically in the area of biotech, healthcare, it's immense. Universities like King Saud University or Kaimark, or sorry, Kaimark is a research institute, but these are good talent hubs. KAXT and KAUST, King Abdulaziz Center for Science and Technology, or King Abdullah King Abdullah, I think KAUST is King Abdullah University for Science Technology. Is that correct? Excellent, got it right. Too many acronyms. So Saudi is full of talent. We're talking about 40 million population country. UAE, there is a lot of talent, but most of the talent is expats, but you need to make sure that you have a balanced approach to try and bring in the talent and grow the talent. And so is Qatar, by the way. So the field of biotech or biomedical sciences is looked at hugely. Abu Dhabi is spending a lot, investing a lot in that field to bring in that industry with its full muscles in, and that includes also building the academic infrastructure for talent incubation. Most of the talent that you will target is again, you'll have to think about retaining them, because sovereign wealth funds are also doing the same. They are actually going out there in the biomedical sciences and the medtech industry and recruiting the best talent to try and localize this industry. So the whole region is moving into localization, not just by moving the factories and the research labs and the infrastructure from a physical perspective, but also try to bring in talent. Still, the talent scarcity is a major issue. So I presume looking at a balanced approach for marriage of talent from abroad and talent from within, partnering with academic institutions, those who are working hard. Khalifa University in Abu Dhabi, MBRU, Mohammed bin Rashid University in Dubai, and other universities are also good talent incubators that needs a lot of good startup and industry partnership. So I think it's a balanced approach that needs to be done. Localization of that is necessary, but also spicing it up with international talent. But think about sustainability. We don't want what happened in COVID happen to us now. What happened in COVID, Renita? In the first 3 months, we lost 30% or 20% of the nursing population in one emirate because of the immigration programs into the UK and the US. How do we keep talent? We have good programs for golden visa. We have good partnership potential here to try and keep the talent in the UAE.
I think that's a very critical point that you bring up about how to retain talent and keep talent. I think this is a global challenge that is happening. But I think also another big challenge that I see related to talent is also the needs of the requirements of the positions now are changing so much. For example, if I look at it from a provider perspective, from a hospital perspective, there's a tremendous need moving forward by 2040 where we will look at a fusion of tech and clinical workers. So far, we're only looking at clinical workers in that environment, and I think there's going to be need for a seamless kind of flow between tech and clinical. So in a way, the workforce needs are changing as well. So who's going to...
The GCC market, it's pretty open market, am I right? If you want to bring tomorrow 100 engineers from any of the international market, you can get it in 3 months actually. So it's much easier to bring people from abroad as well. But however, it's a hybrid of local and international that will give a better edge actually. The core, if you look at on the sales marketing, which requires the local regulatory, all those things, it's better for the companies to hunt in the local market. But if you're looking at bringing a domain expertise of their product line and the R&D and those kind of stuff, it's always, I mean, they can bring from their home country to optimize the cost. They don't need to train. This market I always call as a ready-to-eat market. So if X is experienced on a specific a nursing director or specialized on an intensive care, so if there is a vacancy, chances of getting her is 95% more. The same like in the biomedical as well. If somebody is trained on Philips, if there is a vacancy in Philips, getting is much higher than somebody coming and getting trained. So that's how this market works actually. But however, it's a very open market, and it's not restricted by visas like US and Europe. If you want to hire talents, it's not much more difficult, right? So this is a pretty open market. So, and availability of the talents locally and internationally is pretty good.
So basically what you're saying is we just have to look at talent all across the world, and we can't limit ourselves to certain countries. Tamara, what are your thoughts? I mean, I'm sure you're managing talent all the time and being a group CIO, so.
Yeah, I think maybe in Saudi Arabia the situation is a little different. For example, my current organization, they have their own university. So part of what they're doing with that university is that they ensure they have the right case mix of people that are needed in the equipment, especially in the health tech side. I think it's in KSA. There's a lot of I think it's a lot of organizations I mentioned by Mazen just a little while ago. But there's a good number of organizations that supply those informaticians, right? Because we want somebody who has that clinical piece as well as the IT or the clinical engineering piece. And there are a large number of graduates that are graduating each year from these programs. Many of them in some of these universities are also engaged in a lot of research activities. So one thing that I've learned to tap into are those postdocs, those researchers, right? Because those are a great asset for anybody who's thinking to go into MedTech, because or has a product, because if you have them, like at least they will know how to write that research protocol when you come to do your clinical trial. They work with you. Plus a lot of them are looking to publicize papers. So actually it creates that win-win situation for all. So if you have a really great graduate student approaching them, and many times, by the way, you will get that partnership with that university for that particular product. So they will work with you on a particular hypothesis or whatever you're trying to work on, and they will help you with with part of that work. And some of you might think, well, oh my gosh, I'm just a startup. I don't have money to fund this. But a lot of them will work. I mean, part of it can be also giving them part of that giving them a few shares or some of that work within that, and that would be, I guess, for the future for you to onboard them as employees once they're done with their research. Of course, they have to declare it as part of their research, but it creates that fusion. I know there's a lot of clinical trials ongoing, and for example, in KAUST has a lot of devices that they're working on. I was very lucky to visit them the other day, and they're working on even making adjustments. And you'll think of, well, it's not only universities. Aramco has two funds actually. Has one fund called WIDE, and that fund for WIDE is for local companies they're not local, but they plan on commercializing in Saudi Arabia and selling to this local market. And then there's another one called Venture 7 that can be anywhere across the world. So there's a lot of opportunities. So I would seek to look for those. And then when I'm building my team, I would definitely want to have some researchers, postdocs on board to help me with the research, as well as locals. Definitely bang on the locals, because sometimes a lot of things are not said but understood. So it would be very beneficial to have them.
So a good blend between the two. Marwan, any thoughts to add?
So allow me to speak from the perspective of what we see in Masdar City. And so what we see in Masdar City when it comes to talent, honestly, I haven't seen that as a problem at all. And there are three layers to this. One, the geopolitical tensions around the world, honestly, has helped the UAE. So a lot of talented individuals from Africa, from Asia, from even Boston and in Europe, they've been coming here and trying to find jobs and trying to scale up. So that's one. Number two, a university like Mohammed bin Zayed AI University that just opened their undergrad program, they give out free scholarships to some of the smartest students ever, to be honest. So it's our role as the ecosystem to have the companies ready for them when they graduate, and then they find a home. So we need to retain them. So I fully agree with Mazen. I think the game here is more retention than where is the talent. And then there's another layer to this, which is what ADIO does, Abu Dhabi Investment Office. So Abu Dhabi Investment Office gives out golden visas to talented individuals, right? So that maintains and keeps them. There's a company in Masdar City called Attentive Science. So they're a preclinical CRO. We're currently in construction for them for a Viveria facility. It would be operational in the next few months. They've been getting CVs left and right for the last 6 months, honestly. So the talent is there. We just need to cultivate it well, have places for the talent to dive into. We don't want them to graduate and they just don't know what to do. So that's what I'm worried about more. So this is to the audience, MedTech, life science, digital health. We need more of these companies here so that there is a safe haven for the students. One more thing I'd like to add is research, right? So the one thing that we need to work on more, this might be a little bit off topic, but R&D incentives. I think incentives is a bigger thing that we need to talk about, not talent. Incentives, subsidies, tax credits for R&D. How can we have these different individuals choose the UAE over Switzerland? Why would they do that? So if we can brainstorm, do some working groups, think of incentives. Let's say you can show the government that you're working on a preclinical trial, and then they'll give you half of the money back. Some ideas like that would work, and will bring more talent that we can definitely scale up.
No, I completely agree with this point. I think I come out of Silicon Valley in California, where the startup ecosystem is so mature now. But if I think about it 20, 30 years back, there was a lot of university grants that were given to students. The entrepreneurship culture starts from when you're 10 years old. In high school, you're building products and going for competitions. And I think that's where the education needs to come in with that system. We need to start creating incubators, accelerators. We need to start channelizing. Innovation can happen only from the ground up rather than have everything coming from outside.
Speaking
so it's a very good point.
Allow me to plug this in. In Masdar City, we have a shared labs incubator that will be operational in April. So if you're interested, please come talk to me after. And it's going to have wet lab, dry lab, PCR, mass spec, flow cytometer, the basics. So the wait list is open.
I'm sure the startups heard that. Okay, I'm going to move from there to look at a big question which has recently come in, which is manufacturing. Do companies really have to manufacture in order to succeed and grow in this region? It's something new that's come in with the in-country value program that Saudi Arabia has started, or the Make in Emirates program that the UAE has started. So what advice would you give companies today in this market about their strategy towards manufacturing? Is it something that gives them a competitive edge? Is it a must-have to be able to operate in this market? Any thoughts, starting with?
I think that this is a very good question, and just to reinforce what my colleagues in the panel said, the region has gone through 50 years of consumption, right? Transaction. Now, the next 50 years from COVID onwards, we are talking about, in the post-COVID, it's about becoming a R&D hub, building roots, building depth in the healthcare industry that was shallow until COVID. But again, generally speaking, the depth is reliance on taking research into commercialization of research. You cannot just do research and just count the number of publications and patents and stop there. You have to complement, the region has to complement its research mechanisms and depth with its manufacturing capabilities. In post-COVID, it's evident that we need to localize supply chain, we need to localize manufacturing. The amount of incentives that have come out from Abu Dhabi, Saudi Arabia, even Dubai, to try and localize manufacturing, the biomedical sciences and the MedTech sciences, biotech field is humongous, and you do get advantages by actually bringing your manufacturing. Again, going back, what are the incentives for R&D? We have a lot of funds in Saudi. There are more funds than startups. Can you believe it? The only country on earth that has more funds than actually gaps to answer. That's where the hub, and again, we're talking about Saudi a lot. I'm not discounting what the great work has been done in Oman or Kuwait and Qatar recently. Now they've come up after the fasting period for the post-World Cup period, and they're investing heavily. So again, there's a lot, and AI is opening a lot of those gold mines. So again, if you come into manufacturing, if you try to supplement your entry into the market by partnering with great people like Suresh and bringing some of those manufacturing capabilities to show your depth, you're not here for transaction only, you're here for the long term.
Fantastic. I just realized we're out of time, so if you can just curtail it for 20, 30 seconds max, we can.
Yeah, the local manufacturing, now the tenders are giving an incentives for the local manufacturing. They give an additional scores to win if the product is, quality-wise, it's locally manufactured or assembled. And a lot of companies started doing in the UAE and Saudi for the, the disposables, even in the pharma industries. It's happening actually.
Tamara?
Yes, local manufacturing, even things like CAR T or cellular therapy. So it's local, local, and local, definitely.
Marwan?
Fully agree with everything they said. If you manufacture locally, you will get CapEx and OpEx rebates from entities like the Abu Dhabi Investment Office, and you will be looked at in a different light, in a different bucket, even to get investments.
Fantastic. Thank you everyone for coming and being here. I hope we were able to answer some of your big questions. We're here backstage if you want further discussions. I think this region is all set to become a transformational growth partner for the rest of the world. They're putting in the infrastructure, the intent, purpose, and all the pillars are being set. So it's a very exciting market for us to be thinking about for entry. Thank you so much. Thank you to all our panelists.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that discussion. I particularly enjoyed the airtime given to KAUST. That's my organization. I'm Associate Director of Strategic Comms there, so great to hear the mention of university and importance of research in Saudi. We have another panel discussion coming up. This focus is on data to decisions, a new era of precision diagnostics and therapy. Moderating this discussion is Simon Swift, Commercial Director at Healthcare World. And joining Simon on stage will be Alex Diaconu, CEO and founder of AIGEA, Dr. Rami Ross, Director Shared Clinical Services at Mediclinic Middle East, Rashna Dayal, Managing Partner of Sugati Ventures, Abhishek Shah, the President of TrueDoc, Maxim Kolin, the co-founder of Giro. So let's give a warm welcome to our panel, and I hope you enjoy the discussion. Thank you.
From data to decisions, the new era of precision diagnostics and therapy.
Sorry, you have to bear with me a second because they're all the experts, so I need my notes. Hello, I'm Simon Swift, and I'm moderating this panel today from Data Decisions, the new era of precision therapy and diagnostics. We've all been to a lot of these conferences. We've all sat in the dark rooms after lunch, nodding off gently. So we've just had a short chat outside, and I've asked the panel to be a little bit energetic and frankly to disagree with each other and have a fight, because that will hopefully be a bit more interesting and keep everybody awake. If we can run down the row and briefly ask people to introduce themselves, please.
So I'm Alex Diaconu. I'm founder and CEO of IGEA, which is an infrastructure decentralized for AI and health data.
Thank you. Ramsey.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you for all of you that are joining us. Dr. Ramsey Ross, I'm the Director of Shared Clinical Services at MediClinic Middle East.
Rachna.
Hi everyone, I'm Rachna Dayal. I'm founder and managing partner of Sigati Ventures, which is a VC fund that invests in medical devices and AI-enabled healthcare platforms, early stage, seed, Series A. Love to co-invest with strategics like J&J, UCB Pharma, and the likes of them. Thank you.
Abhishek.
Hey, I'm Abhishek. I'm the president here at TrueDoc. We're building the Amazon for primary and chronic care here. So we end up using a bunch of precision pathways in medical devices for last mile execution. So I'm the least precision guy here, but the most probably last mile.
Thank you. And Maxim.
My name is Maxim Holin. I'm founder of Giro. We use artificial intelligence and physics to find new targets and develop new therapies against aging-related diseases and aging, partnering with Pfizer, with Roche, rejuvenated mice, and doing a lot of stuff.
Thank you. So I'm Simon Swift. I'm a clinician turned health economist turned data geek. Spent 15 years building and running a healthcare data services company. And sold that. I'm a now annoying portfolio man who wanders around being opinionated. I'm a population health true believer. I've been trying to get people to use data to identify predictive risk and then act on that to mitigate that risk for about 12 years. I have largely failed. The market is not ready. The maths isn't quite good enough. And the problem is, most of the time, according to literature, 80% of studies on population health, where the concept makes sense, it is clinically logical, and the data works, you actually study an intervention, it just doesn't work in real life, and we don't know why. So sadly, I'm still on a mission to get population health moving, really. I'm also a skeptic in the whole concept of longevity medicine. Over the last 150 years, life expectancy has increased massively. But that's largely been due to public health, antibiotics, vaccines. It's not been druggable. So one of the things I want to learn from the experts today is actually, what is the boundary? How much of longevity medicine that we read about in the newspapers about, you know, mad American billionaires replacing their blood every 3 months, how much of that is science and how much of that is witchcraft and smoke and mirrors? Because I genuinely don't know. And my laptop's with my notes has turned itself off. How delightful. Right, I'm going to start with Alex. In the real world of a healthcare system, we are not going to get to the starting block because data is siloed, interoperability is a myth, everyone panics about governance and security, which means none of this data can actually flow to anybody. How are we going to fix this?
So my perspective is that as long as we have no data liquidity, we will not have precision medicine. So precision medicine is bottlenecked less by models, but by access to governed access to longitudinal data across silos. So especially EHR, wearables, and data labs. You know, everybody's speaking, especially here in the region, but also in the other parts of the world, about multiomics. Multiomics is powerful as long as it is longitudinal and integrated. So one-off genomics is not precision. So we need actually, in order to make the impact, to correlate genomics with longitudinal time series phenotypes, wearables, lab data, and also with environment and lifestyle.
I was just about to ask you to define what you mean by multiomics, because it's a term people might not know.
So multiomics, but I believe that all, you know, the audience is super educated. So,
but I'm not. So help me.
Okay. So multiomics is a general term to define the 36 degrees when we look at the patient, genomics, metabolomics, and other types of insights in the human, let's say, health data.
Okay.
So there are two things that I also want to share. Consent to patient-driven continuous consent. So we need to shift from fear of sharing the data to share safely. And this is quite challenging considering the current ecosystem. And the second thing, I believe that we should start to understand data as a new class of assets and to make sure that both providers and patients are included in the value-driven outcomes, both clinical and financial. This will allow us to synchronize incentives with outcomes.
So, the fear of sharing data is a really interesting one. I was chief executive of a population health management company in the UK for a really short period, a couple of years ago. And we were using personal data across an entire population to predict a specific outcome. And we did a lot of public engagement, a lot of forums with people living out there, living their lives in the wild. They were not afraid of sharing their data. They were actually really keen to share their data as long as they were assured that appropriate safeguards were in place. They weren't scared. I think the profession and government and regulators think people are scared, but the reality is they're not.
But actually, the entity that is currently put in the center and responsible for this consent...
It's him. It's the providers who sit on all the data.
Is the provider. So
Ramsey.
the provider... Please.
Well, thank you very much. Listening very, very carefully into the conversation. And I think I can echo a lot of the words that you've described, and we look at it from a, if I take one step back beyond the omics, right? You've got the proteomics, transcriptomics, genomics, proteomics, transcriptomics, and so on, metabolomics, as you mentioned. But that's giving us unique indications at varying levels of biology, right, and systems. But taking a step further away, what about broader lab indicators? What about imaging? What about wearables? I think everyone on this panel, if I'm not mistaken, is wearing some...
Ramsey, just keep the microphone.
Is wearing some form of wearable at the moment.
Let's have a little survey, actually. Garmin? Aura? Whoop? Apple? Anything else?
Ultrahuman? I know there's at least one other person in the audience that has one as well. But my point being is the integrated nature of where we're moving and the necessity of moving in an integrated format. Now, when it comes to the data point, look, it's great having all this information, but what we're really after is value, right? How do you extract value from all of this? I mean, how much data do we ourselves collect off our own devices that may question the value of some of that data? Exactly the point. So getting benefit out of the siloed data points that you get, then taking it to a next level of integrating so that they can, in a sense, cross-talk. How do they relate to one another? And then being able to consolidate a view to then ultimately provide value to who? Yeah. It's either to the end consumer or patient, depending on where they are on the continuum of care, for lack of a better description, or indeed the physician, right? You want to equip them with valuable information to do a better job in taking care of the person in front of them that they're seeing. So unlocking value is the biggest challenge. And as a provider, we get this all the time. We have physicians knocking on our door, on our innovation team's door. We have our chief commercial officer who leads all our innovation work as well with us today, Dr. Sarah Alum. We get questions all the time from patients telling us, asking our doctors, my watch is telling me this. I've seen this somewhere. What does it mean? Right? We have challenges in dealing with those queries because either we are knowledgeable from the R&D point of view, research and angle, but there may be no guidance around how to handle this kind of information. And secondary to that, there's a workforce aspect to this. You can't just assume that people that are facing these questions should know the answer or do know the answer. Many clinicians don't know how to handle these questions because they haven't simply been exposed to it.
It's
or
not part of
received
the training.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'll take a pause just there. I'm conscious of getting the views of
in
others.
terms of value, I wear a Garmin all the time. I'm a runner, so you have to have a Garmin. And I love all the data and all the stats I get from a run, but actually the most valuable bit of information I get is my heart rate variability first thing every morning, because that tells me, am I fit to run today or not? Have I got an early phase virus, or I slept badly, or it actually means that I know how hard to push my training. That's really valuable, but it's one or two tiny bits of data that actually make a difference. Rashna, I'm consciously going to skip over you for a moment because I want to come to Abhishek first, who's a provider, but very different shaped provider. So I want to hear that story first, and then I'm going to come back to you.
So we see the lens a little differently. Never in the history of humanity has there been more data for any individual on planet Earth. Precision as an all-time high. We found, and this is just as a founder operator, that precision data is not where it fails at the last mile. You asked the question on why is it not impacting population health. Our version as an operating provider is the last mile fails. So, a risk score, a great precision-related report, if it doesn't translate into action, care pathways, it's just an incredibly good-looking academic artifact. That's all it is. It has no other bearing. So, for us, it's about taking that data. So, we've actually seen life differently. As you empower the consumer and stop calling them a patient, fantastic things happen. 300 million people use ChatGPT for their health every week. There's a personal story where my mother-in-law is going through cancer and chemotherapy and everything, right? A combination of the AI agent I have built, as well as these LLM models, has probably saved her life twice already. Because the data we give, whether it's the next-gen sequencing, or it is the blood biomarkers, or the medical history, or the symptoms, the coordination between the 5 or 6 different oncology specialists, the organ specialists, the comorbidity specialists, and just making sure that they all are talking to each other, making sure that we're taking the next best action. Literally, I'm on WhatsApp with every single one of them and asking them questions, which I'm getting empowered to do, courtesy the data or the insights that I'm getting from the precision diagnostics that have been generated from labs. So actually, we have incredible tools to be able to convert precision diagnostics into therapeutic action. And we found that using the consumer, empowering the consumer, and empowering them with tools, and empowering our physicians with those tools, and not expecting them to know it all, actually is a great way to get into action and actually results on the ground so that we can deliver population-level outcomes.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to one thing you said about LLMs, which I think is quite interesting. You talked about data and how so much of it leads to so little action. There's an analogy that I used to use a lot, which is people talk about, I think this is the front page of The Economist a couple of years ago, data is the new oil. It's not. Data is the new glitter, okay? You sprinkle it on your reports and your work and whatever you're producing, and people go, ooh, look, data, and it's very shiny and attractive. Data is also the new glitter in that if you've ever had small children playing with glitter, it gets bloody everywhere, and it's a nightmare to keep control of. Rashna, I'm going to come to you next. Max, I just need you to cue up the story about the dog, okay? And then we'll come to you. But first, Rashna, you're an investor focusing on this. People will be coming to you with all sorts of, oh, we can do this, and we need money for this, and we can deliver this, and isn't it exciting? tell us about some of the more ridiculous things that you've had pitched at you that made you sort of look and chuckle slightly. And tell me what you're really doing to enable this data action movement.
Sure. You know, I'm an investor. I question everything. And there's all kinds of data. And, you know, if you torture data enough, it'll tell you any story.
A lot of glitter.
And, you know, correlation and causation are not the same thing. And it's so many startups make that mistake. Correlation is not causation. And in human health, causation is more important. I'll give you very small anecdotes from my own personal life, because I've learned to question everything I see. I gather a lot of data, and Garmin's very accurate. You and I would agree to it. We're Garmin fans. I had to change 3 PCPs to get to the one that would give me the time to listen to my data that I gather and would give me advice accordingly. It shouldn't have to be that difficult in today's era. Another data point from personal life, I'm Southeast Asian. I have dense breasts, so mammogram doesn't do anything for me. And I need an MRI. And I was sitting across a gynecologist who's also Southeast Asian, but wouldn't write an MRI. So I had to pay for it from my own pocket and not reimbursed in US. That cannot continue because we have data telling you that it's wrong, and there's complete lack of empathy on the side of the provider system. So I love what you're doing when you're going to the last mile, because the last mile for the patient is very difficult in an average setting, and hopefully you're doing it a little differently. Because without empathy, you're just robots in today's life, because the patient is so much more empowered with their own data, an average patient. And now with, you know, the foundational models giving you a lot of advice, you start to question what's happening in the hospitals and health systems. So that's a personal anecdote just to tell you, like, as an investor, you question everything. And I was just not ready to settle for a PCP that wouldn't give me time. It took me a year to get to the right PCP. That's another story. When people come and pitch startups to us, you know, as an investor, you could have really great data on the disease state you're going after, or the characteristic of the human body that you're looking at, generating data. But the question is, what is the level of unmet need? That's important. I come from US where no matter how high the unmet need is, and no matter how good your data is, if the payers are not ready to reimburse it, forget it. How much can a patient or a family of 4 people sitting in the Midwest with an annual salary of $60K US, how much can they afford to pay from their own pocket? So when a startup comes to me and say the patient is going to pay for this from their own pocket, that already is a red check mark, right? And then when you go on to your, market, TAM, SAM, SOM slide, and you're projecting numbers that don't really correlate with the unmet need in the market, after that, you've lost me. I could be sitting out of politeness for the next 10, 15 minutes and listening to you, but I've lost you already. So it depends what the data is all about, but reimbursement is key. And I know this is not what people want to listen to, but as an investor, that is the most honest thing I could tell this room. If the payers are not going to pay for you, don't do it.
Yeah.
Not today. Do it maybe in a different way, but change something so that the payers will come along. The other thing that is very important to me, no matter how important the data being generated by the startup is, if the hospital administrators do not see that thing solving the top 5 pain points, it's not going to get through to the clinicians, even if the clinicians love it. And you probably know this better than I do, that you have your priorities in revenue, margins, and things like that. So if it's not going to fit your top 5 priorities, you're not going to make it. And that's true not just for US, that's true for Europe, that's true for Middle East, that's true for Asia, anywhere you go in the world. So regardless of how good the data is, I wish I had a sexier answer, but I don't. And this is the reality.
Thank you. Max, first tell us about the dog, because you mentioned it to me and I need to know more. But then, as the person who's focused on therapeutic discovery, I want you to think about a more sort of existential question. As I said at the beginning, where is the limit to aging, and what are you doing in that journey?
Thank you for your question. I believe this is the most important question of currently living generations, and our journey to longevity started in the day when we learned about strange mammal, naked mole rat from Somalia. He lives 10 times longer than the rodents of this size, but the most outstanding fact about it that its risks of dying is not changing. Ours doubling every 8 years, and they are not aging in the terms as we got used to think about aging. This day changed our life, literally. It blew our mind because like what? They're mammals, then don't age. We have all these apples, auras, and everything, and we age and die miserably. And the first findings were like 3 decades ago. The news are so huge that nobody cared, as in Don't Look Up movie, like literally most of the biologists are turning the blind eye on this, like what we believe is the most significant findings in the modern biology, until Google made a special company, California Life Company, headed by current chairman of Apple, Arthur Levinson. He previously sold Genentech to Roche for $50 billion. So they bought thousands of these naked mole rats together with the labs, together with the archives, invited researchers, and they published first paper in 2018, actually saying that during 40 years they don't observe the age-related increase in mortality. Actually, in simple words, saying that aging is not the law of nature. And in 5 years, they published the second paper, literally saying that, look, we sit for 5 more years, no signs of aging yet. So this is huge. And people started looking around, and we understood that we as a humanity were arrogant not to look around to the nature, because it looks like 1/3 of all bats are not aging, like bowhead whale, Greenland shark, some otters, some turtles. Now almost every year new guys are coming, and we see that we were thinking about ourselves as the top of creation, you know, we're best, and it looks like we are not. And fantastic facts, even like the best researchers for bats told me that in this romantic castle in France, Mont Saint-Michel, in the same building, several families of bats are living, and some of them are aging and some of them are not, and they are visually indistinguishable. You should chip them and monitor them to figure out. It means like something small happened to them, and they live 10 times longer. This is what became our mission. My partner is a highly cited physicist, and we came with he started like daydreaming, you know. Once we learned about it, he kept mumbling that physics should be there, some physics should be there. How it happens then? Millions of molecular events happening in the single second in our body and in naked mole's body, but somehow we have doubling mortality every 8 years, and they are not. And also we don't have even single parameter in our body doubling every 8 years, but mortality is still doubling. Nobody even asked such questions from the biology. So we applied physics to model aging, and this weird idea brought us to the several discoveries that we published heavily. Now we are like one of the leading teams in aging research. We identified then during aging, nothing works perfectly. We accumulate damage, we accumulate mistakes, and on all levels of our body. It is one of the scariest pictures we can imagine, because there were beliefs that maybe it's programmed, we just hack it and that's it. It's not the case. It's like catastrophe in all levels of our body. This is like the bad news. Our most impactful paper says that if you look into the blood tests of a human during, for example, 10 years, because of this accumulating damage, we see that all our parameters are noisy. They go up and down, and they, with the age, they go more up and more down, and it translates into, and it takes more time to bounce back. So it translates to our ability to recover from the diseases and from anything else. When we're young, we can go party the whole weekend and be okay on Monday on the college if we need. But it's not happening easily anymore while we age. So when we reach 100 something, the recovery time becomes infinite, and we die from the very first disease or problem that we face. This currently limits us as a biological species in our natural lifespan. Now we know the diagnosis, we can try to treat it inspired by the nature. And dogs happen to be the one of the best models of the human health, because they age much more like we in comparison with mice. And we are now prepared paper with Harvard and Cornell. In a few days it will be in the air to explain what's happening to them and how it's translatable to humans. And this weird idea to apply physics to model aging, last year Nature recognized as a new science, physics, so I have my partner, founding father of new science. So this is why we believe, looking up to the nature and to physics textbooks, that aging is something we can intervene and try to delay and stop.
Thank you. Up until a few years ago, there was a lot of interest in the concept of blue zones. 5 areas in the world where people appeared to live miraculously longer, and there was a lot of study of Japanese diets and Mediterranean diets and all of these. My understanding is this has been disproved as a data artifact. Lack of proper birth records, lack of proper death records, old age pension fraud. And actually, if you look into these really deeply, the whole blue zone effect disappears. I'm just aware that Ramsey wanted to pick up something you were saying.
Yeah, just very briefly, just listening to all the comments, I think all fantastic. The last mile, the diagnostic elements. You talked about your story, and my colleague on the right as well. As a provider, yes, we're still heavily diagnostic in nature in our approach, right? So it's we've detected something, there's something wrong. Let's understand why it's gone wrong, and try and find a remedy for it. But I think we have to evolve that thinking to becoming more preventative, so being able to predict. But I put that on one end of the spectrum. So if you're diagnosing, that's one element. You move on to early detection, that's another element, and you're moving on to being able to predict, and that's the gold mine, right? So as a provider right now, we are working extensively to try and understand this world and trying to embed it within our systems. And I think you made a very valuable point in the context of value and getting adherence from your teams, whether they're physicians or health coaches or whatever the future may look like, care coordinators. I think the world's going to look a little bit different in the years to come. But I think the key there is seamlessly integrating. I mean, you don't necessarily have to have them involved in any shape or form, per se, as long as they have the skill sets to interpret whatever recommendations are being made and action upon them. But seamlessly integrating, adding that value, and bringing the focus to early detection and further across to predictability, I think that's where the magic lies.
I would agree wholeheartedly. And I think, part of the problem has been the way the training was delivered to healthcare professionals. Like, if you were trained like that 20 years ago or 30 years ago, and that's how you've practiced, it's very hard to change. I was talking to this gentleman earlier today. Sean, are you in the room? He's not. He's actually a behavioral expert. And, I think we need more of those people if we have to make a change that is lasting into our health systems and patients and clinicians alike. I think we need to start integrating that bit of data science a little bit more. One of the startups I've invested in is going very hot in the US, because what they do is they actually are able to with their programs, which are, looking at personal data and then reaching out to patients to enroll more patients to health programs. And not just that, they're actually able to keep patients engaged longer into, coming back for timely tests and, 6 monthly checkups or whatever, because I'm a very bad patient. If I'm traveling for work, I'll miss one of my appointments and reschedule it maybe 7 months later and all. So care gap is a very important thing. So you could be collecting all the data in the world, but if the data is not continuous, life happens in between visits, and healthcare scares happen in between visits, and that's missed, I think.
It's the classic 5,000 hours problem. There's a paper published some years ago. Somebody with a chronic disease maybe goes and visits the doctor twice a year, for half an hour each time, an hour. For all the other 5,000 hours in the year, they have to look after themselves. How do we help them? Because we know, of all patients diagnosed with a chronic disease and start on a medication, 50% of them stop taking it after 6 months. What are we going to do?
In fact, the company we founded, the tagline was, we are here for the 8,759 hours when healthcare is not with you. And literally, that is the tagline. Because what we
read the same paper.
Because we saw, precision data meets, to your point, precision economics. Because otherwise, if the payer is not going to pay, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Needs to meet precision execution. And if you can achieve that, then you get scalable population-level health outcomes. And that's honestly the thesis with which we're operating, because to your point, life happens between visits. And if it's not integrated into the care pathways, then we're just doing a great job. But at the end of the day, if the resume is about outcomes, we don't have much to show for it. Yeah.
So I just want to come back to Max. All of these guys are building on a data infrastructure, which at the beginning we started on discussing is far from perfect. So gaze right into the far distance and tell us how we are going to build a proper decentralized health ecosystem where the data that Ramsey creates in his hospitals, the data that TrueDoc create and use from Ramsey is available to everybody who needs it appropriately, so that it can inform the investors to understand what the demand is and the impact of interventions, and inform the inventors what is the impact of the things we're doing. How are we going to create that nirvana?
So, first of all,
Easy question for you.
Easy peasy. So, this is something that I published last year, and I want to share again with you if you don't really know. So, the first thing that we need to understand is how much of the total potential available data we currently use. And the answer is 0.006%. And I will explain why. 80% of the data is outside of the EHRs. So we don't get to that. And out of the remaining 20%, 97% is locked. World Economic Forum reports 3 years ago. So actually, we use 3% out of 20%. So this is super low. What is the potential? The potential is a 15 trillion market. So huge opportunity. So the thing is not sharing the current pizza, but how we can all eat from a far larger pizza. So what I want to say is that there is no need to compete between the provider, the patient, the insurer, or all the other actors across the system, but how we can all align. And then, of course, we all understand that we need to build some kind of an infrastructure that allows all the participants to be part of it. And I believe, realistically, we cannot go directly to that stage, but we need an intermediary stage. And last evening, I was having a discussion about the next step I see is building an infrastructure for home testing or home care. This, I believe, is an intermediary step, an infrastructure that would allow patients, individuals, to self-collect their specimen without leaving the home to send the samples to the labs and get the results. And this allows, to migrate from 2 snapshots that we were talking, not directly to a full movie, but at least to a cartoon-like animation. So it's an intermediary step.
I'm just going to stop you there. I'm very conscious of time, and Ramsey wanted to come in.
I'm very glad you brought that up, because that's precisely what we're doing as a provider, right? So we are very conscious of the outward migration of care. We're conscious of what hospitals will look like in the future. More than likely going to be an escalatory point of service, as opposed to what we see right now with routine type of care. And so things like home collections is, I think, if I'm frank with you, is a bare fundamental, right? If we consider clinical pathways, I think that's where the conversations need to happen. And they need to embed varying scenarios beyond the 4 walls of a hospital or a clinic. And that includes hubs in communities or one's own home. Not to forget also, lastly, the virtual components as well, of hybridizing certain models of engagement and care. So I'm conscious of time, but I'll...
Yeah, so I'm going to ask each of you, what is the one thing you're excited to see over the next 12 months? Quite short time scale. Going to start with Max, going to work this way, and if we all just have 10 seconds, we'll finish on time.
Yeah, thank you. Next 12 months, we should raise $100 million. And
that's exciting.
And show something in dogs as a step to humans, because worms, flies are happy already, mice happy. Now dogs.
Abhishek.
Next 12 months, we're super excited about an orchestration of AI agents, which can empower and solve for a lot of this. AI agents that, with your consent, go and fetch all your data and get it in one place. AI agents that are able to, we are able to loan to a consumer, and they are able to go and fetch all the data. AI agents that are able to then take that data and play a role to be able to make sure you get precision care regardless of the healthcare provider that you're working with. So we're super excited about that. We think that it's going to unleash the next level of
that wasn't
medicine.
10 seconds.
You stole my thunder, because I'm looking forward to, in the next 12 months, a fully operational agentic AI operating system that is not only going to look and analyze data that humanly is impossible to do, but it'll also automate tasks that can be done based on the insights that are generated. Obviously, in healthcare with regulation, you need a lot of human intervention. But I think we're going to reach a point where all the data that we have, which we're just skimming and scratching in the surface, we'll actually be able to derive insights from longitudinal studies that are, gathering dust and haven't really been analyzed in a manner that they could have been analyzed, and we'll unlock potential of human health and hopefully longevity. That we haven't done that. So I'm really excited because we are working with agents now, but it's time for an operating system of agentic level. So yeah.
Thank you. Ramsey.
From a provider point of view, it's really about scaling up AI, but doing it, and I use this word carefully, invisibly. So behind the scenes, we're not talking about point solutions, we're not talking about single solutions, we're talking about behind the scenes deployments at scale to deliver better outcomes for the patients.
Thank you.
Next 12 months, wearables plus lab data. We see it already in URA ecosystem, WHOOP ecosystem, and probably others to follow. And I believe we will see very soon an infrastructure for home testing.
Thank you all. As the moderator, I get the privilege of having the last word. We've heard a lot about opportunity. We've heard a lot about some of the issues. We've heard about the lack of use of most of the data that's generated. We've failed to get into AI and language models properly, which I wanted to, because they lie. They're eager little beavers who are designed to give you an answer even when they shouldn't. And I'd love to have got into how they're putting guardrails around those, but we don't have time today. You'll have to come back next year. Thank you all very much. Thank you all.
It's all right. Wow, huge thank you to Simon and the panel for that discussion. I particularly enjoyed the final statements. Can you believe it, we're on our final panel of the day? I don't know where the day has gone. There's been so many good discussions so far. Thank you all for being here and listening, and yeah, still some more goodness to come. So the next panel, very interesting topic, digital mental health revolution, innovation, integration and global impact. This discussion will be moderated by Dr. Kat Zarachter, CEO of Cat Phoenix. Joining Dr. Kat is Ambassador Nabit Kapoor, Pan-African Intergovernmental Agency, Dr. Sarah Alum Ruiz, Chief Commercial Officer at MediClinic, Shahina Piribahi, CEO and founder of StressPoint Health, and Bilal Awan, CEO of Psych Reality. So have a great discussion. Thank you, everyone.
The digital mental health revolution, innovation, integration, and global impact.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to introduce this very interesting and important conversation about the digital mental health revolution with the aspect of innovation, integration, and global impact. Let me start with a small introduction to this topic. So we have this conversation about the revolution that is already underway, and on that transforming how we understand, access, and deliver mental health care globally. But before we dive, I need your participation. So please raise your hand if you have checked your phone in the last 5 minutes. Oh, please, don't be shy. Me too. So why I ask this question? The simple gesture reveals both the promise and the peril of the digital mental health revolution, which we are going to discuss today. We live in a world where screens are constant companions, where a tab connects us to millions, yet leaves many of us feeling isolated more than ever. Here is our reality. In digital era, we are connected 24/7, 2 hours, 24 minutes on the social media daily, 159 phone checks per day on average, 65% of the world now being present on social media. But there is a dilemma. Technology promises connection, but often delivers distraction. We're more available, but are we less connected? This is the paradox at the heart of today's discussion. We're very easy connected with digital tools, with revolutioning of mental health, but also contributing to the crisis they are designed to solve. So more numbers. We're overstimulated and overwhelmed, and the data shows that 41% of Gen Z feels anxious after social media use. 70% experience sleep disturbances from the pre-bed screen time. Depression among young women has risen 50% linked to social media. And 1 in 3 young adults report feeling profoundly isolated, constantly connected, yet increasingly alone. So why the digital mental health revolution? It is not just important, it is urgent. Why did we bring this topic to MedTech world? Let me share the scale of what we're facing. The global mental health crisis is staggering. 1 in 7 people globally, so more than 1 billion of us, live with the mental health condition. Depression is the #1 cause of disability worldwide, affecting 267 million people. Anxiety disorders impact 300 million people and are rising sharply among youth. In the US alone, 1 in 5 adults experience mental health illness, yet almost 50% do not receive any treatment. So with these numbers and information, I would like to dive into this topic. And let me get into the part where I would like to introduce our distinguished speakers.
Hello. Hi, good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Nabit Kapoor. I am a psychologist turned diplomat. I am the permanent representative of water and sanitation to the United Nations in New York.
Hello, hi, I'm Sarah Lom. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at MediClinic Middle East, and absolutely delighted to be here.
Hi everyone, I'm Sheena. I'm the CEO and founder of StressPoint Health. We've built the world's first software solution that can regulate emotions in 20 minutes using our patented sound frequency technology.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Bilal Awan, CEO and founder of PsychReality. We have developed a solution for mental health professionals to help their patients live better personal, social, and family lives.
I'm Dr. Katzarechta, and I'm a healthcare professional, a leader, coach, a mentor, and clinical hypnotherapist. And I am at the core of what we can bring as the MedTech world insight in mental health revolution. I would like to go into a very focused discussion. So let's start with the topic about the innovation. We've heard the promise. So by 2030, the mental health market is supposed to reach $500 billion. AI-powered tools, unprecedented access, there is a big promise of what the time can bring to us. But what truly does a transformative innovation look like? Is it just a smarter algorithm, or is it really something valuable? So I would like to invite our esteemed panelists to give their insights about themselves first.
Thank you.
Yes.
Some of the stats I would add into your introduction you are doing. 1.1 billion people, according to WHO recent stats they have published in 2024, that 1.1 billion people are suffering from mental illnesses. 60% of those made out of depression and anxiety. And only 1 in 10 gets treated, primarily because of the dilemma attached and because of the anxiety of having an anxiety attached, like what would people say, the stigma attached. So what it looks like in the innovation format is a collective effort, and the innovation is not happening, it has happened. The problem we are facing and we are seeing is the adaptability, the acceptance, the pillars: insurance, clinicians, educationists, technologists, students. These are the core pillars, and the regulators who are part of this mental health domain in a wider scale. Mostly these pillars are not working with each other. So what we need to work as accumulative, to work together as one unit to help people with their mental health.
Amazing, thank you so much. Your Excellency.
So when you talk about mental health innovation, AI, and all those tools which are being developed, when I was studying, I come from a background when these things were not there, you know, and I have always believed in paper pencil tools when I was, practicing. But when you see these things being developed, I would be very much careful when to use them and how to use them. The training and the investment into the skill development of using AI and the tools are very important. During the General Assembly in September 2025, there was a segment on mental health, which was at the United Nations, and we spoke there, and we said that mental health today is being recognized as a primary health emergency. You give reasoning to COVID, you give reasoning to water scarcity, you give reasoning to food scarcity, anything, but mental health is actually being surfaced. And when using these tools to diagnose or predict or even help people with therapies, it is very important that AI is to be monitored
You know, these tools are to be monitored with human intelligence. So there has to be a clear balance of AI and the human touch. You cannot segregate both. These both are important, and if used efficiently, I think we'll have better results.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Maybe just to build on the conversation, from our perspective as a provider, we're a private provider here in the UAE, part of an international multi-specialty group. The way we think of it is building on the stats you said. Mental health is a huge burden on society. So 1 in 7 suffers from mental health, as you said. It's one of the biggest reasons of disability. Zooming in here in the UAE, about a third say they experience high levels of stress from the workplace, and those numbers keep going up and up. We also see it from a mismatch in terms of those that get treatment, where we believe 80 to 90% don't get the right treatment at the right time. And so the impact on society is huge. So from our perspective and the way we think of it is we need to do 3 things. The one is integrate mental health services into the whole care continuum, because we're dealing with patients every day that suffer with physical illnesses throughout different areas. And how do we integrate the mental health component into it is very important, because most often patients with physical illness have mental health, and vice versa. Mental health ends up spilling into physical illness as well. So that's the one area. The second area is how do we create standalone mental health services that are both physical and digital, and that whole digital, as we call it, integration is very important. And we can share from our perspective that some of the data we've seen with our patient cohort is that certain patients prefer digital only, others physical only, and many of them start physical and end up moving into digital, and we can unpack that a bit later as well. And the third is our workforce. So we're sitting with 8,000 caregivers within the Mediclinic system, and how do we ensure that our caregivers, both clinical and non-clinical, don't burn out and have the right mental health support through some digital tools?
Thank you so much. Sheena?
I think for me, it's important to take a step back and ask the question, why, with the advent of so much technology, so many tools, is mental health still a growing problem? And my answer to that is that mental health solutions, providers, healthcare systems are working in silos, but also they are focused in one area. And traditionally, that's been cognitive function. So we see digital talk therapy, we've seen AI chatbots, we've seen CBT apps. But fundamental to both mental health, chronic disease, is emotional regulation and the way that we process information. And we process information with the emotional center of our brain first. Cognitive comes later. So if you're emotionally dysregulated through stress, anxiety, PTSD, trauma, burnout, you cannot process things cognitively. And so the entire industry has focused in this one area, and we're essentially treating one half of the brain. And so I would argue that the key to unlocking the digital, the mental health revolution as it relates to digital is, yes, bringing together providers, payers, innovators, but we also need to bring together the brain and the way that we look at it and the way that we treat it. We have to look at how the nervous system is impacting chronic disease, for example, obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and how that then feeds into emotional dysregulation, how emotional dysregulation feeds into cognitive function. And when we start to look at the whole brain and the whole body, that's when we're really going to start to make an impact in mental health, I believe. And this starts in, if we look at early intervention and prevention, I was talking to someone earlier and I was saying, if we gave people who experienced something traumatic, let's say they were hospitalized for that, if we gave them interventions at that point, we could actually prevent PTSD embedding. But we are just so fixated in the system with treating things being reactive instead of being proactive. And so I don't think there's a magic bullet. I don't think there's a magic wand that we can wave. But I do believe that we have to start integrating things at an earlier point, integrating different solutions that can tackle different parts of the problem, but have oversight over what that looks like and put the patient at the center of that.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to move to the heart of this discussion. So to ensure we cover the full spectrum of innovation, integration, and global impact, I have prepared specific questions to each of you, and I would like to address first His Excellency. So if I would like to ask you, how can well-being diplomacy accelerate cross-border adoption of ethical digital mental health tools?
First of all, what is well-being diplomacy? Now, this thing is a concept which I came about when COVID hit. Coming from a background of mental health and now in a diplomatic circle, this concept actually tells us that more than any negotiation, we have to talk about, we have to care for the well-being of each other, and whether it's individuals, whether it's tribes, whether it's countries at a level, whether it's organization. So well-being diplomacy is actually very important, and that is what I'm applying in my work area in New York. Now, well-being diplomacy has to be rooted deeply into the moral and ethical guidelines. Without that, you cannot function. Now, focusing on multilateral collaborations and protecting that data sovereignty, because data is wealth these days, and not just being guided unnecessarily to increase monetary gains. We have to protect it with human interaction. We have to protect it with those guidelines which can actually help us secure the data to be utilized in a much better way. So it has to be a very guided interaction when we talk about well-being diplomacy.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for this very, very interesting reply. I would like to address Sheena. How does neuroscience-informed design can enhance personalization and trust in digital mental health?
I think when we talk about implementing neuroscience and the principles of that, it speaks to the fact that I think we've separated brain health and mental health too much. And I think that has been stigmatizing. That actually, if you look at things like PTSD, anxiety, there is the brain is not functioning in the way that it should. And what has happened is that's been, it's a mental health issue. We've stopped to look, we haven't taken the time to look at the neuroscience behind why that is happening. So for me, in technology and even in treatment pathways, if we look to neuroscience to understand, we can then really start to open up what it means to treat things. And that can be simple things like social media. You referenced it in the beginning. Mm-hmm. And we've worked with neuroscientists who told us they don't read the news until 2 days later, because then the sort of sensationalist news cycle has ended. They still get the news. Nothing is that they can change in the world is going to happen in those 2 days. But for their mental health and for their brain health, it has been an essential part of their day. And social media has the same impact. So if you look to even basic principles of the way that our brain is responding and processing information, this I really think can inform how we start to make inroads in technology, in treatment, and in pathways at both an early intervention stage, even in childhood and teenagers and in schools, but then as we move forward to really getting to understand what is anxiety, what is depression, what is PTSD, how is that really influencing our brain and body, then we really start to get to the root of the problem, in my view.
Thank you so much for this reply. I would like to bring this topic from a little bit different perspective and ask Sarah, so how do you balance the clinical rigor with this mental health approach and all those different aspects of that, and having this agile innovation when integrating digital mental health tools into established healthcare workflows?
Thank you. Great question. Of course, the balance is going to be really key. And for us, clinical rigor is 100% super important. And we need to ensure that from a quality of care perspective, we've absolutely checked everything. And clinical governance there is going to play a huge role. So that's on the clinical front. But then how do we balance that clinical governance with agile innovation? So it's important to set the right guardrails, making sure that the main decision is, do you build, do you partner, do we try and do it ourselves, do we try and partner with more agile organizations like the ones on the panel that do this day in, day out, and how do we get the best of both worlds working together for the benefit of the patient. So there's many mechanisms where one can balance, but more importantly, it's understanding the patient behavior and what patients prefer. So what we found in this market is that patients like to have the first interaction with their caregiver in person, and then to continue the treatment plan or the service digitally as well. And how do we ensure that we can balance both in a way that meets their needs, both from an access, convenience, but still meets all the clinical quality and ensures the right patient outcomes ultimately.
Thank you so much. I would like to move to Bilal. How does VR uniquely address scalability and human connection in mental health without replacing clinical roles?
How does VR help without replacing a clinician? My question to everyone, please raise your hand, or I think stand up if you think that AI will replace a clinician. Who believes that AI will replace a clinician? Raise hand. Anybody? You will empower them, right? But my answer to this is AI will replace a clinician if the clinician does not follow the technology or does not adapt to the technology and does not align their practices to the innovation, what is happening with the AI, right? So the simple example is when the computer came, typewriters, they did go out of the job only because they did not know how to type on a computer. The job was still there. They did not adapt to the technology. The scalability in the VR is similar, where you have to adapt, you have to educate the clinicians. Clinicians have to adapt to understand all AI tools are there to empower them to reduce the treatment time, to reduce the human error. At the end, we all are human, we do make mistakes. In medical, there are also some incidents, right? So to reduce those human errors, AI is there, but AI must not drive the clinician. Innovation must not drive the clinician. Clinician must drive the innovation. This is a scalability perspective where technology, clinician, innovation, everything goes hands in hand.
Thank you.
I'd just add to that, my co-founder is a man named Mike Botten. He's a psychiatrist in the UK. And 30 years ago, he wrote a paper, or maybe 40, before computers, that computers will make better psychiatrists. And his point was that the ability to be a good psychiatrist, or part of the way of being a good psychiatrist, is the ability to assimilate a lot of information about your patient, to understand them, and so that you can treat them in a personalized way. And I would argue in the same way, in agreement to what Bilal said, that actually if AI has the ability to assimilate all that information across from medical health records, from maybe environmental factors, and give the clinician a profile that doesn't require 10 sessions to achieve, you've created a very efficient treatment pathway for that patient and for the system and for payers to really, now you're talking about this is really augmenting the system and not replacing it. But you're right that if clinicians don't evolve with it, then they will get left behind.
Talk about the UK alone. In the UK, Sarah, the waiting time in some cases to see a mental health professional for the basic psychological assessment is over 648 days in the UK. And in Australia, we are talking about nearly 100 days. So the technology is reducing the treatment time plus reducing the waiting list. This is where we should adapt to the technology.
Yes, thank you, Bilal. So because that was one of the questions which I prepared to all the panelists to actually address, if you really believe that artificial intelligence will replace clinician or will be the only reply to all healthcare problems, especially in mental health. So I would like to also, Sarah, if you would like to take this moment to also share your perspective.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So we believe that human in the loop is the way forward, and sort of absolutely agree with my fellow panelists that AI and technology will help augment and empower the clinician to deliver better care. Now, to be a bit controversial, the challenge becomes is the patients are going to ChatGPT to sort of converse, have counseling, according to them, right? And we saw at one stage, one of the top 10 reasons for ChatGPT use was therapy.
Yeah.
And so when they come to us, it's already too late because they might have either received inadequate advice or formed their opinions, et cetera, So the challenge is how do we educate and raise awareness to communities that we serve of how to use these tools and what are the right guardrails and how to use AI adequately.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
So first I'll just add to what Bilal has said. You said that the clinicians have to evolve with technology, right? So even to train those clinicians, we need professionals, because obviously the clinicians are busy with their work. So there has to be some kind of a training possibility for these clinicians to adapt to AI and those tools to guide their patients. And what she said that, yes, we used to use that term before ChatGPT came, Googling of therapies and Googling of symptoms. So when patients actually come to us, and they used to, when I was practicing, they already have some other idea of symptoms.
Yeah.
Because Google is not, I will say that it's not human, it cannot see you, it cannot feel you. But these things have to stop, and there has to be some kind of regulation and monitoring system, either through the government, either through these big, firms and companies to help people where to use and, where not to use.
Yes. So building on it, I will go into a little bit deeper topic related to that. So where would you see the opportunities and the perils of what is actually available when it comes to applications? We touch upon that, but I would like to go a little bit more in depth because we have a lot of people in audience, I believe, who maybe would like to hear from you. What is your opinion about, maybe specific ways of addressing the mental health with all those different tools which are surrounding us? Sheena?
I think when it comes to tools, one of the most important things is clinical validation. There are 10,000 mental health apps out there, and nobody has any way of knowing if they're good or bad, except for if they have clinical validation, research behind them. It's one of the reasons why it took us 4 years to build our product, because I wanted to ensure that we were clinically validated, we had real-world data, we had evidence, and that we could stand behind our efficacy. And I think that's really important. The other thing that we're doing, which I think is also really important, is doing pilots with bigger organizations, with big hospitals, with pharma. And this really opens up a pathway for a startup like ours, which doesn't have endless amounts of money to put in research, but it opens up this idea that we can do pilots and proof of concepts and create that clinical data with these partners, that if we reach that burden of proof, then translates into a commercial contract. So it's a win-win on both sides for both corporate and us, and that's been really effective for us. But I do think that we need to be stringent, and it's, unfortunately, I don't think regulatory compliance is enough, because we're technically a class 1, so we're low risk self-certified. Yes, 2A, and when you go further, you do have to have more regulatory compliance, more data, but I do think that there needs to be, in parallel to compliance regulation, more emphasis on clinical validation.
Amazing. So, Sarah, because we speak about regulation, I call you out. That's governance and, the application in a very, already well-established setting. Would you like to share your opinion about the opportunities and perils as well?
I think one of the, in every challenge is an opportunity, and the challenge I wanted to highlight is the funding models. It's definitely an area where mental health is a top priority for most regulators around the world, because of all the reasons that we mentioned earlier, but the funding hasn't followed. And I think we need to think of innovative ways of how one can fund, whether it's through the employer, different models with different insurance, direct to consumer, etc. So I just want to highlight the importance of figuring out, and I think there's a lot we can do collectively to think of new ways of how one could fund mental health.
Yes, thank you so much. So now building up on what you have said. Unfortunately, only 2% of the, let's say, funding is allocated to mental health. So, Your Excellency, can I ask your opinion of how can we change that and what we can also bring forward with all those positive, negative points?
You know, this was exactly the thing I addressed during the second commission of the second committee of the UN, which is the Commission on Social Development. Financing of health sector, when I look at water and sanitation, what I'm representing, is very important. Now, these financing mechanisms have to be very inclusive. They cannot be, you know, you can finance one thing and not the other thing. It has to be very inclusive. It has to be monitored again. And government must make these policies and these financing, or even the big tech firms, which are essential to each and every public interface and not just looking at the income gains. That is important. Now, this inclusion means all the categories in the society are inside the system. So this financing is very important. And similarly, there was a very big conference which just happened, which is called Financing for Development. They said the very same thing, that when you do financing or when you look for funds, mental health is one of the top priorities, and that category which actually gets excluded, because people feel that mental health is not something to be funded that, extensively. And I have faced this issue when I was practicing with my own foundation, that people feel that if it's not technology, if it's not, that they ask for ROIs, what is the rate of, what do they get? So that is what I feel, that mental health has to have that kind of funding. It has actually surfaced. People are actually talking about it. People are actually recognizing it as an issue and as a developmental aspect of human. So funding actually is very important.
Yes, I would like to also invite Bilal to share your insight on this topic.
We are talking about regulations, we are talking about acceptance, we are talking about validations, we are talking about validated tools, right? What is happening is, I've attended a conference and chiefs AI officers of different bodies were sitting there, and one of the chiefs AI officers, she said that for her domain, she asked ChatGPT that I need a data on this topic, I need these parameters, and I need in this shape, and I need references, I need the papers. ChatGPT gave her every single thing she asked for, and she said, I couldn't have got any better data from that, right? However, the fun part comes here. She cross-checked all of those references, all of those papers, and none of them existed, right?
Yeah.
So this is where the validation is coming. So what we have developed, our AI model is trained only on a controlled data set, which is taught to the educational, in the educational institutes, to the clinicians, and the ICD codes and different coding schemes. So it does not go out into the public domain, and it's not getting not validated data. So this is where we all need to bring, as myself and Sheena, we are in the technology and innovation, and Dr. Nabeed and Sarah, they are in different domains of the mental health. We have to apply ethics on our own self. We have to have our own accountability. That's what I would say is more important even than the funding.
To add on the funding, and apologies to any insurers in the room, that this is where the crux of the issue is. In this region, you get 6 sessions with a psychiatrist on insurance. After that, you're on your own. When I had PTSD and I was in recovery for a year, I self-funded that because my insurance didn't cover it in the UK, and I couldn't get an appointment on the NHS. There was a 24-month waiting list. So if we talk about funding, yes, there is funding at a governmental level, there's funding at a macro level, but really, if you want to look at funding, insurance needs to start covering mental health more. If that doesn't happen, then, we can create the greatest systems in the world, and we can create the most brilliant pathway, but who's going to pay for it? And if the burden falls to the patient, as we see, the patient won't get help, because either they can't afford it, or it's too much of a barrier because of the stigma. And it's got to start there, in my view.
Thank you so much for sharing this. I believe it's very, very precious. We have not too much time actually left, but still, I would like to invite also renowned experts who are at the audience. Would you like to ask a question or make a comment or address any of the topics which we discussed? Please feel free, raise your hand. And I hope there is someone with the microphone who can attend you. Any questions? And please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Rizwan. I'm a radiologist and health tech advisor from the UK. Firstly, thank you. That was an incredibly insightful discussion. I just want to touch on something you've all discussed to some extent, but to share a frustration and to invite a way through it, which is we're all in agreement, and I think that this is a space which is becoming increasingly recognized, which we need to engage in, which we need to solve for societal impact and for an individual impact. How do we break these barriers from having superb solutions and superb screening treatment mechanisms to actually finding people willing to bridge the gap to actually fund or scale them?
You would like to, His Excellency, sorry.
So you asked that how do we break that barrier, right? So what I feel people or clinicians or experts or big MNCs or government, whoever is designing all these technology, and even as a therapist, I always feel that accessibility, affordability, and contextual sensitivity is very important. Now, how do we do this? What I am doing at my level, I can say that making of certain policies or making of certain laws, which actually, I don't know whether it's the right word to use, force these kind of big people to go down to the ground where these, the people who are not able to come out and use this kind of a technology or mental health services because of insurance or funding or money or whatever it is. Something has to be there on the ground. Even today when we are just speaking, and how much of this gets executed on the ground, we don't know. So some kind of policy framework has to be there where you should work on accessibility and affordability of these kind of care, services.
I think what we need to do is, myself and Sheena, we are developing a solution. We have developed a solution. There is a need to intra-operability in between the same domain operators and different stakeholders within the same domain. If you look at the technology in IT industry, antiviruses, McAfee, Symantec, XYZ, right? They were all finding their own viruses and finding their own solutions and releasing them. A time came where regulators said, all of you have to share the knowledge base with each other to develop the common solution. The same thing, myself and Sheena, we have to work together, help each other. Clinicians, they have to work with each other to come up with a solution. We all have to work with each other to come up with an interoperability model which is helping end user at the end of the day.
Sarah?
Maybe if I could add to that as well. I do think this is the right time for all of us to come together as a sector and as a healthcare ecosystem, to each of us put from our side to make this work. So if I think about it when it comes to how much we spend on healthcare, curative versus prevention, a tiny, tiny, tiny amount. We definitely underspend on prevention, let alone on mental health. That prevention is almost non-existent. So it starts from there, and then sort of what can employers do? What can providers do? What can the regulators help to do? What can the insurance companies do? And I think if all of us come together, we'll slowly start to shift the needle.
Yeah, and from the perspective of Sheena?
I think that we've been saying, and as innovators, we've been saying what you've been saying, Sarah, for a long time, that we all do need to come together. I think, unfortunately, it starts with cracking who pays. I think if we crack who pays, we find who's incentivized to bring us all together. If that's government, if it's government healthcare, if it's insurance, maybe it's the patient, or maybe it's the hospital. We have to find, unfortunately, it's the way of the world, who is incentivized to pay to solve this problem. And I think when we unlock that, we unlock the utopia, which is all of us working together and all of us bringing together our various expertise and solving this problem. But without the money, unfortunately, it's a pipe dream.
Yeah. So I have a question. Maybe someone in this room can tell us how to actually solve this issue. Who can pay for? Any hands raised?
And one thing I must add here to myself and Sheena, I mean, the speed the technology is advancing, even insurance, we were sitting yesterday at a place, the insurance was saying it's hard to keep up with the technology. They are slow adapters anyway, so if the technology is changing so rapidly, what should they do? So I think there has to be an overall mechanism.
Yes.
It's a great excuse to just not do anything by saying it's moving too quickly.
Yes.
Even with the question of who pays, I don't know, these NGOs, like big NGOs, the foundations, these trusts, they get a lot of money in the CSR funds. And they pledge that they would help the needy, they will pay for all these things. But does that actually happen?
We can agree to one thing, all of us, that mental health is the least privileged sect of our health domain.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
But I think you're right on the NGO topic. I mean, we are doing work with NGOs, UNICEF in Lebanon and others, that they are funding it. So yes, they are, and I think it goes back to your point of being on the ground. They are on the ground. They're seeing the direct consequences of poor mental health, of trauma, of all of the things that are going on in those regions, and they want to solve it, and they have got the mandate to do that. But it's small in comparison to the size of the problem.
Being inside the system, unfortunately, these big UNICEF, UNESCO, whatever these UN agencies, what you're talking, they also depend on the funds. And those funds, the CSR funds or the financial aid which they get, that is massively now, you see what is happening, right?
Yes.
So now the question mark again comes, who pays?
Okay, I think that I really love the soft ending of our topic, which brought another question, which I would really invite everyone to think about. And please do not hesitate to speak with our distinguished panelists to continue this conversation of the stage. And even though we are running out of time, so basically nobody shows that we cannot continue, so I would like that to invite each of you to say maybe 2 sentences, really, please, on, let's say, the closing remarks of how would you see a kind of parable coming back to this revolution of mental health and the way we discussed this today in this panel.
Happy to go first. From my perspective, I'll say is if we each focus on what we can control with our domains, so as a healthcare provider, we look after our people, they look after the patients, and if every employer thought that way, we can slowly start to chip away at the mental health issue globally.
Thank you.
I would say develop this habit of interdependentness as one sector, as one domain, as clinicians, as therapists. We should not hesitate to ask for help and to get help as well. So interdependentness is very important.
Thank you.
Have conversations with your close friends, close families. It's okay to be not okay.
Thank you.
I think that we are making steps in the right direction. There's a long way to go. I think the patient has to be at the heart of everything we do. And that's the only way we're really going to understand and solve the problem. And I think we do all have to come together as innovators, as payers, as healthcare providers, government. And I think it comes through consultation, collaboration, and having everyone at the table for the conversation. And I think then we can really start to push forward with how we can solve what is unfortunately still a growing problem.
Yes, thank you so much for this. So just let me add to that let's get back to the numbers. With the market opportunity of around $500 billion, if we're able to decide who pays, if we're able to take some decisions, we really have an amazing opportunity for many companies, many organizations, and actually people who can really benefit of how we can tackle the problems in mental health. Thank you so much, and I ask you for a round of applause for an amazing panelist. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Kat and the panel, for the final panel discussion of today. I can't believe it's the end of the day already. Thank you, everyone, for listening, and I'm now going to hand over to Yulia Jurovic, the Head of Partnerships and Client Relations at MedTech World, for the closing remarks for today. So thank you so much, and over to you, Yulia. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much, Amy, for the introduction and for walking through our guests today through all the programming. I hope you all enjoyed the programming that we put on stage today for you, and as we come to a close for day one of MedTech World Middle East 2026, I want to extend a special thank you to all of you for making today so impactful. We heard a lot of conversation about the technology, the innovation, the investment, how do you enter and scale in the region. But one thing that stood out to me the most personally, that was mentioned many, many times, started with the opening keynote with Her Excellency Maria Camilleri Calleja, and then echoed on the investment panel and on the entering GCC panel. What stands out the most is not only the technology, it's the people behind that built it and make it forward. And I do also want to emphasize that I have been fortunate to come back to this region for 3 years. It's my 3rd year over here, and how Mazin mentioned it today, how Dr. Tamara mentioned it today, the GCC region really opens the door for you for this in-person communication. And the more time you invest, the more they give back. So I really encourage all of you to continue the conversations, and exactly the events like this help us to make it happen. I am very, very fortunate to be a part of the MedTech world and witness so many great partnerships being shaped and starting today. And I also want to say thank you to the steering committee, to the speakers, to the moderators, for the sponsors and partners, everyone who joined us, who traveled from far away or who joined us locally. Thank you so much for the time and for helping us to build better healthcare regionally and globally. And also for those of you who are the platinum ticket holders, I also want to remind as we close the day that we are expecting all of you at 6:30 p.m. for a very special reception, kindly sponsored by Blue Goat Cyber and Verge Health Tech Fund. That's going to start at the Zaytun Terrace on the 5th floor at the Crown Plaza. Thank you so much, and I hope you'll have the wonderful rest of your day and come back very energized to continue the programming tomorrow. Thank you for being with us.